Yes, hello, habari yenu na nawasalimia nyinyi wote. Nimefungua kipindi leo ili tuweze kusemezana. Kuna mambo mingi ambayo tunaweza sema siku ya leo. So karibuni sana. So natarajia mmeshinda vizuri, na leo nafikiria it will be electric and pivotal, sababu mumeona kile kimefanyika. Leo ni tarehe 2 mwezi wa 5, na mimi nafikiria kwa maoni yangu, although nitangojea wale wameona kile kimetendeka leo, lakini kwa maoni yangu sasa nimeona checkmate wa Ruto wamepatikana. Kulingana na vile mimi naona checkmate wa Ruto ni kama tuko naye. Kuna watu walikuwa wameniambia niwatumie link ya kuingia studio. Wacha let me forward and then I will be with you. Sorry for that. Anyway, karibuni. It's my hope that mumeshinda vizuri and you feel hopeful after what you have seen today. I hope everybody we will now start coalescing together. We don't have a lot of time ya kushinda ati tunasema ni huyu ni yule. We have to start coalescing quickly. Mimi nafikiria Matiang'i amepita mtihani. Siku yake ya kwanza leo, it was among the best. Bringing Gusii leaders together. So far sijasikia any serious Gusii leader who is not endorsing him. The two governors endorsed him, wameonekana kwa mkutano na watu walitokezea vizuri. I think it was a good starter for Matiang'i, and according to me Matiang'i has gotten A+. Ni kama alikuwa amejipanga. I think kuna uwezekano Matiang'i is working well. Kuna vyenye he looks to be focusing to details. So kuna venye it looks he is focusing to details. So I'm glad for that. So Matiang'i, kongole for now. Guys, kona karibu. So Matiang'i leo, as a person who has no political experience, by the way, he was just a CS, and doing what he has done today, we need to congratulate him. So and I have some hope we could get an unpolitician soon, at least. Kuna wale ambao wanamuona atoshi mboga because maybe there are those who are trying to equate him to a dictator. I don't know why they are doing that, but mimi naona kwa kusema ukweli. Hi guys, kuna karibu sana. Mimi kuna vile naona Matiang'i prepared well for today. Matiang'i prepared well for today. So let me see if Citizen was able to capture that. Nilikuwa nimeziona kwa matv zingine. Karibu sana guys. So you can also give me your comment. How do you think Matiang'i ndiye huyo?
Robinhood Gold is offering 4% APY with high yield cash for just $5 a month.
I'm not saying I prefer projects, but
for your first month's rent for the new shop.
we need somebody who can
even when you can't.
Who can
atipoera ulangira majamii atipoera matiangi no moegi kuyamana sana watu wa Mungu wa Kiswahili. Leo tuko na kijana yetu hapa Fred Okengo Matiangi. Hatuna jambo lingine, leo ni siku yake. Bravo tukuone. Kwa sababu ya majamii yetu kwani. Abantu bami tuwage shauri kuyamole. Kuyamole maembe. Sai no muya, otorire ni bagatu abandi nayiga. Gantu bakira mbiye mono mwenzi pia zenge jogo ndengwe na abantu baminto. Ere unatu abera moyire boja na masabaino kuna nyasaye aturayiga. Abantu baminto bono bwande ndio bateme. Azo mwako yo mwete na ibura mahana amangi kuri umure iguru natugenda go tamo. Pero beriye na induto za mana bakenya bande, tukwane na bande. Tole nga kisura agenda ko tumutia tele. Pero kana tagari tangan ko makwanya. Ende kabere ko kampu ya mwana sama sabaino na kile ko pale no. Aende ko bateli no antami. Amangana yozi ndimu atebire. Wekera timete na rande delegation kana ndako waene keringa na igule. Tukwane na bande elindo togende ndeyemo tole na kanya togende mwanti tukwane na bande mwangere chibarane ndo kukwana na bantu bakene ato maminya zaya basendi togende ngo bamira ekalo tinga kitia ikiro boronge na ndo to karanta muna tole ga sendi muna tole ga tujaba tena muna togende rabonzi lakini na yeye ndiye mono hata wala ibai to bonzi ga abandi kubandi baba kwani abana bakwani tenge moto mali kagenda yangu wine ndio mara tubwente ngwino na ndio tunasubiriga abantu bamito ngampanje to bwene piko ndola yane na ndio na moja atolende kuna kwa kwenda ngibutio mwana kwa kelele.
That is Matiangi scene 1. Karibuni sana Bwana Ngasho, umepotea sana, sijui umekuwa wapi. Na nataka kwa reduce karibu. Guys, you have also to understand that political ambitions, kuna watu wale wanakuundanga. Yes, we might prefer an organic person. Maybe yule wajua nataka. But at the end of the day, hata kama tunasema mtu ni project, the truth of the matter is that you come from certain quarters of assembly. So mwanasiasa ni kuundwa naundwa. So maybe what we need to be talking about is do you think Matiangi has the qualities of being a leader? Looking at what he has done previously. Yeah. You know, it's an elite system always. Politics is an elite system. So kuna vile you climb hivi. And Gasho, nataka siku moja ukuja hapa pia you explain to guys how Putin became the president of Russia. It was not a walk in the park. I think he was a mayor or deputy mayor of a certain city in Russia, St. Petersburg. Then akakuja akakaribia hapo. Then finally, I think before the leader died, akampitisha. I think kama akamwanoint. So even if it is a system of oligarchy in a way, so ile kitu najaribu kusema ni ya kwamba kiongozi anapitishwa. So and at the end of the day tutaletewa kiongozi. That's what I'm trying to say. Kuna kabard, there is a group somewhere of power brokers. We cannot hide from them. Sisi we might be saying that we don't want a candidate of power brokers, but the truth of the matter is that these power brokers are the ones who propel people. So the question which we are supposed to ask ourselves is, huyu mtu, is he of a reasonable mind? Ni mtu mzuri? Yeah, I am seeing people having some negativity with the Matiang'i, but I hope that negativity will be dreaded by positivity. Anyway, we will monitor him. Bado tuko na miaka mbili. If he is a serious candidate, he will balloon. Yeah, if he is a serious candidate. So I hope he will be able to sustain the momentum for 2 years. So sustaining a campaign for 2 years is also another thing, guys corner, which we also need. I hope he will not wither along the way. There is a lot which is needed for a candidate for 2 years. So assembling, but I think it will be an association of groups. Matiang'i analeta wake, Wamunyoro anakuja na wake, Kalonzo anakuja na wake, Wamaro anakuja na wake, and some few Luya leaders also, and even Coast wanakuja na wake, na Northeastern wanakuja na wake. So it will be a mega association at the end of the day. But initially, we need to see the might. And of the declared ones, guys corner, I have to claim that Matiang'i has attracted enthusiasm. We cannot deny it. We can look at the other caricature later, but kuna vile mimi nimeona Matiang'i ni kama ameoneshana huo mwamko mpya. He did it very well. I think he did his assignment well. As a beginner in politics, huyu jamaa hajaikuwa kwa siasa. I give Matiang'i very high scores for what he has done today. Forget about how you will be able to coalesce and how you will be able to talk with others, because at the end of the day, we will need somebody who can deliver and work. He talked about hope. Unajua, I choose to concentrate with the messaging ili alileta. Matiang'i told us we should not give up on Kenya. It was a perfect messaging, guys corner. I wish you can reconsider and you evaluate him with a wide eye open. I think he is a better alternate to Ruto. Tulisema anything coming against Ruto is better. So we are waiting for that. Karibu sana Kipriro. We are waiting for that mega coalition which will come up. I hope it will come. We will be able to form. But sasa mimi ile uoga niko nayo, maybe Kipriro utaniambia ni the strategy we will be using to sustain it for 2 years. What will these principles be doing? How will we be assembling? Like Matiang'i, even if Matiang'i has not declared officially, hiyo tu kukaribishwa, ashaoneshana nia yake sasa. Hawezi kuwa anafanya zile vitu amefanya leo akapike ugali. He has done that because he want to be a president. So it means now he has to be doing this thing for the next 2 years. So I hope strategy yake sio sasa aende akapotelee New York tena. I don't know if he is still working in New York or what will happen. Ama sasa amekuja akasisimua ground apotee tena. So those are the things at least for the first time I have seen the unity of Kisis. I see a possibility whereby the Kisis will unite. And the beauty pia, the event of today have also brought shockwaves to Ruto. Nimesikia pia kampi ya Ruto kuna vile tu like kuna vile they reacted. I have several Kalenjin people, and especially with these miscalculations of Murkomen, I'm now hearing people have been killed in Baringo today as he was meeting, because ni kama anapiganisha, and there is a lot of resistance to that guy. And I'm now hearing some people in Kalenjin land wanasema Murkomen atoke. So there is that resistance. Then nasikia pia mazishi ya Kipngeno Rapngeny somewhere in ama alikuwa anaitwa aje, former minister. I'm hearing kuna mzee aliongea kwa uchungu sana kwa hiyo mazishi. So actually our boat could become bigger. I'm hearing, from what I'm hearing, even Kalenjins are up for grab ama wanaweza achilia Ruto. That is what the ground is saying. So si ati hata wakale wako na hanja na yeye. And there is a possibility Kalenjins could abstain 2027 kama tutafika huko. they might not want to associate with another person, wamwachilie, because nasikia roho wamekasirika sana. So hii kukasirika iko nchi mzima. So I just hope that Matiangi and all the other people, they will now be able to come together. At least he has shown that synergy. That is what we were expecting, and we now need these rallies to continue. Hata Kipuriri sasa, hata mama wetu, we need to see her rally in Kirinyaga. Kwanza kila mtu wa consolidate ground yake, because if everybody comes with his ground, hii kitu tunamaliza tu round one. Already Mlima Kenya tushamalizana na huyu beshte. So I think Mlima Kenya they need some few rallies, na hizo kura yote inakuwa consolidated vizuri. So I hope watasikizana vizuri na tukue na good working formula, and na tukue na technocrat team mzuri which will be able to show the way, na wale watuoneshe sura mzuri. I know right now Matiangi really want politicians, because politicians can really hunch votes, but pia tutataka kuona sura mzuri pale. Sisemi sura ya urembo, attractive faces in terms of brain. We will want to see that. Anyway, Kipril, hiyo ndio utangulizi wangu. You can react to Matiangism. You can react to Matiangism. Do you think he is somewhere, or he is the usual starter? Has he put you to some expectation, ama ni yule tu? Go ahead.
First of all, I want to celebrate the life of my brother's daughter, Peter Kuria. And there was a mass today, so tutamwombea Miss Mumbu Stone PK's daughter. Tulikuwa tunaona misa leo kwa live stream. Tunamwombea kabisa. I still pray for my brother. You know, it's not easy for a parent to bury a child, and I've been feeling his pain, because some of us tumepitia hiyo. So what I would like to talk about Matiang kwanza. I wish you played that video of Raila saying that Matiang haezi shika bei. Unakumbuka? Tuliambiwa
Nitatafuta tu just ongea, but I think now
tuliambiwa
Matiang'i can consolidate even now Raila votes now very well.
tuliambiwa kwamba Matiang is very small. I'm still for. I like the wave. Like, you know, for me, diehard. Well, Martha Karua, that's the next president of Kenya, but we like noises like this. Tunapenda sauti kama hizi. Because he went to New York because I remember when we were still at SCT News, tulisikia kwamba alifukuzwa. Ruto chased him out, and rumors were his life was in danger, and he needed to
Okay,
flee.
Kipril, kidogo ni kama napatana na breaking news hapa kidogo from nini, hebu niwasomee, utaendelea.
Yeah, hiyo vijana wetu.
That parliament. Filmmakers arrested: Nicholas Geshoke, Brian Andagara, Mark Karobio, among four documentary makers police have arrested from their studio. Yeah, Kipril, I will be back kidogo.
Hiyo ni ujinga, hiyo ni upumbavu. What we are seeing is fear from the one Arab Ruto. Anaogopa kwamba it's a bit shaky. It's very, very shaky because with the number of so-called opposition side anaogopa ni yeye tu amebaki na huyu mzee anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga, amenyamaza huko, hata msaidii. The last time I heard from Raila was the day alishiba, ana he has nothing. So that's the last. So I'm just thinking to myself, the only person I wish Njeru angekuwa akifanya hizi vitu ya kutoroka toroka. The only thing that concerns me having this conversation by myself with the audience is Kalonzo inaonekana analipwangwa 2 million 2 million Kenya shillings every week or 1 million to shut down the opposition. Hata inaonekana kwamba Ruto wants to bribe him with running mate for 2027. So Kalonzo for me is very slippery. But apparently kulikuwa na kamkutano mtoto wa Gideon, I think one of his sons was getting married, Gideon Moi. Uhuru Kenyatta was there and Kalonzo. I didn't see no representatives of the so-called government of Kenya to come for that. Remember that Gideon Moi has a grudge with Ruto kwa sababu Ruto alimtema kabisa, and the Standard has been hitting Ruto. I'm sure you guys have been seeing those headlines for the last few months where Gideon Moi has been hitting him hard na kumfinya. Unaona? So for me, I'm seeing there's a reckoning. I'm still very quiet. It's 1 month towards finance bill again, where our pockets are going to be ripped again as Kenyans because the taxes are just too high. The economic shift of the world, it's not a very good time to steal. China is suffering. Trump's tariffs are coming in. We're all still recovering from COVID. The COVID mess that the world, hiyo kitu ya lockdown ilikuwa ujinga sana. So a lot of economies are still trying to recover from that COVID nonsense. And here's a man who's trying to steal from the people. Kuja kutufinya. So this is a very bad time to steal because I don't see the difference between Uhuru and Ruto. They are both thugs. They're both thieves. But this man is stealing at the wrong time. So Kenyans have no patience. So I'm yet to see what happens in 2025 finance bill. See if Kenyans will be up in arms ama tutanyamaza tukae tukikimya tukifinywa we just look like North Korea where you steal to eat, because that's what I feel we're heading towards, because industries are failing. Hatuna pesa. This man just keeps stealing. Tuko kwa shamba la wanyama kama Wakenya. Animal farm. Where to be rich in Kenya, you have to be a politician, not the other way around, where I have worked hard for decades, build up to industry. The only person that I see is doing it the right way, where you've build a business, you've done well, ni huyo mtu wa sports pesa, labda yeye peke yake. But the rest have become rich over this, where oh my god, ulisikia hii mjinga wa ridiculous. Somebody, sometimes I look at these people where we used to admire them politically. Mtu wa ridiculous, jipevu. Tulikuwa hata na mpaka mtu alikuwa anatupatia wimbo Huyu mtu alikuwa aitwaje huyu? Jagwa had a very good song, but somehow once they get into politics wanakuwa washenzi sana. You can't even recognize some of them. Anyway, Matiang's future, whether he runs or not, we need to hear his voice. People like Njeru are of the opinion that anything but Ruto, but I can't support Matiang personally. I can't support Gachagua personally, but I understand why people are following them, because these people have done atrocious things um, to our community, to our society, to our people. There are deaths that are in the hands of Matiang. There are deaths that are in the hands of Gachagua. Kalonzo is one of the most corrupt people. Huyo amekula pesa mingi sana huyo. He still has scandals behind him in EACC, anti-corruption. So I'm not trying to put a drag on it. It just looks like that is what Kenyans want to head towards. We have similar things here in the UK where, for those who are in the UK, Nigel Farage ameshinda viti mingi hapa, the local authorities, and that is a pure racist. Lakini mko sawa tu. So human beings are very weird. Very weird. Sometimes you may think you think like them, but they don't think like you. You will have arguments with people. No, no. You can't reason with society as a whole. Haja declare lakini ni sawa, we'll see. Hmm? But anyway, kudos to Matiang'i. Niliona hiyo crowd yake huko uh, huko Kisilan was good. Let's see what Gypsy Corner is saying. I have never admired any politician. Matiang is a Uhuru project and it's taking Kenya backwards. I agree with you. Watu ni projects. Yusuf anasema good afternoon comrades. Say hello. Yusuf the car doctor. Watu wawili na pikipiki walai wanafanya kazi kama watu wa Kaspool wamefurahi na Kenya imeanguka juu ya hiyo kazi. Gani is around and in the house. Let's make Kenya great again. Sasa matwins wako hapo. Sasa tunangojea tu matusi kutoka ya defendant. Sijui anakuanga na jitanga Q KK. Amenyamaza sana rafiki yako. Wapi KK? Na ule mse mwingine Wandem. Wamedisappear, wameenda wapi marafiki zetu? Yusuf, why do you think that it's too early? Si mlikuwa mnasema mnamtaka kuja waongee. Many of you came on the show and said you wanted Matiang'i to come. Kwa mnamuita. Sinjui sasa, what are you going to do? Hello, brother Benson. I follow your show and people please subscribe to his channel. Why am I waking people up? I'm not waking people up. I'm just telling you reality. Mnapiganga kelele ya impatience, mnasema mnataka mtu akuje aongee. Sinjui yako hapa sasa. Matiang'i is here, then what? Mhm. Matiang'i is here. Sasa tufanye nini? There's nothing he's going to change. Kwanza he's one of the orchestrators of stealing elections. You know that? Yeye ndio alisaidia Uhuru kuiba kura ya Raila Amolo Odinga. These are things I can never forget. You know, mi kitu moja mi sipendangi ni ile kitu tunaitanga electoral injustice. And we are supporting. Sasa huyu eh, huyu atatusaidia aje sasa? Huyu Matiang'i. Yeah, there's somebody more popular than Ruto, but ngoja tuone Yusuf anasema nini. All politicians are the same in Kenya. Actually, I want him to remove Ruto if he can. Atamtoa aje? Haisi mtoa. Do you know that the biggest thief of elections is actually Ruto? Na yeye ndio alianza hii ujinga yote. You know he tried to steal for Raila Amolo Odinga. He tried to steal for Raila Amolo Odinga. That is Ruto. Wakashikwa. And then the other side, Kibaki tried to steal this team. That was one of the worst elections we ever had in Kenya. Because there was no clear winner because of theft. And that is when elections started badly. That is when we lost the sense of elections in Kenya. Where everybody was trying to steal. Now it's common. From the time this old man aliachilia he refused to give up and let somebody else try. Yeah? Hello Mary Wanaina, Njeru as usual anaacha mtu kwa show na sijui anaenda wapi. Sasa mimi naongea peke yangu. Perspective is the key. Lazima KK supporters wasikie kiwaru. Mary, why are you so happy about Matiang'i? Njaru umeniacha hapa na monologue kwa nini? You like punishing your guests.
No. Ni vile nimeitwa na singekataa kuenda. Pole, ndio nilikwambia tu pole. Sorry for that. Go ahead now. Ongea about Matiang'i.
Nisha mtukana na nimemwacha.
Ndio
Ndio
uko na
naona pia
candidate
nyakaka
yako.
amekuja.
Sasa hebu
Kwa
nikuulize,
sababu
what you are supposed to tell us na karibuni, what you are supposed to tell us is how Matiang'i and Martha Karua should work together. Who should be the senior of the other one? Because
Martha Karua
for maximum
counts
results.
first. Nyinyi mmekuwa mmeimba Matiang'i and you forget is one of the thugs that stole the elections on behalf of Uhuru. Na muna forgive too.
On
You
behalf of
know,
Uhuru,
yes,
2017 or
both
2022?
2013 to 2017.
Hapana, 2013 Matiang'i was not in government.
No, sorry, 2017, apologies, 2017. Alisaidia hiyo kitu bana. Watu waliumia bana. Got hurt. Ngoja anko kidogo. Alafu, I was just telling the audience here about Kalonzo.
No,
Kalonzo
but
is another.
don't you think now, unajua, I want us to audit, I want us to audit what has happened. But don't you think Matiang'i as a non-politician, somebody who has never had a rally in his life,
Who said
doing
so?
whatever he has done today, don't you see he is beyond reproach?
What are you trying to say is not a politician? He is a politician and always
No,
has been a
Matiang'i is not a
politician.
politician.
Yes, he has. Forget about protocols of Kenya. Msiasa tangu akuwe siasa amekuwa kukuwa akienda kwa mkutano na marallies on behalf of his party. So acha kunidanganya hapa.
No, but he has not gotten a political seat. He has
Why
never been a deputy.
what is this protocol nonsense? That is in Kenya politics is politics.
It talks a lot.
You're
He's
being
not
technical.
extremely consumed into politics, and he can reshape things. He is like he is on a balance point.
Ana. We are
Haya,
in
endelea.
Lululand because now people are like, oh, don't lose momentum. How long is he going to take for the next 2 years? You see, na nyinyi mlikuwa mnawika hapa juu ya sijui mnataka akuja ongee. Do you see? Do you see how Kenyans have a short memory span? Sasa now they are looking at the opposite. Oh, sijui kama ataweza Ruto. Oh, doubt. Me, niko na
Let me
Martha
ask you a
Karua, but
question.
I'm seeing your people.
Kipril,
I'm seeing your people are in doubt. Why?
Kipril kidogo. Let
You
me ask you.
hailed him to come. Samefika. Now I'm already hearing doubting
Hao
Thomas.
watu wa Matiang'i leo walilipwa. Did they pay people to come out?
Well, that was genuine. That was 100% organic. Hiyo siwezi
Now,
kumtolea.
then it says a lot. If Kisii people have come out and they have shown they can support
Nitafutie
that
hiyo
guy.
clip. Nitafutie hiyo clip ya Raila please. Ujanipatia.
Haya ni sawa, wacha
Clip.
wengine waongee, sababu umesema nilikuacha kwa monologue. Let me allow others to speak. So let Neutral speak. I know Neutral is rubbish Matiang'i.
Asunajua yako kwa Raila bana.
It's your decision.
Raila ndaka.
There's no problem. I know Penny Nyagaka will atakuja kusema hey, Penny Nyagaka is his day to day. Leo najua talk line. I know you are talk line.
Mimi nishajua Matiang'i sasa. Penya kaka
Neutral.
ata
I
praise
know you are talk
Matiang'i
line.
from
Neutral najua Neutral ataanzia what nonsense are you people celebrating. Neutral, go ahead.
Good evening, folks, and also those who are participating on the chat. First, I want to say that our brother here, Njiru, he loves starring SHIT. Anapenda ile moto alafu anatoka anarudi anaweka moto nyingine hapo kidogo. Unapenda kustar SHIT, lakini hiyo si shida. So I'm not very keen on following Mr. Matiangi's plans because I've given my position on this here before. And I think the last time I tried to explain myself, I offended a few people because of the position that I took. And I also agree with Kipril when he said that we seem to have a national amnesia, that that memory of a goldfish. Have you ever ushai kuwa na goldfish kwa fish tank? Umemwona? Ujue vile that fish has a very small memory, and that's why the memory of a goldfish, and that's not to insult a goldfish, but it looks like this is something so general about the people of a post-colonial thing called Kenya. We just forget so soon, and we put everything under the carpet, and that's why you find that people will be celebrating terrorists, they'll be celebrating persecutors, they'll be celebrating the so-called lords of poverty, they'll be celebrating all manner of people who oppress them, even the preachers, the pastors, the bishops who oppress them. We celebrate them, and that's the goldfish memory that we have, and we have to change that. I think instead of just us talking about it, I think we also need to find how we can change that. We challenge these things, like the way we are challenging these things here. And even when we disagree with each other, that means that we're saying, no, this is enough. We have to forge forward and change our tack, because this is one of the biggest problems we have as a culture, as a nation, is that we celebrate things that we shouldn't. In fact, if you compare our nation to many countries that are developing, we are celebrating politicians, while other countries, they would be celebrating artists, sports people, sportsmen and sportswomen. Our politicians are our celebrities and our pastors, and this is a disaster. And that's the way I can describe our situation at the moment. But we can change all this, Anyway, I wanted to ask a question to our brother here, Kipril. And please forgive me if I sound that I'm profiling you. But all I'm trying to say is something to do with our conflicts in Kenya. Why do people in Rift Valley still use spears and arrows to sort their issues with other communities or within their own communities and also with the authorities? The reason why I'm asking this question, there's no glamorized death. Death is death. And if you want to injure someone, you can clobber them, you can stone them, you can even mentally annoy them, you can shoot them. But me, I don't understand how the people in parts of Rift Valley are still recycling things in order to make arrows and spears. It's not a cultural thing. They're not hunting like the Hadzabe in northern Tanzania. They're using it to sort their problems. I'm not saying now they should resort into guns. Just 2 seconds. I'm not suggesting that they should now resort to guns. But I'm saying that this thing, I find it difficult to understand. Personally, I find it difficult to understand. Okay, back in the day, even say up to the late 1980s, when you entered a Luo home in the village, there was a spear somewhere in that house and 1 or 2, 3 arrows. These became just symbolic. They were not really used. But if you went to places like Sondu, those areas where there were ethno-national conflicts between Luos and other tribes, yes, those were used for defending themselves. It is less now. I am asking, what is the problem in Rift Valley? Why do they have to terrorize each other and their communities and their neighbors? Is there a way this can stop? Sisemi ati sasa muanze kutumia AK-47. Aya, asante.
That's a backhanded slap, eh? It's like me asking, mbona watu
Pole
wa
sana,
Lake
pole.
nyinyi watu wa Lake mnapenda mawe sana. It's the same thing, Ni ile siku mnaambiwanga watu wa kung'oa reli, watu wa kutupa mawe. It's the same thing, It's just culturally, like, they're just politicians who will use some of the youths to cause mayhem, cattle rustling. We've talked about this stuff before. So we cannot put a whole community and tell us in backhanded that we are backwards. Americans still carry guns. Vikings. There are people who do these things culturally and hold weapons of tradition. So if some people still use it in a negative way, you cannot just castigate a whole community like that. It's out of hand. It's those are politicians who use the youths to do that for cattle rustling. It's a big business down there in the valley. And it's with the Pokot, with the Turkana, with the Samburu, generally the Ma people and ourselves who are used to do this. But generally, we don't do that. It's a big business. I wish I could have time to explain that. But let's not go there. Let's talk politics. Yeah. Let's talk politics.
Kipril.
Yeah.
This is not something you should be afraid of discussing.
Who said I'm
Because
afraid of it? I just think it's unfair. What are you saying? Unasema kwamba watu wetu are backwards because we have bows and arrows.
Kipril,
No.
mtulie kidogo kwanza.
anatajwa kama mmoja wa wale ambao wanamezea mate kiti cha urais mwaka 2027. Na ziara yake hiyo ikivutia umati mkubwa wa wananchi wenye ari na matumaini mapya, huku akitoa wito wa umoja na kuwataka Wakenya kujiandaa kwa safari mpya ya kisiasa. Haya hapa maelezo kamili ya ziara hiyo ya historia na mwanahabari wetu Ibrahim Karanja. Kaunti za Nyamira na Kisii ziligeuka kuwa vitovu vya siasa za kitaifa. Maelfu ya wananchi walipojitokeza barabarani na mitaani kumpokea Fred Matiang'i, aliyekuwa waziri wa usalama wa ndani, katika ziara yake ya kwanza hadharani tangu majina yake yaanze kutajwa kama mgombea urais wa Kenya mwaka 2027. Mji wa Kisii ulisimama ghafla. Maduka yakafungwa, magari yakasimama na umati ukamiminika hadi ukalazimisha mkutano uliopangwa kufanyika kwenye uwanja wa mzunguko wa Capital kuhamishwa uga wa Gusii Stadium kutokana na wingi wa watu na shangwe zilizotanda hewani. Matiang'i akiongozana na magavana Simba Arati wa Kisii na Amos Nyaribo wa Nyamira pamoja na maseneta na wabunge wa eneo hilo alitumia majukwaa mbalimbali kuwasihi wananchi kushikamana na kujiandaa kwa safari mpya ya kisiasa na kuwarai wananchi kutokata tamaa na Kenya.
Tusipoteze imani. Let us not lose hope in our country. Tukae na imani. We are a country that is built on resilience. Hizi shida zote tuko nazo hapa, tushikane sisi wote. Siku hiyo ikifika tutavuka hiyo daraja na tutaenda mbele. Mungu atatusaidia kufix hiyo maneno ili nchi iwe sawa sawa.
Katika hotuba yake yenye uzito wa kisiasa, Matiang'i alisisitiza haja ya umoja wa kitaifa na kuahidi kufanya kazi na viongozi wenye maono sawa ili kuleta mabadiliko ya kweli.
I want to tell you this, my friend, because I know when there are challenges in a country such as we have now, and we have many challenges, let us not pretend we have serious challenges. We can very easily be tempted to miss each other, we start beating each other, we divided and to mess ourselves up and destroy our country.
Viongozi wa eneo hilo walimpa baraka zao hadharani, wakiahidi kutembea naye kila kona ya nchi na kumpigia debe kama kiongozi anayestahili kuongoza taifa.
Akutana na kila mmoja ambaye anagombea kiti na kila kabila, wapate kukaa chini, tupate kupata kiongozi wetu kula hapa. Wanaume waonane kwa da. Hatutaki mitina yoyote kwa kijana yetu. Ndio kubaliana hiyo. Tumpatie ruhusa aende kutafuta marafiki watusaidie kwa hiyo kazi ya president. We want a good country. We want a country that is fair. A country that respects young men. A country that takes students to school.
Hili lilionekana kama mwanzo wa muungano mpya wa upinzani unaolenga kupambana na Rais William Ruto kwenye uchaguzi ujao. Mwisho wa ziara hiyo, Matiang'i aliwaacha wananchi na ujumbe wa matumaini na ari mpya na kusema kuwa safari ndio imeanza na wakati ukifika watavuka pamoja. Wajiandae, wachukue kura na wawe tayari kuandika historia mpya ya Kenya. Ibrahim Karanja, MTV.
Huyo jamaa bana. Peni nyakaka, can you react? Huyo ni
Ngoja kidogo tukumaliza na Belfast.
Okay.
Waja nikusaidie. Kiprio. No. Let Kipril finish what he was trying to tell us, and then we can proceed, please.
You see,
Thank
the
you.
problem is Belfast. You're taking the negativity of our culture. Yeah, that's a separate issue. If they're using bows and arrows to steal, kutumia kitamaduni yetu. You know, for me, if I don't have money, for example, I don't have money, I don't have cattle, right? I would take a bow and arrow, and I still want to keep that tradition. Take a bow and arrow, go to the house of the girl I want to marry in place of cattle, and show that I will be able to defend her and also provide for her. It's the same thing as seeing, unajua umekuwa na wazungu sana, umesahau kitamaduni zako and you've stopped becoming a pan-Africanist. So yes, you see negativity being used by this thing, but the way you are looking down on our culture is a bit shameful. Yeah. And just trying to say, the way you've stated it, you're making us look backwards. You're not looking at it, say, and just putting it aside. Okay, why don't you just isolate cattle rustling? Why don't you isolate violence, but not come and say the tools or our traditions or what I want to keep as bows and arrows. You're making us sound backwards, and that is what it feels like. I don't like that, Belfast. I don't. Sipendi sana. You've said you people of Rift Valley. Why are you still? It's not a nice way. If indeed you want to talk about cattle racing, there's a big story about that. If you want to talk about violence that's happening between those communities due to this cattle rustling thing or unrests, even modern weapons are being used in these violent cases. We have a lot of AK-47s in Pokot. We have ukienda huko juu, especially down in the valley huko Baringo, kuja huko Turkana, Pokot, West Pokot, there are guns. So coming to tell us, oh, nyinyi, why I cannot see why you guys are going to get bows and arrows. Sasa unajua wazungu they've tried so hard to keep some of their cultures and keep they will go and put swords in museums. Wanakuja hata wanaiba zetu hapa. They come and steal our artifacts and then display them in London. And then you will go with your family and say, oh, this is from Kenya. This is the bow and arrows that are from Kenya. And then ukikuja kwa issue wanakuja to look down on us. Shame on you.
I think you took it personal.
I have to take it personal.
What I meant
Because
was,
you stated it that way. You said you people of Rift
Waja
Valley.
wengine niseme kitu bwana.
okay, I'll just finish by saying what I stated there.
Now you see,
To me,
you've highlighted something on the comments there. I think Ruto has brought you. Yeah, that's true.
no, listen,
Yeah, you told
we're
me to
living
bring
in.
my community down.
Okay, I am sorry if that's how you feel, but that's not what my question was meant to do. I didn't mean to come here to offend people from your community. What I find difficult is what I find difficult to understand is how is it possible that even today, in an industrial scale, the young people in the so-called Kalenjin community can be, can be told to go and manufacture these things to terrorize each other and to terrorize other people, politically or in the case of land, as we saw last week. You said that I'm trying to make the community sound backward. In effect, you've answered my question, because I think it's backward that this is still happening. There's nothing glamorous about making spears and arrows to terrorize each other. Nothing. Even the Luo community and other communities used to make these things. But now it's hard, you will hardly see them, even at a ceremonial level, that they're being brandished about. I think I can count the communities in Nyanza that, show or produce these things. And I think that the only part of Luo land, for example, where these are still used is around the borders there in Sondu area. The people of Nyakach and across the road in parts of Sondu going to Rift Valley and maybe Nandi Hills, Moroni, those areas. This is a very, very shameful thing. And I stand by my position, not to say that Kalenjin people are ignorant or backward. And it's not the only community. I mean, this is spread in many parts of Africa. And there is no grammarized death. Death is death. But my position is that we have to find solutions to our problems. And I think that in 2007, 2008, there were more deaths by this kind of weapons that was used, plus machetes. And if we're not careful, this is the same thing that might happen in 2027. And I'm not a predictor. I'm just saying that from what I saw last week, that was, televised, it is quite shameful. And it's a fact that it happened in that part of Rift Valley. Yes, the Pokots do it, the Turkana, way up north in different parts of, even going to the Ugandan border. But I am so sorry if you think that I came here to shame the people of Kalenjin community. That was not my wish to do that. I was simply asking a question, and if it sounds ignorant, I am very sorry. Thank you.
Sawa, Kipril atajibu baadaye. Wacha tusikie we need Penny Nyakaka to react. So,
Asante sana
we need to react. Utuambie kama basi imetoka station. As you speak, nitakuwa nikitafutia mkereketo hii video yake ya Agwambo. Alafu tuone. Go ahead.
Asante sana Njiru. Very first, the question in itself is very negative. It's very negative in the sense that you touch the crisis of last week, crisis of say Monday, Tuesday, where they went to get the land that the colleges were given in the Masai land by Mr. Kenyatta, and Mr. Moi gave them the titles. And then when they get that's the foundation of your question as to why they came up with spears and arrows and all that. Those are the fighting tools that the people at that place have at hand. They're fighting tools to do the most damage that they could do. You have not said that it is okay. Then your question implies that therefore it is positive whether they went to take the land by force that was given to them by Mr. Kenyatta to stop the couriers from Tanzania from invading all the Masai land. And that in itself, other than questioning it, the tools that they were using, those were the tools of the people that they were using, that they have used for the last 50, 60 years back. And that's what they have. They have had those tools and they have not used them because they have no need to use the tools. So Belfast, to create any problem in Kisii, you will see the Chinkororo, you will see all the people come from the ground, but they are there. So the tools that they had to use whatever they had to use, and that's what they had to do. Now, Kibrio, you answered the question very well, lakini ukiendelea ku explain, that's where you got negative. It is very simply a question of having the most tools that do the most damage to anybody that disturbs you. Ya Kibrio kusema ya kwamba Ruto amini Raila ameibiwa. In 1997, Raila and Kibaki and Matiba were defeated in the elections by Moi. The election was stolen from them. Monday, they went to court. By Friday, Raila was a minister of energy and secretary to Kanu. Okay? So they paid him back in kind in 2007. That was a payment, 2007, of 1997. If you can't go that far back, so be it. But since tunajua, that is exactly what happened in 1997, and then it was paid in 2007. Na Njiru, your question ya kwamba Matiang'i ameenda Kisii. The bus has left. The bus left the station like a month ago when Matiang'i came to Kenya, and It is very wonderful idea, like ya kwamba he went through Nyaribari. He went down Nyaribari from Keroka, from Gechauri. That's a settlement. That's everybody is there. And then he went to Keroka, then Keubu, not very far from where I come from, and then the Kisi town. Then he went to Okwao, Uko Mali, where he grew up. He was really born in South Mugrango, but he grew up in North Mugrango. So the point that they are making was a very good speech. Nimeiangalia nyingi sana, but most of them were very positive. Matiang'i is saying that he will engage everybody in Kenya so that they will give him the opportunity to serve the Kenyans. He stopped, he introduced the new TVs and the new stations in Kenya, ICT. He stopped the people stealing elections. Mutiani exams, where the students from Moi secondary school, the Moi Kabarak schools, walikuwa na make all A's, sababu zilikuwa zinakuwa doctored. And that is the failure that we have had in Kenya when Moi was president, that had most people make A's that really did not make A's. Now, when Matiang'i came through, he changed it to the what is really a modern educational system. Ya kwamba if any school, in any given school, if they do the tests, they will get naturally so many people will make A's and so many people will make B's and it's etc. Lakini what Matiang'i has done, he has been accepted all over Kenya. And yes, very fast. Ask the questions, you will get the answers. Since we never asked the question in Ruto, we supported him and we have seen what he has done. So let it be that the future of Kenya will be determined by the people of Kenya. What this guy is doing in Ruto is really negative. Ya kwamba the Kipski study is attacking now upper where he was fighting. The watu yeah. And who is going to vote him in if he is not going to be listened to even by his own people? Charity begins at home. So Matiang'i came home, and some of us were very proud of him because he explained everything in simple terms in Kisi mostly, then it went to Swahili and English. But ile alikuwa anazungumza kwa Kisi, wengine tulikuwa tunasikia, and we were very proud and happy of him. Lakini what will happen is that most Kenyans will have to choose who is the president. And we have had the elections of Kenya being directed by the Kenyans, other than the 2007 elections, which most of us would agree was stolen from Raila. None, zero, was even attempted to be stolen from by anybody. What the Mori was doing was manipulation. He paid these people to these people, where if you combine the numbers of Kibaki and Matiba, he could have won the elections. And the constitution of Kenya is written behind those ideas of 50 plus 1, because Moi won the elections by 39%. Wengine walipata 1 point, 33 na 29. Ungeongeza hizo zote pamoja, Moi could have been beaten. But he manipulated the system to where he is. So right now, let us all accept wow, I'm about to kuhapa, Jiru. We have to accept the fact that whatever the Ruto does will not steal these elections. We know that he is in power. He has all the tools of doing whatever he wants to do, but he has damaged and they had made so many people wamechukia hata watu ya nyumbani kwao. So there is no way he can win these elections. So let us not use the idea kwamba ameiba, wameibiwa. That should even be a relic of the past. So personally kusema ya kwamba 97 was the payment of 2007 was payment of 97. Hiyo tu. Lingine ni vile you add. Ukiweka Wajaluo na Waluya na either Wakikuyu ama Wakale mutashinda. So that is where we are right now. We cannot change any of what we do now. So ukiweka watu ya mountain na watu wengine, because the people of the mountain vote together. The people from Luo don't vote that much, but whoever votes vote together. So let us add those numbers and go from there. Thank you very much, Jiru.
Aya, ni sawa Penny Nyagaka. Neutral, can you react to that? Kabla tupate Kipril. Do you think Penny Nyagaka amereact vizuri ama he has captured what Matiang'i is bringing to the table?
Penny is usually very conservative-minded. His liberal strands are very, very, very limited, and I believe that his conservative position about issues is okay because that's the way he feels about things. You know, he describes situations like elections in Kenya, saying that they are not rigged. In particular situations, he says they are rigged. I've known Penny for quite some time, and I know that when he was talking about the elections here, he was contradicting himself. But mostly he leans always to a certain conservative position, which is very unfair. You know, if you consider what has happened to the population of Kenya, what people have gone through in corrupt elections, you know, but that's Penny Nyagaka's point. I believe that something we have in Kenya, and you know, we can change our minds anytime we want to, and we cannot be so rigid about our thinking. And I believe that I'm one of those people who saw Mr. Raila Odinga as a very staunch patron of justice. But I changed my mind radically because I was looking at how someone who is so young, like the president of Burkina Faso and Mali, and the other one for Niger, how they have managed to steer those Sahel countries, and those are military young people, you know. And then I compared with our politicians, and I thought that I think I have been doing myself a lot of injustice to think that these leaders in Kenya have been serious about change. They've not been serious about reforms. And I think part of the problem is that we localize this thing within our ethnic identity. It is so sad because I believe that, and Penny will be so annoyed, but I will say it. I believe that Penny will not support Matiang'i if Matiang'i did not come from his community. I believe this. It's the same situation that a lot of us in our communities were supporting certain leaders. Even though I have always said on this platform that mine was to support Martha Karua because of her consistency. I would never support, for example, Kalonzo Musyoka because we know his track record. And Mr. Odinga has always been in government in one way or another, despite what has happened during the elections. So what I'm saying is that it is not too late for people to change their minds, but it's very difficult to try to convince people that don't just support someone just because they come from your community. Right now, the people of the Kisii community, of the Gusii community, they're so happy. I know people of the Gusii community who would never have supported Fred Matiang'i 7, 8 years ago. Let's say 8 years ago. when he was a education minister, and over 200 schools were being torched. Dormitories, administration blocks were burning. And I'm sure people who support Matiang'i will say that it was because of his radical reforms of schools. That's why cartels were telling children to burn the schools. My position is different from that. The schools were burning because the education system was so antique. The education system needs reform. How can you want children to go to class at 4 or 5 in the morning to start preparing for the day? What kind of nonsense is that? These are children. They need to be led to be children so that they can go to class, start their lessons at a good time, 8, 9 in the morning. They wind up and then they go and have healthy, health and well-being situations such as sports in the afternoon or in the evening. These are the things that the children were asking for. People are saying that it was something to do with exams during Matiang'i's role at education department. That he was being opposed, and that's why the schools were burning. There were people who were funding the schools. There's something called NIS, or those departments that deal with the investigations in Kenya. Are you saying that these people didn't know what was happening? Really? So when I hear people supporting Mr. Matiang'i, saying that he was the best thing since sliced bread in a very, very corrupt regime, and I can't even mention some of the things that Mr. Matiang'i has been accused of doing, and not just him. There are people in the opposition and in Ruto's government and in Uhuru's government who are just like him. We have to be brave enough to say, if Mr. Matiang'i is going to launch a campaign to convince Kenyans that he has changed and he is responsible for some of those things that happened, then maybe Kenyans can change their minds. But at the moment, as it stands, we are not being told what this person did in the past and what he is able to change in his way of doing things, because this is the reason why we have problems, because we have people in office who did terrible things and then they were campaigning saying that they will change things, and they didn't do that. And that's how we will recycle someone like Matiang'i coming from the woodworks like that. So I have a very, very difficult position about someone like Matiang'i, because I just see him as one of the people who has messed up the country. Education in Kenya, Kenya, we don't have minerals that you can say is commercial in terms of drawing huge revenue for the country. So education is like, no, education is like what most Kenyan people look forward to. They think that if they go to school or college or university or even a technical institution, they're going to get a good job or do something with their lives. But when you have education that is politicized, right from something called NAT and those unions that run the power games between unions and government, and then when you have politicians like Matiang'i who said that they make unilateral decisions and then the education system will change in Kenya. Do you know that so many children died in those fires in schools when Matiang'i was education minister? What have we now that we can say that Matiang'i has changed, or he can come to a podium and tell Kenyans this is what happened. I am sorry, we can't repeat this thing. He can be brave enough to say those things to Kenyans. And I'm sure if he says that, then maybe Kenyans can change their mind. But at the moment, I find that Matiang'i has a lot to explain, like most Kenyan politicians. And that's how I feel about Mr. Fred Matiang'i. Thank you.
Okay,
Um,
Kiprio, you can react.
I'm of the same opinion. But you know, as usual, because I'm seeing here, even with the comments, Helen of Troy is saying that he likes or she likes the fact that Matiang'i alienda home kuuliza permission. You know, we are of the same opinion in 2022, where we're like, oh look, Raila has gone to ask for permission from his people. This frenzy or these acts of again, we're following crowds. This again the perception, this perception of popularity that Kenyans are chasing. We're not looking for good leadership like Martha Karua. Uh, we're not looking at. I wish Kenyans we can mature enough to look at people and follow people for their principles. We're only looking for popularity. Even now, the way we are talking, yeah, and Jeru, we're talking about, oh, consolidate your community first. We're talking regional, or go take Western, go take this place, go and you know, do all this stuff, while we should be thinking about people's track record. Yeah, people are not looking at the past and seeing the sort of um, harm some of these people have done to us. Kalonzo should have left politics a long time ago. Raila should have left politics a long time ago, because they keep ruining things for us. We see the same faces. Why don't you give other people a chance? Yeah, that's why I don't even mind looking at Morara nowadays. I'm like, yeah, go ahead, son, do your thing. Yeah, although he's got some scandals online, those are little blemishes compared to how I'm seeing these senior politicians are doing. So for me, I'm of the opinion, yeah, I'll watch. If it's a way to remove Ruto, go ahead, Kenyans. But I'll tell you, there's a better option with Martha Karua. That's what I'll see, and I will continue singing that song till uh, Helen of Troy. Sorry, nimeguza wire. Yeah, I'll continue singing the song of Martha Karua till mutaskia. Hmm? People's Liberation Party. That is me. Hiyo ni wimbo yangu. Umeanza kunigonga. It's a long time since I've seen Ann. Nimekamiss. How is the little one? How is the little one, Ann? Usalamie. Anyway, that's it for me. Salamia mtoto bana.
So mi
Salam
Kiprio,
children.
kuna kitu nataka kujua hapa, even as we talk about all this. So now Matiang'i ametokezea. I know maybe some of us they don't want to hear. They don't want to hear about Matiang'i, which is okay. At the end of the day, we will need somebody to be an alternate to Ruto. We need somebody to be an alternate to Ruto ili tuende pale kwa debe. Human being,
Ngoja, ona, you see, hata kwanza nataka JM kuja hapa kwa. He's a very good panelist. Again, following crowds. Look at that. Again, perception. Do you know how elections are done in Europe or the US? No, US, wachana na US. US mnapenda crowd. In Europe, we don't do crowds. We follow policies. Ask Belfast hapa. Hakuna mambo ya mtaenda kwa TV
lakini si
muongee.
Matiang'i ako na
Don't follow.
policy. Si alisema tutulie,
Lakini
life
wao
isiongelee.
unaona, no, my argument is look at how Kenyans are reacting to the crowd, not the policy. Everybody is reacting to the crowd he pulled.
Yeah,
Angefanya kwa
it is the
TV.
first basis of politics
This is
anywhere. Hata Marekani
that is
wanatakanga.
America. America is
It
also
shows
full of
enthusiasm.
garbage.
It shows
Yeah,
enthusiasm.
it's
How are
garbage.
Yeah,
people
but
going to
Jeru,
say?
Jeru, what Kipril is saying is just even look at the logistics and the crowd mentality, and even how the crowds are prepared you find that our politicians, they take over the streets of small and big towns. We've discussed this thing here before. Why should the clock
Belfast, let me ask you a
stop
question.
in a town?
Hold on.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
No, Belfast, let me ask you a question. We had a local elections in the whole of the UK. Uliona rally ngapi huko Belfast? I just want to ask you that question. Then utaendelea. I just want you to tell me. Just explain to me how many rallies did you see in the UK?
Okay, for us, because of devolution, our elections, last local elections was 2 years ago. So you guys were enjoying yours today, since yesterday. But I'm sure, like here, hakuna ati rallies, hakuna. Si ati lazima tufuatane na wazungu, lakini hakuna rallies. If you're that desperate, unaenda unagonga mlango za watu.
That
Yani
is
people
better
will,
actually. Gonga
sindio?
mlango. I prefer that. Enda gonga msalamiane huko na watu. Na uende what do? They go to community centers and talk to the people. Vitu ndogo ndogo tu easy. Don't spend too much money.
Yes,
Endelea.
that thing, we started it in Kenya. We saw where in the last few years, there's been town halls, and the politicians in Kenya have been trying to set up something similar to other countries. But for some reason, they are not consistent. They then go and parade themselves, landing in choppers, and then parade themselves. Yani, it's disgusting. You know, yani, hii kitu inaniumiza sana. Mtu anakulipa so that you can go and attend a rally. And someone will give you something, a pittance, so you can go and attend a rally. And that happens even today. Those people who went to Matiangi's rallies, I am telling you, there has to be a section, a mass group of people who were paid to attend. This does not happen. Even, I'm telling you, even there's so many African countries that don't even do this. You see? So we have commercialized our politics. And that's why I'm saying that we're not there yet with this particular Matiangi or any other person that we see at the moment. It's so difficult to imagine who is this person that can remove Ruto easily. You know, I just can't imagine. Right now, I can't. You know, because we know he's going to rig. That one we know. Okay. But I want someone who can just walk into the campaigns and convince people that there is some change that is coming. The only person I would have imagined that could have done that was, in the words of Martha Karua, when I become Justice Minister, come VP, whatever, Deputy President, that time of the campaign, she said, hey, mimi, nitafunga watu, but I will do it legally, but I will jail them. I will not care who you are. Martha Karua is known as the only one of very few Kenyan politicians who has ever resigned. She resigned. There was no Kikuyism at CG, what. The person that she resigned from the government was from Mount Kenya, Mwai Kibaki. And she was the chief agent of Mwai Kibaki in 2007. But she decided to, yani, she's that consistent. If there were a couple of Martha Karuas in our state of affairs, then I could say we have some luck here. And I don't want to paint a toxic picture, Bwana Nyagaka, because I'm sure you're pained by this. Tunasema ati Matiangi hivi na hivi. Lakini Matiangi has the chance to come forward and convince Kenyans and say the real story. What is his background in terms of what happened in his time as as cabinet secretary in Uhuru Kenyatta's government. I think that if he comes clean, Kenyans will listen to him. He just needs to come clean, I think. And that can change the way many Kenyans will look at him. But personally, I think that's the only option Matiang'i and many others can follow. If we fail to get someone who can, shock Ruto and the status quo, yani to the core, the big advantage we have, a very, very big advantage we have with Mr. Fred Matiang'i is his role as security minister. That position, you know everything around and inside the country, and you have a lot of advantage to spin on behalf of the country. You could have been the worst security minister, but you have a lot of information that is by your side. But if you're a good leader, you can just come up and say, look, and Nyagaka, if you are in any way connected to this kind of people, you need to tell them that maybe they need to speak to Kenyans, they need to broadcast what they did, how they did it, and how they're going to rescue the country. Because at the moment, I feel that Matiang'i comes forward, there will be a lot of opposition about his role in the past. And that's how I feel about the situation with Mr. Fred Matiang'i. Thank you. The studio is quiet for a full minute, and that's not a good sign. Njiru uko wapi? So I see that in the comment section, so lots of people are saying that the people have decided Matiang'i seems authentic. Njiru, unasikia hiyo mambo?
I want to ask you something, Bwana Belfast. We begin with somebody innate character, ile character ya ndani. So what inside Matiang'i character? No. Me, Musyoka, I am not saying that watu waimbe Matiang'i. We are 55 million Kenyans. But Matiang'i leo, he has shown some form of somebody can move from somewhere and he can show direction of where he is going. There is no any politician so far in Kenya who has done what Matiang'i has done on the day one. Even Wamonyoro needed time. That's why mimi naona the engine behind Matiang'i is working. Maybe that Canadian farm here ambayo he hired to explore, I think they need to be paid more. The day one, me sitaki watu waimbe Matiang'i, but I look at the results. I look at, are you achieving the objectives? In life, there is something we call objectives, methodology. And Matiang'i seems like a thing is working. A thing is working. Yeah, we might say that this person is this and this and this. So according to you, Belfast, without kuna kitu tunaitanga evaluation. If you evaluate Matiang'i, najua ni rari ya kwanza ngemishi umanga na mosi, yani kutoka nyumbani, yani fura nini, like kushangiliwa inaanzia nyumbani. Even with our hatred, or you want, even with looking at the lens of looking with the lens that Kisis are not extremely many people in Kenya. But Belfast, you want to tell me that there's nothing you are seeing Matiang'i has done when it comes to strategy, moving forward, vision, concept. There's nothing you have said.
This is only a Kenyan problem where politicians or a politician will mobilize communities. You will not find that in Tanzania, for example. Ati Julius Nyerere in the past, or even these politicians who are serving the nation that is Tanzania, ati now they go and mobilize people, or they go and have major rallies in their communities in order to, explain the politics of the next election. This is a very Kenyan syndrome. And I think this is the thing that the youth was saying last year should stop. But then now if you find someone like Matiangi, Raila, Uruto, all these people, Gachagua, this is the thing this is the modus operandi. They're still using it. I think it's a failure in the part of politicians in Kenya. And someone who is coming from public service, who said that he has no time for politics, and he's being convinced to use this methodology. That's my evaluation. I don't think it's the best way. I think even the so-called Western, campaigns consultancy firm that he's using, they should be paid lots of money in order to help him to steer towards a victory. I think it's a complete. It tells you a lot that we are still behind, because kina Uhuru Kenyatta, they also used kina Tony Blair's organizations and all that. They still rigged the elections. They didn't need to use kina Tony Blair to come and pump up some theories about how they can win elections. I think Matiangi can posture himself as a valid candidate by looking back at his history and saying, this is what I have for the future. I am a changed person. I want to make sure this country succeeds. But for the things that I've done in the past, he can even say, it was nothing to do with me. Those were not my decisions. Uhuru Kenyatta made me do this. Yani, he can get away with these things easily. Even though we know there's these things about cabinet protocols, even after you have resigned or retired from public service, that there's things you cannot say. But Mr. Gachagua is saying them every single day. Have they arrested him? Those are just conventions that don't make any sense. In fact, they were coming from the British colonial system up to now, where there is something they call the D notices and things. I've talked about it before here. That's the executive in the British government. There's a 30-year rule. You cannot say certain things that happen in the cabinet room. Gachagua is rubbish to those things, and he's saying them. So Mr. Matiangi can actually come to the podium and say that, look, on this thing about the killings or the school fires, I have this to say. I took part in this. I did not take part in this. Aki, that day, that guy comes to the podium. Aanze kusema hizo vitu hivyo. Maybe I might consider. I might consider saying, this guy, he is actually genuine and he can actually change this country. But this one here of oh, look at me, this is the person they have been waiting for, Siji Nini, I'm coming for the victory. It will be a nonsense. A nonsense. We want someone who can punish Ruto mercilessly. We want someone who will punish Ruto kabisa. Mpaka kina Atwoli, who is always in every government, they will never speak again. This is the problem we have. Even Kipril said it there. All we are doing is we are making politicians in Kenya look big for nothing. How can you stop business in townships, in towns, in cities, just because you want to have a rally in the middle of a town? Do you know those things should actually be banned by governors of counties?
But we need a stable government to do those things. Unajua bwana Belfast, and I want to bring Juria because tuko watatu hapa. You only institute changes after you get the government. So those are some of the proposals which can be given to the next government. Lakini we cannot criticize some things while we are outside. Ni tuchukue serikali, we get a friendly government, then we push for reforms. So how do we push for any reforms na nikasonga kwa pale ndani? Anyway, Julia, go ahead.
Okay, asanteni. Nawasalimia nyote. I was just reading the comment section. I see the topic is about hi Eli.
Habari yako Julia?
Mzuri, bado uko kwa ulifika last time we talked you were in the ship.
Wacha hiyo ni ya zamani. Hapana.
Nikaona kumbe Britain mko na, I think it is fun because here we don't have anywhere we use the ship from one state to another. Ama Jiru wewe unapanda meli?
Mimi sijaipanda meli by the way, so that's a privilege for him.
For us here, we have to take flights.
Flight na Mugithi.
I've taken very many flights here, just in America. Si ati ukisikia napanda ndege, imagine sasa ninasafiri mbali. Yani you can imagine that Julia is going very far. Kumbe ameenda tu birthday party ya mtu. But I guess America's transport is different. So yeah, we are talking about Matiang'i today. Now I would have preferred that he addressed the crowd in Kiswahili if he did that, because I guess the whole Kenya was watching. I saw his speech was featured in all the media stations. But about going to the home ground, I think that is, for me, it's fine with me, because now why should I throw stones at Matiang'i when we have a Kinagashagwa and the other, everybody mobilizing? Maybe there is a feeling that this should change. I don't know when that is going to change, because we cannot run away and say that we are not a tribal country. Tribal are ethnically divided, and sometimes ethnicity, there is maybe nothing wrong with ethnicity. We can't run away from it. So I want to say that the crowd that came out to meet Matiang'i was very organic. And it is said that he was going to meet the people tour. And that's why he was on the streets, only to realize that it was impossible even to talk because of how the crowds came out. To understand they had to shift to the stadium, because now it seems that even the roads were impassable. Pengine hakuwa anatarajia watu wa maybe I don't know what he expected. So that was a very organic crowd. I don't think it was ilipangwa watu wakaambiwa wafunge duka wakuja wakoje Matiang'i. I think they just, and then I think the Gusii are excited to have one of their own being recognized across the country. So personally, I have no problem with that, because if it is Matiang'i being mentioned, if Matiang'i even made the news cover that yet he spoke, a lot of it he spoke in Gusii, and Citizen, NTV, KTN, all of them covered that, then he means a lot to the country. We can't wish him away. So why is he attracting so much attention? Because there are some qualities that he has that Kenyans have placed certain expectations for him. Kenyans have expectations for Matiang'i. That is why he's capturing so much attention. All these people have going to their people. Let's say this. How many times has Kalonzo gone to Kampani? Let us ask ourselves. The only person who goes around crowding is Wamunyoro. But how many leaders do we have in Western Province? You people tell me. Ni wangapi tunaonanga natembea, sivyo? Tunaonanga kina we have Western leaders from Western Province. How many times have they brought business to a standstill? Even nowadays, I want to ask a question. Does Raila Odinga bring business to a standstill? I think he does in New Nyanza. Maybe he does. Don't say he does not. Okay. Now, so which means that there is some expectations that Kenyans have for Matiang. And even I watched some of the media stations saying, in the midst of hopelessness, Kenyans seems to see some hope beyond the horizon with Matiang. That is what one of the main media stations said, that because with the hopelessness that is right now in Kenya, it seemingly Kenyans seem to be some hope in Matiang. Now, if we look back, naweza kumbuka hata Gen Z walimwende wakasema, the Gen Z have been mentioning Matiang. So there are a lot of expectations for Fred Matiang, and I'm not sure he knew that these are our expectations. So the expectations are high for him. Now, about his past regime performance, he's personally, I want to say that when he was cabinet secretary, I was very impressed with the things that he did. Now, about the accusations that Ellie is saying, which are these accusations? School are banned. Who banned the schools? We can question him for not maybe effectively. We can question him. Schools were banned. Who are arrested? Who are prosecuted when you're cabinet secretary? So I think we have to be direct and we have to be categorical with our questioning. We can't make blanket condemnation or how was he involved with banning of the schools in the first place? And how can we blanket say that he was involved in banning down of the schools? Schools in Kenya have always been banned down. And even when there was a school that was banned down in Moi Girls, Nairobi, and one of the politicians' daughter was facing a jail term for that, and I don't know how that case went. Okay, so these are students who a lot of times get involved in all this stuff, and a lot of them is because they don't want to be in school. But then maybe like Ellie, I agree with Ellie on one point that we should give him a chance and hear him say what did you do about it. Okay, do you know people are killed and thrown first and foremost, we need some real categorical information about this story going around, people killed and thrown in Vayala. Okay, and then we need something categorical saying who killed them. Okay, we are making some blanket condemnations on one person. I find it kind of very unfair. Now, if we compare the stories of killing and throwing in Vayala and compare the BBC documentary about the Black government, that is very articulate and even mentioning who did what and people who are seen to have done this. Okay, so now but I agree with Ellie still. Probably we also want to hear him say what did he do about that. Okay, if he was a cabinet secretary for interior cabinet secretary, what did he do about it? So maybe that one area I agree with you, because maybe we are also now going to a situation where we want Kenya people to come out clear and tell us what they'll do for Kenya. Okay, how they're going to do it. All right, and how better are they going to be effective than previous governments? Now, so my take is from how the reactions toward Fred Matiang, seemingly he's at the forefront of everybody else who we have seen in the limelight, unless there are changes or other people come out. If I compare him to all other politicians, his track record stands out above all of them in his performance as cabinet secretary, in all the places he performed, and his stands and his principles. And then I seemly to have higher expectations than all of those other politicians. So hivi sasa sidhani kuna mtu anaweza mshinda. He's a man, Matiang, Fred Matiang is a man to beat. You know, sometimes tukubaliane tu, kama mtu ni mrembo, kama wewe ni msichana na uko hapo unasikiza Julia, kama kuna msichana mwenzako unaonanga mrembo, kubali tu msichana ni mrembo na anaweza pata bwana mbele yako. Kubali tu hiyo ni hali ya maisha, na hali ya maisha iendelee, na wewe uende tafuta bwana yako. Asante. Julie, you are there? Njiru, I think Jiru disappeared. Mwamba.
Hi, Julia, and my friend Neutral. I've not met him before. So
Hello.
hi,
Hello.
Barizenu.
Umekaribishwa.
Yeah, it's been some time. Sijapata nafasi to participate of late, lakini bado niko. Now, Bari Anjiro.
Salama kabisa bwana Mwamba bwana. How are you? Naona leo utuongeleshe ukiwa kwa Mercedes.
Wewe ongea vile unataka kuongea ni sawa tu. You are allowed because you know you are out of reach. Now, sikusikia this gentleman here anaitwa Neutral. Sikusikia whatever he had said, but I don't know. It seems to have a problem. Nimesikia the last part of his speech, and nimesikia akiwa like he really has a lot of beef with Matiang'i. Maybe just because he had meetings in his home place. Now, of course, with all due respect, we are debating here, and we should talk to one another, answer one another, and ask ourselves questions. My thing is, and this is, I would want to support my vote to Matiang'i. Why I would vote Matiang'i? Looking at the situation, or the desperate situation our country is in today, I think the number one problem we have is corruption and the lack of people who are honest and people who are just. Why do I think Matiang'i is not corrupt, and why do I almost give him that credit? This is a guy who looks like he's not idle. He's not been hanging there after he finished his political career there. He did not hang around. This looks like a person who did not become a millionaire because he was a cabinet secretary, which is the case today, because becoming millionaires in our country are politicians. He doesn't look like he became a millionaire. So he was not parking at home waiting for another chance to get that post. He got busy and he went to do something for himself. I'm sure he was working for the UN. He's been working with world organizations. Tells me that he's not an idle man, and he does not have that money to throw around. Like people like Gachagua will never be poor. They have already taken the loot. They have been corrupt in their ways, and so they have a lot of money. They can even sit in Wamonyoro forever and never be poor. Matiang'i still looks busy. He's still working. He's active. And that tells me he did not steal. Even if he stole, he did not steal too much. So that is point number one. Then there is this skeleton that keeps on following him about the stories of Yara River. As I was driving today, I've just arrived home. When I was coming here, I had a podcast where this guy Kioni was being interviewed, and he was asked the same question: how can you sell your candidate Matiang'i when you still have those skeletons about the Yala River and everything? And I was so pleasantly surprised to hear the answer that Kioni gave. Kioni gave, and he actually said, I cannot talk on that because Matiang'i is here. And if anybody wants to know what happened about the Yala River and what his part he played in that situation, we have 2 years to ask him and interrogate him and get the fact from him. He can answer that for himself. But he went on to say, Mr. Kioni went on to say that I have interrogated him on that myself, and the answer he gave me, I am satisfied. But I would not want to fight for him on that. Let him carry his cross, let him fight about it, let him talk about it, let him tell us what happened and what he knows, which I thought was a super good answer. I think that was a very good answer. The other thing I found my friend Neutral talking about is like Matiang'i is behaving tribal by going to Kisii and getting all those organic crowds. I think that I would want to call them organic crowds, as Julia says. We always know people by what surrounds them. We know you. I know you, Jiro, or I would know you, Jiro, if I knew your family, if I knew the people you go around with, if I know your friends. There is no way you can come from Embu and come to my place, Gatondo, and expect to get a vote when I know people in your home place, people who will know you, have a beef with you. So if Matiang'i does not have support in Kisii, then I don't see why other people should trust him. Just like we have already discovered this guy, and may his soul rest in peace. This guy was shot in Nairobi. He was shot a few days ago. And we know now what we never knew. Those people who did not know where now know that this guy had killed people in his home area, because the moment he died, people in his constituency started celebrating, actually slaughtering bulls and everything. Do you think somebody like that would have ever gotten to the national place, judging from his popularity from home? I think, as much as you would want to see it in the tribal sense, we should be able to identify you from where you come from. If Matiang'i is loved by his Kisii people, it's a plus for him. I wouldn't be popular out there if my children do not like me. If my family is not comfortable with me, there is no way I can convince my neighbor that I'm capable of doing something if I can't actually help myself with my own family. That's the only way we are. And again, who is this angel we are waiting for? I think we are looking for we can only make the best of the situation that we have. So we shall make lemonade from all the lemons we have. And Matiang'i for now looks like the best lemon that is with us today. I think, as Julia says very correctly, the man to beat today, hands down, Kalonzo Musyoka, Gachagua or everything. The man to beat today is Matiang'i. Unless that other angel comes out, of which I don't see. I don't see any other angel. I don't see any other angel coming to beat him. For now, he is the angel. He is the man to beat. I'll stop there for now.
So let me ask you a question, Bwana Mwamba. Are you
Go on.
satisfied with are you satisfied with what Matiang'i did on day one, and do you see him having capacity to sustain the motion for the next 2 years? Remember, election is in kama haitakuja 2026 the way we were being told by some of the people. I'm a lawyer. Let's assume the election is August 2027. Does he have enough?
I don't know. I don't know what gauge we are gauging him with to imagine about or to think about the 2 years coming. I think it's a bit too early. If I was Matiang'i, I would have just declared that I'll be a candidate and possibly continue doing what he has been doing. It's too early because his nemesis now have a lot of time to beat him up and maybe soil him and make him dirty. To me, it's a little too early the way he's coming out. But I don't know whether he's going to sustain the glory and the following and everything. But I wish him well because number one, I think he is capable. He is one person who can make a change. He is of the right age. He's not a young person because woe unto us if we give this position to a Gen Z. You never know what young blood can do to this country. Matiang'i is mature. He is not old like as a dinosaur. The guy is well educated. He's a very exposed person. He's a person who has worked with international organizations. He knows the world properly. And of course, being educated doesn't mean that if you have a PhD like Moi or whatever, you are Ruto thing. That's not the only barometer to measure a good leader. But at least we need somebody who is exposed, which Matiang'i is. I think he's having all the good points for now. Okay, for now he's still the man to beat.
Okay, Julia, can you handle the same question too?
Yes. For he's the man to beat. Just ask yourself, You know, however much people won't come up and say, hey, Yala killings. First and foremost, he's never been sued for such things in the court of law. No. So he's one of the guys that has not been sued for anything and has worked in the previous government. Okay? So those accusations won't stand. They won't stand at all. So the guy will sustain because the guy has organic following. That is the difference between Matiang'i and other politicians. Yake ni organic. And he beats Wamunyoro because Wamunyoro has successfully mobilized Mount Kenya. You know, Wamunyoro has successfully mobilized Mount Kenya out of the things that Ruto is seemingly seem to have done against Wamunyoro and Mount Kenya. Sasa hiyo ya Mount Kenya ni kulipisa kisasi against Kasongo. Lakini sijui kama Wamunyoro can successfully go aende kwa the rest of the country and mobilize watu. Anaweza kama anafuta na wengine, lakini kivyake sijui. Lakini Matiang'i,
You know, Julia,
yes.
without seeming to interrupt you, I think Wamunyoro, there's only one quality I like about Wamunyoro. He keeps on saying that I'm a truthful man. And to some extent, I believe him.
Yeah.
And he's really, he has some honesty as a human being because he's the only person I've heard him say that I don't have to be the president. At least he has said that with his own mouth. So if this guy can mobilize the mountain and hand over that crowd to a deserving candidate, then I think I'll respect Wamunyoro forever. Number one, he doesn't have the capacity to be the president of Kenya. I don't think he has the capacity.
Yes. That is what
He
I was
is a good
comparing.
person for sure.
Unaona
He
kwamba
doesn't compare to anybody. He does not compare with Matiang'i. And
yeah,
I pray to God, just a moment, let me just finish one sentence. Sorry.
it's okay.
I wish there would come a time when somebody like Matiang'i would hold hands with somebody like Muturi, and that would make a good couple. A good couple, a team of equals, people who can argue logically, people who can fight one another with intellect. That's my take.
Yes, that is what I was saying. Wamunyoro na Matiang'i, they are people of different, their influence is coming from different sources. Na ya Matiang'i ni national, si ati. Ata kama Gusii came. Gusii, what did you want them to do? They saw their hero, their leader, who is being cheered by the rest of the country. How does it feel if your child is being praised by the whole school, the school principal? Nyinyi watu mko na wanyinyi wazazi, mwamba you are a parent and probably your children were in sports or something. How did you feel when you went to your child's school and your child was doing so good, and was being cheered? It is the whole, you and the whole family, mpaka the grandmother, the everybody. You would
We
really,
call them momentous occasions. Momentous.
yes.
Let me tell you something, Julia, that makes me very, very, very happy when you talk about children performing well. Do you know my son in his primary school? He was student number 2 in Kenya.
Wow! And how did your village celebrate? Now let's talk about your
What are you talking about? It was jubilation like crazy.
Yes.
Yes.
Sasa tungesema hiyo ni
That touches that really touches my heart.
sasa nikuulize mwamba, tungesema hiyo ni familia mama ni nini?
Yani, okay, kidogo Julia, nichongee mwamba kidogo. Yani mwamba mtoto alikuja hadi akavunja rekodi yako. Sasa yani ulikuwa unamwambia aje? Unajua mimi nilikuwa
listen. Let me answer you that. When I took him when we went for orientation in Alliance High School, because that's where he ended up, the board of governors, that man who addressed us, that parents meeting, said, you guys should be very proud that you have brought your children here, and you can only congratulate yourself because you have produced the best in the republic. And he gave a very good example. He said, oranges come from orange trees. There is no mangoes don't come from orange trees. So you are just as good. So that makes me so good.
Now
Whether he beat me or not, I'm still the orange tree.
Mamba, I want to agree with you. Mwalimu wangu wa biology alituambia, I did a lot of biology, that things just looks like whether you have a male child or a female child, the man is the influence. Mlijua hivyo nyinyi watu? sio mke wako.
Ati? Hebu sema tena.
Hiyo story ya kukondem mke wako ati amezaa wasichana wengi, mwachange mwende msome biology tena. Because men carry the X and Y chromosomes. X determines a female child and Y determines a male child. So if a man has more Ys, atakuwa na vijana wengi, and they have more X's, atakuwa na wavulana wengi. That is the science behind it.
At least that's
So
simple biology.
tuache kusemanga uritete tanyo kwa.
Sasa he also said this, that men share the intelligence gene to their children. So the level of intelligence.
Oh, really?
Sasa ukiona katoto kajinga,
we at intelligence inafuata line ya mama.
The male child.
Jiro, what are you fighting?
No, kuna kitu nataka kusikia. Sikusikia, unajua Julia anaongea haraka sana. Unajua sasa, so in other words mnataka kusema tuchague vizuri.
Sasa mimi nasema, if you see wakatoto kajinga, unajua ni kajinga kama nani?
Kama baba yake. So
Wow.
Hiyo ni gender.
Wewe wacha Julia, wacha nikuulize. Na sasa mtu sana ukienda kwa familia, you'll find that somebody have several children. Na kuna mmoja mwerevu na wengine sio werevu vile. Unataka kuniambia sasa labda uchunguze DNA, labda huyo sio wako. Akiwa mmoja mwerevu.
Hiyo ya werevu sina uhakika, it may be here,
chunguza.
It has hiyo ya werevu sina uhakika, it may be hearsay, but it also has some backing, scientific backing. But hiyo ya X and Y chromosome
is there a
scientific. X
is it scientifically proven?
Very scientific. For X and Y chromosome,
yeah, that one is
very proven. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Na hiyo ya intellect.
Hiyo ya intellect, wacha nita research nitawaambia kesho.
No, you are the second person amekuja kusema hiyo kitu, and I hope it is not propaganda. I knew men determine sex, but
yeah, men determine sex. That one is a fact.
Yeah, but somebody told us also, and is a very learned professor, hata ndio nilishtuka, akatuambia intelligence is determined by the mother.
Naambia aje Jiru kamba I lost you away bit.
Nasema somebody told us, a very serious professor in biology, akatuambia sex is determined by the man.
Yes.
Intelligence is determined by both, but women contribute close to 80%.
Okay, maybe we need to research on that.
Nani nikashtuka sana. Sasa nikaanzia kusema sasa okay. Okay, go ahead.
Also, you see the other environmental factors that control.
Wachani niwekee kitu hapa mu react
Okay.
Nataka kuwekea kitu hapa you react.
So I say to all of you in this room and all
1 minute.
So I say to all of you in this room and all who are watching by television, we need to pray for our brother and his family and warn America, leave that brother alone. So I say to all of you in this room and all who are watching by television, we need to pray for our brother and his family and warn America, leave that brother alone.
Huyo ni Luis Farrakhan, America. Can you react about that? Ni kama huyu jamaa anatetea.
What has been the beef between America and that guy?
Who? Traore.
Has there been issues between him and America?
Wacha niwaambie kitu, wacha tu niongee kwa Kiswahili Njiru. Hao watu wote wawe wenye hapa tunaishi, wawe Europe, hawangependa kuona sisi tukiendelea. Wacha tu niwaambie ukweli. Shida yao, beef yao ni mkiwa independent. Hiyo ndio beef yao, wacha niwaambie. Mkiwa hamkopa copy ya IMF every now and then, hamwendi kwa World Bank every now and then. Hiyo ndio beef yao. Wanataka muwe mnaomba na wanawatusi every day wakisema hamna akili. Sasa huyu jamaa ameamua nchi yake itakuwa independent. Ameamua atafanya wananchi wake wakuwe they depend on themselves. Sasa hiyo ndio wataki. Wanachukia. Unaona hao watu these people hao watu ndio assassinate Gaddafi. Mnakumbuka hivyo? Wakimwita Gaddafi and his dictatorship. Libyans had good houses to live in. Libyans had food to eat. Sasa hizo wamefanya Libya ikuwe war zone. True or false? You see, sometimes watu kuna dictator, mwangalie kama dictator analisha watu. Sasa hao shida yao inakuanga mjisimamie. That is what Africa must realize, that they need to stand on their own right now, na waache kutegemea hao watu. So hiyo ndio bufia
You see,
Hmm?
while you were Gaddafi, and by the time they killed Gaddafi, it was actually a fact that the standard of living in Libya was the per capita income for individuals in Libya was far much ahead of the US.
What
And
are
then
you
Gaddafi
saying?
had these.
Libya,
Yeah, it
Libya,
was. It
Libya
was.
the Libyan government could afford to build free homes.
Libya was the end of the US, true.
Yes, could afford
Yes,
to
by far.
could build free homes for the and you know this North African countries ziko mbali by the way.
Na alikuwa anapeleka Libyans mpaka Harvard na wanalipa.
Na analipa. Alafu sasa walimu kwa nini kwa wivu? Sasa wanaingilia huyu kijana juu anapeleka nchi yake hapo. That is what si ati wanamwingilia ati wako na difference na ideologies ama kuna kitu wamewafanyia. Ni chuki tu na wivu. Wako na chuki na wivu.
It's the influence that he's creating, because they have already started seeing that Africa is actually really recognizing. I mean, the young generation have really been recognizing Traore, and they fear that if all Africa starts behaving like the way Burkina Faso is, they have lost all the resources they have been milking from the Africa. And Traore is a big influence right now. Today in Africa, he is the man to watch. And I'm sure they are very, very, very scared. They are very scared. They are scared if Africa, and you know, Gaddafi was almost uniting Africa by the time they were killing him. He had this dream of Pan-African whatever and everything, and they have never wanted Africa to come together. So they want all those. They want Kasongos in our place. That's what they want.
Kwani niwaulize, nani alisaidia Kasongo kushinda? Nyinyi mnaona huyu mama wa maskati na maskati yake
Yupi huyu?
Huyu mama alikuwa anatembea na maskati Kenya. Hujui wa maskati ni nani? But you need to know.
Ule alitolewa maguo na upepo ama ni gani unasema?
Yule wa maskati mwenye walikimbizwa na Jezi mpaka karijiuzuru siku moja. Huyu mama wapa alikuwa wapa. Maskati.
Namuona. Alitolewa nguo na upepo kwa airport.
Sasa unaona
hakuna mtu hakuona masuruali yake siku hiyo.
Huyu walisaidia Kasongo aingie kwa sababu furaha yao ni tuwe hatujiwezi. Unaona? Hiyo ni furaha. Na mimi naomba, let me tell you. Mimi naomba before nizeeke yani I don't know myself. Natamani kuona Kenya imeka na Wakenya tawahami Kenya. Wanatamani kuishi
kwa. Hiyo ndio. I really I'm really looking forward to going back, and of course by the way me I'm going back this October. This October I'm going back home.
Mimi najua kuna wamerudi.
I really want to go home, and I'm also dreaming for that day I'll see when Kenya will be like a place where systems work. I can't wait for that.
Na watu watamani kuhama kwenda Saudi Arabia.
Na watu hawahami. We shall stop talking of this business of labor export of labor. In fact, that is one of the most dangerous things Kenya is doing today.
Yes.
Yeah, we are exporting our young people, and I don't know, wanaenda could develop other countries and they are leaving their country in shambles. Why can't we do something for those people to be working at home? Instead of using all those resources to export these people, why don't you create opportunities? Instead of stealing money left, right, and center, look for money, build industries so that these people can even do decent work when they are still home. Instead of taking to the Middle East to be modern day slaves. It's so disheartening. It's so disheartening. That business, whoever came with that policy that we can do labor export, it's one of the worst things that you can do to a nation. A young nation of Kenya caliber. Kenya was actually at the doorstep of being a middle income economy, but now we have already started exporting the laborers that would have done the building of other countries.
Umeona ile scandal imefuata Mutua ya Middle East.
Yes, it's a big scandal, and they are still talking about it. They have no shame. Yesterday on the Labor Day, they still talk about it without shame. It's crazy.
Yani watu ni kama ama in some different world na sisi tunaishi Kenya. Yani ni kama washikangi network ama they are deaf ama ni nini? wanajifanyanga deaf.
I don't know.
So to go back
It's terrible.
kurudi kwa point yetu Bwana Njiru. Sasa umeona sababu gani? Sasa nilipeana mfano wa mtoto na unaona Mwamba akatupatia very good example. Matiang'i lazima angeshangiliwa na home ground. Whom else do you expect him to cheer him? Who else? Muniambie nyinyi wawili hata Eli.
No. If he doesn't get the cheers from his home ground, where else does he get that?
Yeah, the two counties of Kisii, that was his starting point. Juu unajua
Yes.
angeanzia tena Mount Kenya, it would look weird. He couldn't start with
Every race has where you do on your marks and you get set, then you move. There is always the starting point, and the starting point is always home. It can't be anywhere else. Matiang'i can only start from Kisii, Nyamira, and wherever else.
So let me ask a question. In that reference also, do you think Matiang'i will be able to inherit much of Raila Odinga's support and do more? Because that one should also be.
He doesn't have to inherit. He doesn't.
I don't care. Even if he doesn't get anything from Ruoland, he doesn't have to. So long as
the conventional, when Raila Odinga was not a goof, there was that conventional constituency of Raila Odinga, which was stretching a rope. Do you think he can get that and add more? That's what I was asking.
The conventional Raila Odinga is not going anywhere so long as Odinga is still alive. Because I think either ni uchawi ama ni kitu ingine. These people don't see sense at all. The conman that Raila has been all these years, if they have not seen today, they will never see. So I don't expect Matiang'i to get that. He's not likely to inherit anything from Raila. If anything, I'll be so surprised if Raila is not on the ballot himself this time round. And this will be his worst performance ever. At least there are some rules who are coming around, but the bigger majority are still singing the praises of Raila Odinga.
Na wenye wako disappointed na yeye hawawezi, they cannot talk about it openly.
So in other words,
I think
we are looking at
the Ruo loyalty me has always beaten me, hands down.
Okay. So Bwana Mwamba, are we talking of Matiang'i who is defining his own constituency?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
And
his constituency is good because it is very, very, very organic. I think it's the people making that choice. He's not being pushed down the throat by anybody. And I like the way he has ignored or he has not brought forward that I'm being brought forward by Uhuru, even if Uhuru is supporting him. I hope he keeps it that way.
That was a good idea. Kutotemea na kina Kioni leo. That was a good.
Yes.
Yes, that was.
I hope he keeps it that way. I know he still has support in Central, and I would want him to first come alone, even before Gachagua can hand over Mount Kenya to him. Let him first struggle to do that campaign. That way, he will be able to gauge his popularity in a more genuine way, and he is likely to win the hearts of people. And especially if he deals with that thing that is following on his shoulders, that Yala business.
So
he really has to talk about it in a very sober way.
Julian, let me ask a question. Kulingana na vile mumeona Matiang'i leo, who do you think is the engine behind him? Like based on vile mlimuona leo, muliona ni akina nani anaweza watumia kumpropel? Did you see any a platform muliona watu who seem like they can be able to push him also and he form a very serious team? Mulianzia kuona kuna mtu muliona who you see now here, kuna mtu these people.
Okay, I have not seen that Kisii, what happened in Kisii, I have not seen it, but there is one thing I can tell you, one person who is not pushing him, it's not Raila. And if there is anybody pushing him, that person was not eminent today.
Let me say this, Njiru. Matiang'i is not riding on being pushed. Matiang'i is a Matiba kind of a candidate. Were you mature enough to see Matiba? Mwamba, I think you are mature enough.
Yes.
Unakumbuka stories za Matiba vile alitoka London? Do you remember him?
I remember Matiba properly. It was a fanatical following, just like the way Raila enjoys.
It was a following across the country. Haikuwa ati
And then it was out of his own doing. It was out of his own record. The record of Matiba is what propelled him to what he became, and the following that he had. He worked so well with Kenya breweries.
Yes.
He really helped people when he was in breweries. When he went to parliament, that guy was fearless and he was very forthright. He was very honest. And I think he's one of the Kenyans that you can say got his wealth legally without stealing anybody. And he was there for everybody. He was, in fact, the only person I could compare Matiba with was J.M. Kariuki. Very honest and very firm people. And he was a no-nonsense person. Matiba was not a sissy boy. Sio mtu wa kubembeleza watu. He was very forthright and very firm. And I think that is what we require. We require somebody who is firm, but he does the right thing.
Yeah, J.M. Kariuki was honest.
Say that again?
Did you say that J.M. Kariuki was very honest?
I said he was very firm and very forthright. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, kidogo tumusikie huyu mkereketwa alafu na muniambie, do you think today he has been disapproved? Kidogo, Julia, you are next.
In the meantime, former Prime Minister Raila Odinga downplayed former Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i's presidential bid, saying the former CS would have a mountain to climb. During a consultative meeting with ODM party supporters in Kisii, Odinga said Matiang'i could not be elected on the basis of support from his ethnic community alone. And TV's Oko Kursa reports on Odinga's consultative meetings that are expected to culminate in the signing of a political cooperation deal with President William Ruto. During a consultative meeting with ODM party members in Kisii, the former premier weighed in on former Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i's 2027 presidential ambition.
That is something that we'll deal with when the actual time comes up. Mr. Matiang'i has not, at this stand, come out to speak to clear that he wants to run for the presidency. So I don't know where you're getting that information.
Odinga noted that Matiang'i will require the support of the whole country to clinch the top seat.
Nothing like a community producing a candidate. Somebody who is running for the presidency of Kenya. You see, you cannot be elected president of Kenya on the basis of the Kisii votes, or the Luo votes, or Luhya votes for that matter, or even the Mount Kenya votes. If you want to be elected, you'll be elected by a Kenya general.
Raila, who is winding up his consultative tours across the country, however, said that most challenges bedeviling Kenyans were solvable.
I believe that our country is
Sasa wameanza kumwogopa.
Haya, no,
That is what I read.
Hii ni kitambo, si ati ni leo.
Wow.
Hii ni kitambo.
Okay. I thought that one was today. I would say they are already starting to be scared.
1 month ago, when so I want you now. Can you connect that and today, and now try to put Raila Odinga into perspective?
That is in anima. Let me tell you what is happening. When Raila alisema hivyo, I would justify him and say from his point of view, hakuwa anafikiria anaweza ona mtu mwenye anaweza pata euphoric following like he used to have. That is where he was talking from the point of view from that. So ni kama kile story tu watu wa rika yetu bado wako yesterday sana, and they are refusing to adjust to how Gen Z operate and how they see things. You see, a lot of our generation are stuck in that reasoning. Yeah, yesterday. So Raila is stuck. He's stuck in his euphoric following. He's stuck in his popularity. And when he was talking like that, he couldn't see how Matiang'i could attract a following like his. Lakini I think after today, Raila will think otherwise. And I think because Raila did not even expect Matiang'i to take over Kisii. Unajua Kisii, the Kisii, I think they have been very neutral people. There are times they voted for Kibaki. Na siku alipigia Matiba kura. Na last time I think they were behind Raila Odinga. I think they have been very neutral people. generally neutral. Na Raila Odinga amekuwa akiexpect akienda huko anawaambia hoi wanamkubali. And I saw that today in Simba Arati. Simba Arati tried to justify Raila Odinga at one moment, and I saw that he was booed. In his speech, it is reported that Simba Arati tried to justify Raila Odinga at one point, and he was booed. Simba Arati hata yeye amekuwa akijiona yeye anasimamia politics za Kisii na ODM. And today he must have gone to Matiang's meeting Shingo Upande. The people like Simba Arati will obviously support Matiang Shingo Upande because amewapatia mshtuko. Wameshangaa kama kunaweza kuwa mtu anaweza kuwa popular suddenly. So maybe Raila Odinga today changes his mind.
So let me advance you further. Okay, that's a good reaction. Mwamba and Bell neutral, you come and also react on that. You try to connect the two. But I want to advance you a little bit. Can you help me to now? Mwamba umesema Wamunyoro seems as if he is ready to support somebody. You said that, and it's not a must he becomes a president. But there is a bigger thing here I want us to evaluate. I believe even the Kamba community is also, when I look at these things, the different communities are consolidating. Watu wanakuja pamoja. And I believe the Kamba community is also consolidating. So I think so far, some of the two communities which are having pivotal people or people who can be the ballot, especially for the president, is out of the ones who I see, ni swali tu nauliza, is Kalonzo Musyoka and Matiang'i. So let me ask you a question. Do you think Kalonzo Musyoka can back Matiang'i? And do you think...
You want me to go for that?
Yeah, go for it.
Kalonzo Musyoka will not support Matiang'i. Kalonzo Musyoka might be the spoiler of this election because, number one, I think he thought this is his time. This is his last bullet, and I don't think he have a chance over Matiang'i. So he will be an opposing candidate. So we can stop counting the Kamba vote because once Kalonzo is on the ballot, all the Kambas will vote him. And Kalonzo is not going to back down on that seat. That one I can tell you and take it to the bank. I'll be here 2027, ask me that question. He won't. He can't give anybody any chance. Already the way he's talking, the indicators are showing that Kalonzo thinks he is the man. And the moment Gachagua started actually wooing Kalonzo, Kalonzo thought, this is my chance if I have the mounting. But yes, he will be an opposing candidate, believe you me. Or he'll be a running mate to Ruto.
No, Bwana Mwamba, you are now
No. No, I'm not being radical. I'm telling you that is Kalonzo for you. Watch this space.
Okay, Julia, can you go for it also?
Wow, that is hot. Me personally, I just hope Kalonzo doesn't sell out, but I would not be surprised if he sells out. Saizi amefinywa. Unaona ni vile nilisema tu wasichana, kama kuna msichana mrembo kwa area yenu, kubali tu huyo msichana ni mrembo. And you move on. Kalonzo Musyoka amefinywa. Even Gachagua knows. That's why Gachagua in his speech he keeps on saying fanya na kazi na kina Kalonzo, akina Matiang, because Gachagua is that guy used to think he's not intelligent. He's intelligent. He knows who is selling, who is the hot cake, who is the latest car.
Even if you ask Mutahi Ngunyi with his tyranny of numbers, he can tell you Kalonzo, take it to the bank. He will not cooperate with the other guys.
So Kalonzo will an uphill task.
Count that one out.
So that means Raila Odinga asimame, based on Raila Odinga asimame, Kalonzo asimame. So ama Kalonzo akuwe hoodwink na Ruto. So what does it leave how does it leave the arithmetic?
The math is still good. Sorry. Pole. Kwani umenyongwa na maji?
Who is coughing?
Sijui
labda
nilikuwa nataka kuongea
hapo, na kinywaji kimemnyonga.
Kuna kitu karibu hapo.
Pole
sana na hatujampatia.
Niko sawa.
Okay. Before I bring Roba, and karibu sana Roba for coming. Thank you for showering our show. is a question, because at the end of the day, we also need to be very strategic so that we don't scatter everything. So Bwana Mwamba, you are saying you don't see a mammoth coalition. Some people
No,
will split
no,
off.
no, 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 no. It won't happen. It won't happen. This is Kenya. Come on, where do you live? This is Kenya,
And
and
this
I
is not
can
a
tell you
coalition.
one for sure. I know one candidate that will not be deterred or will not join the coalition if he's not he is not appointed by the Kalonzo will not give in. Take that to the bank.
So, and what will be the use of Kalonzo then to stand alone, and you will not be able to mobilize much of the. So, or do you want to tell me that Kalonzo feels that he can? There was that Kalonzo working with Gachagua. There was that Kalonzo working with Gachagua. So, do you still believe Kalonzo can work with Gachagua minus Matiang'i? Can that one also
Is what
be there?
imagining that Gashagwa will not be in a position to be in the ballot, so he thinks he will be able to be supported to win the mountain vote. If that does not happen, it's not going to stop Kalonzo because he'll still think he has the Kamba and maybe a bit of the coast. And you just watch this place.
I
Honestly.
think then you are talking of what maybe Ruto can also encourage, because if kila mtu anasimama
Of course. Kalonzo is one person who will be given money to be a candidate and he will take the money and just go there. The person who called him a
I
watermelon
hope
was so
he
right.
can do for Kenya.
Eh?
I hope for the first
Who?
time Kalonzo can stand with Kenya.
Nani?
Kalonzo, I hope for the first
Excuse
time
me, Nani?
asimame na Kenya.
I think you don't know the Kenyan politicians. You should know Kalonzo.
No, I'm
Nakwambia,
giving you
what is the date today? Today is 2nd of May 2025.
Yeah.
Okay? Ask me that question on 8th August 2027. Kalonzo will be on the ballot. Either alone or with Ruto.
Oh my God, my God. Anyway, wacha Roba ongee.
Yes.
Belfast nitakuleta on the same, but wacha tu tukaribishe Roba.
And I want you to diarize that one.
Okay, ni sawa, nitakukumbusha because you have even given me more strength. Mimi ndio nimeona sasa tumeshikana kama simiti.
Ai.
Aya, Roba, go ahead.
And Jira, thank you and the rest of the panel. I mean, first of all, it's too early to start predicting some of these things, where the country might head in terms of who's going to be the candidates come 2027 or 2026 for that matter, because I think the election should be in 2026. So I've heard what I think Mamba, yes, what he's just said. Well, from my own way of seeing things, we are just thinking too much on this, and at the same time, let us not forget that this is not the same countries since last year. We are not the same the way we want to forward it. I mean, what I'm seeing here is this. Also, some of you in Nigeria, I know we have been in different platforms. I don't like Alonso myself. I like him as a person, but when it comes to a politician, he's the most useless person we ever just like. He has nothing left on him. Nothing.
Please let me first
If
clean
you could have
myself
put
here.
something,
I don't hate him as a
guess
person.
what?
I don't hate
Let's
him.
think it this way. We had what's called a smear. And what happened was when that Asmio came up, Raila went and gave him space and decided just like to go away. So what happened to Kalonzo? He disappeared. There's this ego Kalonzo has that he thinks like he's a national leader. He is not. Somebody asked Fred Kalonzo Musyoka, you are not a national leader. What you are, you are just a Kamba leader. He cannot go beyond where he is right now. So if you look, you start predicting about 2027. So for me, this is what I see. There'll be right now the most important thing I think is going to be determined in this election because of what Rudo did and what he's doing right now, because the economy is not going to change. Let's be sincere on this one here. this economy might even be more and more worse. Come 2027, I think many people are going to listen Uhuru Kenyatta what he tells anybody because he told them before they made a mistake and he saw what the consequences were. And Uhuru has told us who he wants. He wants Matiang'i. So today we saw what happened in Kisii. It happens, that's where I come from. But I was not expecting what I saw. People, me, I was not expecting. First of all, I'm not a Matiang kind of person like I'm in there. No, I'm just because, I mean, there are some things I have my own reservation. But what I'm saying is this. So you, I mean, I think there was you who said very okay. Like what you saw there was organic. It's not like I want to answer kununua. Did you see any school buses around that area? Watu walianza kusikia kutoka last night midnight. See, they were just there. Okay, it is his home base, lakini unajua kama una base kutoka nyumbani kwenu to go and seek election, you can't win. So you saw what you saw. You saw all of you dear people, everybody except my MP, Osoro, who was not there. And him, anybody who's going to go out of Matiang'i from that part of the country, nobody's going to listen to them. And the one thing I've realized is this: if you go back and you listen to what Uhuru Kenyatta's speeches when he went to Kisii, even Uhuru's wife, even Kibaki when he went to Kisii, how he praised them because Kisii people, like you said here, they have been very neutral when it comes to election. I can say I'm not saying it because maybe I'm one of them, but they are one of the people among the most democratic people in the country. Do you know why? Every 5 years, they prove us that any party can win that round. Any party. If it's Jubilee has MPs, Karonso as an MP, or whatever, ODM, even though it's dominant, it's because of Raida's dominant there. But either way, they are very democratic. So when Uhuru went there, I remember some of the speeches he said, we know you, we know who you are. And then on top of that, there's this thing of, if you remember when Gachagua went there and talked about in Kisira and the year before, the year after they won, what he said there, if I remember properly, it's about the way they march. It's just like, you remember after the Kikuyu people, let's be sincere now, after the Kikuyu people, because we like Kisii business, the kind of like the Kisii people took over the business, most especially in Nairobi and some other places in the country. That's why somebody said here very clearly, when anakuambia numbers from Kisii, Nyamira is 700, that's a lie. There are a lot of Kisii people in Nairobi, some parts of the Rift Valley, and they make up almost 2 million. That's not a bad number to start from. Is he going to get all of them? No, that's not true. If we go that way. But what I'm saying is this, Jiro, at the bottom, at the end of the day, Uhuru Kenyatta, and I think that does not, I mean, I'm a writer guy, damn kapsa. For me, what I'm seeing, this is going to be like the Quebec moment. I think 2002, this coming election, this is what might happen. And this time, we are going to have the first president ever to be defeated. Some of them, they were defeated, but they stole election to go for re-election. This is going to be a turning point for the country. The reason why I'm saying that is because the hatred you see against Ruto, this is not going to change, guys. This is not going to change. If you see this one has gone far, hata watoto wa shule, hata nini. In fact, even I know even my kids who are not, they are not even in Kenya, but when they see this one here, they ask, "Oh, why is this man so headed? Why people don't like him?" Yeah? So Ruto is so headed. People hate him. It's as if it's just like we can't wait until that everybody's waiting for him to hold him accountable. It's just like get out of here. But if he try to steal election, like what has happened before, this is my friend. This is going to be a civil war.
This would be more than 1997 or something. Yeah, 2007. This would be more than that. This time, people are going in, and I'm just telling you, to be sincere, if the opposition goes as a team, but before even the election, I think Ruto is going to say, you know what, I'm not going to seek for the election. That's the way I see it. It's not going to even to be near. But even I think from what I'm hearing from some of these people, sometimes I interact with them, they are also throwing their focus. But somebody told me if this goes the way it is right now, by towards the end of next year, Ruto will try to redeem himself by announcing to the country that, you know what, like Mandela and other people, I'm not going to seek for re-election. Let the best candidate win to change the taifa ya Kenya. I think people will forgive him. He will redeem himself, and maybe we focus. Then we focus for 2027. If that happens, then the country might be on the right track. But if he goes in na hii kifua yake anafikiri yeye ndio he can maneuver everybody like the way he's doing right now, we are there for a for very, very difficult time. But at the same time, me, I don't trust Kalonzo Musyoka. I think Kalonzo Musyoka, after he will realize that this when it's over on him, he would like to go where he can be given money and to go and hide. Because if Kalonzo Musyoka cannot run in 2027, it's done. In fact, Kalonzo Musyoka has nothing to offer as far as I'm concerned. He has been there for a long time. Let him get the heck out of my country right now because we don't like he's a seller. He's a seller. Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka, and the rest of it, just get out of my
Nilifikiria kura
country.
yote ni important. Nilifikiria any vote is important. Bado mnarabisha hata hiyo kura ya Kalonzo.
Kalonzo is done it by himself. You can't tell me because Kalonzo comes in and tells the Kamba people that's where they go. No, the Kamba people are also wise. Even themselves, look, even the way they never gave Raila some praises. They voted for Ruto. You know, but him, hata kienda kwa debe, hata kienda nini, that just look himself. He was given that vacuum by Raila to fill it up. What did he do? Did he even go on the street to even protest even one time? Anakuja hapa anasema, then from there the next thing unasikia alikuwa State House, alikuwa anakula huko na president. Trust him. I will never trust that man. Never.
Ni sawa bwana Roba, that one is good.
Yes.
Mkenya mkora, sijui kama umekuja na admin night ama umeamwaje? Mkenya mkora? Mkenya mkora, how are you?
Mkenya mkora is crying because we are attacking Kalonzo.
Wewe wacha siasa, unataka kuniingilia mapema wewe, na hata tujaonana
Okay,
mwaka
ngoja
mpya
kidogo. Okay, ni
kwanza.
sawa. Ngoja kidogo. Mkenya mkora, umekuja na admin right?
I'm trying. Bado sijakuja na admin rights. Maybe mnaweza endelea, nilikuwa na moja mbili ya kutupa, lakini I'm trying to set up my
Wewe tupa,
culture.
lakini weka admin right at least usaidie kidogo. Please. Go ahead.
Okay. Sawa, acha basi nitupe mbili. It's nice to see some people wenye sijapatana nao for a long time. Kina Roba hapa. You know, Njiru, saa zingine Mungu anatubariki in foreseeing some things. We've been saying these things, katakuja kuumana, and we are starting to see it. I like the discussion because, you know, Njiru tulianza na Wamunyoro wenyu, tukasema huyu ndio hakuna mahali tutamuingiza, lakini tunataka tunataka siri. Zikakuja. Huyu Matiang'i hata yeye na amekuja amechoma. So now huyu jamaa wenyu huyu mwenye mutokokera tena tukanyuhe huyo. I'm telling you now, he has a word. I mean, he has a big field to play the ball by himself because he's been left with a whole field yenye ajui atatupa mpira atupie nani, kwa sababu kila mtu anahepa mpira yake. Ukipewa pass, kila mtu anahepa. Now, we're not saying that Matiangi kuna hata kurako nazo, lakini is Kenyans telling him we are sick and tired of you and we're going for that mosquito, hata kama ni Matiangi. Is there anyone that is going to vote Matiangi? I don't think so. Akona closet zake zenye hazijaoshwa. But Kenyans are just telling him that, you know what, we don't even need buses. We can take ourselves there if we want to listen to someone. Hizi basi zako na pesa zako pelekea watu wako huko kwenye unaendanga UAE and Nigeria, ende ucheze nao watu wako, sisi tutakuja kivyetu. Njiro, if you haven't seen, I need to send you a video of Eldoret. That's why I wanted to come in admin right so that I can play a video for you guys. Kasichana kangine kakiruka huko juu, kakaruka kakaepakarao wakikimbizana huko Eldoret. Remember, that's the president's home. Kakaruka kabisa mpaka watu wakaanza kusema hata huyu hafai kutumiwa fare, atajileta mwenyewe. Now, what am I trying to say in a satirical way? Bro, and my brothers and sisters here, Kenya is not Kenya anymore. It's ni kuni zimeekelewa mahali na zishamwagiliwa mafuta, kaspak tu ndo kanangoja tu hivi kaume. I'm telling you, and we'll talk about this Njiro next year. This president is going to go down as the worst president that has ever happened in Kenya. I've seen documentaries, I've seen people talking, and I've seen how even us what we talk about, I mean, we talk here, even KBC, even Spy, I mean, just go listen to anywhere. Even the comedies, I mean, imechange kila kitu. This has never happened. Even other countries, I was watching TZ and also one from Ghana, where they were actually making fun of Kenyans, the president. Wengine wana make fun wao wakiwa sijui wapi international huko, wanatembea wanasema wamekuwa nini, beggars. So what is really geographically and politically wrong in Kenya? That now people are not even allowed to say anything, and whoever says wanajaribu kugongwa gongwa, and most of them hata ukigonga wanasema, ukigonga Gen Z bado wanagonga, ukigonga nini nani bado kila mtu anaongea. I mean, you kill one, you think you're silent and there's nothing. You unamaliza media ya Kenya, then you find BBC is coming up with something. You finish Njiro today, Mato comes, I mean, Kenya Mkora comes up with something else. I mean, what is so wrong? And that is what we need to go back and elaborate. The other day we were told, I mean, people die all over the world and people move on. Now they have a problem of us telling them that, okay, yours one and yours. Nowadays people even don't care about if anybody politically affiliated dies. They don't care. People don't care. So Njiru, you tell me, what do you think is actually wrong that is making just everybody go bananas? Did you see that lady that alikata kukopesha polisi sukari? Once I get in it, nikiingia na admin rights nitakuchezea. Alafu kesho yake wanamwambia afunge duka ati sijui ana expose government. Are you seriously my shop? Unataka nikukopesha sukari kwa lazima? Because when ni polisi. The rot is too much. Njiru, wacha nifungie hapo for now nikianza kufix vitu zangu
kwa
mitambo.
maandamano anataka kukuua na anataka kukuja umkope. Unaelewa? The same police anakukopa, akikukuta kwa maandamano anakupiga risasi while you are fighting for right. Huyu mtu anashindwa na kununua sukari because he cannot afford minimum life from the same government. He can kill actually for it. Ujaona mapolisi wakiua Narok, ujaona mapolisi wakiua Mbaringo, and the same police who are killing people, they can't actually afford life. Look at the irony, Mkenya Mkora. Go ahead. Mkenya Mkora, go ahead. Oh, ni kama Mkenya Mkora ame hold tu mara
Oh no,
moja.
sorry, mimi nilikuwa nimemaliza, nilikuwa nimefungia hapo
I
as
was
I
just
fix my
asking,
thing. Naachia watu wengine.
niwe nilikuwa nikiuliza swali. Imagine huyu polisi anakukopesha, he is ready to kill you ukienda kuandamana for your rights ama for even for cost of living. What is that? Oh, maybe Bwana Mwamba, you can chip in on that. Can you imagine polisi anakukopa na akikukuta kwa maandamano atataka kukua? What do you call that one? I want us to respond to Musyoka. Mi naona Musyoka anaongea sana, and Musyoka is claiming that diaspora ni kama choices yetu ikuangi mzuri. So mimi nataka pia you respond. Maybe neutral, you can come if you are here. Musyoka is claiming that already Musyoka has discredit Matiang'i, so I don't want to talk about that. It is a decision to say that or not. But kuna kitu nataka kujua kutoka kwenyu. So Musyoka is saying that our diaspora candidate was Raila and Mother who lost. So Musyoka feels that our choices always lose. Bwana Neutral, go ahead. So Musyoka is discrediting diaspora choices. Neutral? Ama Jury? Nani yuko? Eh? Ama ni mimi sisikiriki. Mkenya Mkora, are you there? Neutral, are you there?
Mimi niko. I'm just trying to fix my mitambo ndio nikuje kama huo mwingine.
So I don't know why. Juria, can you hear me? Mwamba? Oh, Neutral? Haya. $5 kulala bedroom, eh? Tulisema bedroom, mtu akilala si unaona hata siku hizi.
Mimi nakusikia wewe ongea. Mimi nakusikia ukiulizwa na swali niambie.
So I wanted you respond to Musyoka. Maybe Roba, I think you are awake. That's why umeweza kuingia studio. Musyoka is claiming that our diaspora choices are always wrong. We supported Raila Mazakarua, he lost. He now feels our hype for Matiang'i is going nowhere. Can you respond to Musyoka? He feels that diaspora is not able to understand what Kenyans want. Oh, Roba ameenda.
Can I get a chance to respond to that?
Yeah, you can respond. Wacha nisome. Musyoka anasema diaspora and the Kenyans who are the local Kenyans, wale wa Kenya wako Kenya na wale wa Kenya wako nje, we are operating on different platforms. We don't understand each other. Go ahead.
You see, and with all due respect to people who live who are not diasporans, who are not maybe staki kukaa kama mtu na unajua, like mi sijui nani anaishi diaspora, sijui kama mi naishi diaspora. I live in this world. I don't know where the diaspora is, but Njiru, there's some things that are seen from outside, and people see a lot of things from outside. You see, nyumba yako ikiwa chafu na nikuje kwako, naweza kosa kukwambia nyumba yako ni chafu, lakini because nimetoka kwa nyumba safi, nitasema tu kitu tu nikiendaga tu kivyangu tu. Unaona huko kuna kwaga kuchafu, ushaenda kwa Njiru. So kuna ile kitu watu walikuwa wakisemanga, kutembea kwingi kuona mengi. Hatusemi ati kosa kutembea pia si kosa kuona. The diasporans, the reason people don't like diasporans, hata saa zingine they call them summer bunnies, is because the diasporans actually walk out there and see systems work. So when they cry out loud and say that they want to be in a place where systems work, it's not a joke, because it's a matter of life and death. Because some of them die out in the diaspora. And you know who's going to cry? The same people who are in Kenya calling diasporas useless. They are the ones that are going to be crying. So what when you hear mtu anataka kwenda sijui UAE, anataka kwenda sijui USA, anataka kwenda sijui all these diaspora and places where Mutua now is always telling people to go to and things like that. The reason you see diasporans actually speaking out is because they've seen something, but they love their country so
Okay,
much.
okay, elect ni
Yeah.
sawa. So in other words, the reason why diaspora and Kenyans who are in Kenya, there's no sync. Maybe you are saying maybe diaspora there is a responsibility. Maybe they are much of the things they are aware, and maybe people wale watu wako nyumbani they are not aware. So tunakuwa na that crash is okay. Hold hapo kidogo. Robert, sijui kama ulikuwa umesikia swali ama nikuulize tena. Ili niweze kuleta it's good because I know it's good is also having serious stories about what happened today. Maybe I can ask you this question, you can respond in around 2 minutes or so. Somebody is trying to tell us here, Musyoka, that candidate wa diaspora anaangukanga all the time. Yaani sisi ndio watu wa diaspora tukileta candidate anaanguka. Ati tulileta Raila na Martha Karua, they flopped. So he believes that even this candidate who we are supporting now, he is having like a feeling that the majority of diasporans is like we are supporting Matiang'i. He still feels we are ending in the wrong direction. Can you respond to Musyoka? It feels like our choices compared to people who are already in Kenya, we have different choices. Go ahead.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me. So, that's kind of fun. Since we are supporting Matiang'i. Yeah, we are supporting Matiang'i because if you look at the past, okay, Raila came there, we were supporting Raila. By the way, I mean, tulipiga kura ngapi? So you got like 700 from overseas. I mean, let's see what we do. Kwa sababu Matiang'i, I think for me, his candidacy is like this. Uhuru started this thing story. Then Chubiri wakasema wao ndio candidate wow. So if you see, I think at this, what Kenyans now want, the reason why people are tired. People are tired because we have 42 communities. That's same hapa mambo kwa mesa. So for all these years since independence, we are having our big brothers, the Karenjin and the Kikuyu, leading the country. Unaona? But at this point now, people have come and saying something is not right. Something is wrong. My friends, this time everybody wants a job. This time everybody wants his bills. This time everyone wants a life, a good life like anybody else. So you are telling me just because somebody is from your tribe, you want to vote him in? That's the difference here. The difference is, as far as I see things, it's not we are promoting Matiang'i as a candidate for overseas or from anywhere. We feel like we are disappointed. Yeah, we are very disappointed from the last campaign. You guys don't forget what people were sold on. Yeah, it's just bottom up. Yeah, this is what Wamboga. Then when the guy came in, he did. That was the last time Kenyans will ever be lied to. Ruto was the last one to do so. Things have changed. This is a different country. Now, talk of Monsieur Caronzo. You know, the problem with Caronzo, he has been there for a long time. Matiang is not a politician. Let's be sincere. Matiang started to be a politician when a few hours ago, when he declared that he wants to run for president. Matiang is an outsider. People want an outsider. People are tired. Yeah? I mean, can you imagine you wake up 2027 that Ruto is going to be there another 5 years? What a miserable life some of us will face if we are still alive. I would never imagine. Yeah? You know, do you know the best moment is like if you wake up tomorrow and someone tells you, "Oh, Ruto's gone," I will celebrate. I'll call off even for 2 weeks to go. I can't go to work. I will celebrate because that's how hatred Ruto is. Not because of he was not given a chance. He was given a chance, but he misused it. Now Kenyans are just saying, you know what? We can go to maybe a small tribe. Do you know why? This man came in. He was given. Remember, he was the first cabinet minister Uhuru Kenyatta appointed when they were the so-called. I can't remember that coalition of Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto, the first one. Fred Matiang'i was the first cabinet they appointed, and they gave him education. And we Kenyans remember what he did. And some of this, the majority of the voters now we have in the country,
No,
these
he
young
wasn't.
kids, most of them,
Robert,
they have seen him,
Robert,
what he did as
Robert,
a
he
minister of
was
education.
given the ICT, not education.
Was
He
that?
was in the ICT. He was in the ICT, and then Kiamenyi messed up. Remember, there was the longest strike, and then people rejected Kaimenyi, and then Matiang'i came in. He was in
Okay, Alex.
ICT, not education.
Thank you, Alex, for correcting me. And I didn't even, so it's good. Now you call it's good. Alex, how are you, my friend? Thank you. So, okay, whatever it is. I mean, okay, I took education because that's where he made most changes. And some of the things he did, he was given a job, he did a job. So people want to duplicate because in Kenya, people are given things to do, wanaharibu. Yeah, I know there's Ruarakarande or something there. They're accusing him. Me, I don't know any story about it. Whatever it is one thing, or whatever it is, I don't know. But what I know is he was given a chance, he made use of it, and that's why Kenyan are yearning, saying, you know what, maybe he can come and duplicate what he did. And now, Ruto was given a chance. What did he do? Sial Kunia. Yeah, he's going to go down as one of the worst president ever. Wacha niachie hapo jamani. Alex, thank you to hear your voice again.
Jiro, oh sorry, my phone was acting up when you were asking the question. What was the question, please, if you don't mind?
Okay, thank you very much, Alex, and you have really gotten lost. I don't know why, but today I dreamt you always come because Bwana Matiang'i did his first public encounter in his life as a politician. So my question was, Musyoka, first of all, Musyoka was claiming, because you know we really don't know the Kenyan results well, that diaspora, watu wa diaspora na wenyeji wale wako Kenya, our choices are like the choice for the diaspora always flops. So he was claiming that diaspora supported Raila Madhakarwa, we flopped. Wenyeji wale wako Kenya, the majority of them maybe atido walisupport alishinda. So he feels like as diaspora ama wale watu ambao hawako ndani ya nchi saa hii wako nje, ni kama hatuelewi ni nini kinahitajika kwa nchi, na ndiyo maana hata saa hii we are pushing Matiang'i and he feels we will flop. That was a Musyoka argument. That is one. And then maybe after you handle that, you can also give us the general environment based on what you saw Matiang'i doing today. Do you feel if he can be able to sustain the momentum up to the election? How is he going to build those coalitions? And how is he going to mummify Ruto? Because at the end of the day, we want somebody who can mummify Ruto. So if you can be able to give us some ingredients in all that dialogue, we would be happy. Thank you.
My take would be, let me first go with the issue of the diaspora candidate. Why we always don't, or why we have not always agreed between the diaspora and the people who live in the country is because we have different perceptions of a leader. We in the diaspora are able to see what happens in other countries, and in most cases, the developed countries, which are more developed countries, sad to say. So when we look at a leader, we don't see the same thing. Our perception between the two of us is different. So what we see in a good leader possibly is not the popular leader. A Kenyan leader, from the perspective of the citizen who is in Kenya, is the person who would have given much in the campaigns. He would have money to spread around. Like now, you can see when Ruto went to Mount Kenya, you would have imagined people would not come out. But when money is poured, the crowd would be there and they'll be full, and everybody will be ferried to those meetings, and you still have the perception that he's still very popular, which is not the case. So, how I see a leader is very much different with just another Kenyan back home. So that is why we end up differ. So our favored candidate, and we are the minority, of course, will always flop or have always flopped in the four. But so many dynamics have come to Kenya today. Number one, life has become so difficult, and there's going to be two people who have not voted in Kenya who are likely to vote this time round. You will agree with me that the middle class in Kenya has never voted. They don't vote because they never saw the reason to come out to vote. They are comfortable, and whoever would be there out there with their little bribes, life was still very okay for them. So the Mwananchi who can be coerced with money is the person who has been making the decision for the whole country. And that is why we always get the wrong person, because the wrong person is the corrupt person with the money. Now, this time round, things are so hard that the middle class has been threatened, and they are likely to vote this time round. So the voting will be different. Then comes the dissatisfied Gen Z that has come out. This younger generation have now come out and said enough is enough, and they will also come out to make a decision. This time we might settle on the same candidates because at least the Gen Zs are more exposed, considering today the world is a global village. They are able to see what happens outside of the borders of Kenya, and they can make a decision that is not based on just receiving the handouts that have been given time immemorial. I would want to say categorically here that in the first years of our independence, we did not have much choice between the Kenyatta one and Moi. I think Kenya did not have a choice. Those leaders were just there, they were imposed, and we could not make a decision. The mistake we made is when we brought Uhuru, if it was a mistake, which was not such a grave mistake like it is to have brought Ruto, that time we had a choice, but we did not make the very right one. We had a candidate who was very good. We had people like Saitoti who would have made a better president than anybody in their time. And then we also brought Ruto, who came with the Bible in his hand. He looked like the angel. He looked like he was the brother or the twin brother of Gabriel, and we gave him our votes brightly, and where you can see where we are. This time round, the voters are a little bit more educated, and I'm using this one with a lot of respect. I do not want to belittle anybody. I think we are more informed. The Kenya electorate is more informed than ever before. We are likely to make a better choice. The Kenya is likely to get a better choice than we have done before. And I've told you the first two presidents, we didn't have much choice. They were imposed, and they had to be there the time they had to be there. And you can see how long it took us to fight Moi out of that seat. This time round, I think we are going to make history. And if you remember, Jiro, there's a time I gave you a parallel between us and Botswana. If the theory still holds, I think Ruto is going out in a very disgraceful way, and we might have a better president.
Okay, thank you for
My
that.
take for
Yeah, thank you, nitakuleta tena. Hey, I didn't know that your English is that refined. You are really, wewe na kijana yako same WhatsApp group, nimekubali.
Go out.
Sawa. Sawa, tulia hapo. So it's good, karibu.
Asante
It's good, how are you?
mzuri, long time bana.
Yeah, long time. I hope you have been well. Unaweza kanyanga sasa. Help us now to decode all the. I know you have followed the discussion. I don't need to guide you. There is a lot of ingredients. Ni kama watu wanachukua nyama pamoja na bone tunasiaga yote. Na pia Jero Maura karibu, you will be the next after it's good. So pick up from where maybe Mwamba has left and you also take it further. Na pia talk something about Gusiland, because I think now Gusiland is becoming a pivotal place in Kenya. Another person nimekuwa nikiongea naye, maybe to guide you a little bit. Kuna mtu ameniambia, I don't know, maybe I'm not using it in a bad way, but there was somebody who was saying that in quotes, kuna minority. So there's somebody who was saying now, Kenya has to reach a level whereby the big tribes or the people who have big groupings, they have to see how they can be able to support the smaller groupings. So you can also try to percolate about that. Go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank you for continuing to hold the show this long. I usually listen to you, but I don't have the time I used to have. I changed my job, so sometimes inakuwa more tedious, so I'm not able to participate, but I always enjoy listening to the conversations. And pole sana, our brother I saw today alijaribu kuweka kidogo, about the daughter. Much, condolences to his family. And sometimes I feel guilty to talk politics while he's going through that, but life is life, and we have to talk. And he knows that we are with him. So I want to take the guilt off. I wanted to answer the question why Matiang'i came to Kisii first. And I want you to listen to me very well. Raila Amolo Odinga, when he was doing the so-called mock consultation, the last place he went before Narok was Kisii. He came to GIT, Gusii Institute of Technology. He met a few MCAs, and Osoro was part and parcel of that grouping. And this is what he said, more particularly addressing Matiang'i. If you remember, he said, Wakisii hamuna number. He rubbished us, and our anger grew. Now, we did not forget. Now, secondly, after a few days, Osoro came. I have those clips. I will send to you so that you can understand why we decided our homecoming was more important. And we were pushing for it. Osoro came and pushed the agenda in his constituency where Roba comes. And he said he will never vote for Matiang'i no matter what because of his own reasons. And he told us right in our face that that's a wet dream. That is the kind of language he used in Ekegusi, which actually we accepted and said it is the best dream to have in this nation where the GNCs are. What else can GNC generation have? Later on, Raila forgot that. And I want Eli to understand what happened today so that he can connect the dots to form the straight line. Raila forgot what he had said with Simba Arati being elevated to another seat that we saw that it was just another sugarcoating. He came kutuambia anakuja kuangalia ball huko. we rejected the man and we chased him from Gusii Stadium. And we said in the same place we rejected this man is the same place we are going to welcome Matiang'i so that he can see what he said was wrong. And I want to ask you, Njiru, I don't want to ask Roba because maybe you'll be biased. I want to ask you, Njiru, did we make a statement today to Raila Amolo Odinga that he was wrong? Yes, we did.
Of
That's
course.
a rhetorical question.
In fact,
Okay?
1 minute,
Yeah.
it's good. I knew Matiang'i is going to have a meeting, but frankly speaking, I didn't expect of that scale. I was expecting yani ile tu meeting kidogo kidogo ya soko, but I was not expecting like a changing of events, a stadium style thing. I was not expecting that. I was still thinking like maybe Matiang'i is
I'm coming that. I
yeah.
saw Eli here, complaining, and I was laughing. I was born and raised in Kisumu, and every time Raila comes to Kondele, it's not
Hello,
a stadium. We do what? We go to
how are
Kondele
you?
and we have mammoth
Thank you.
what?
You coming out from the office?
Njiru Dakamoja. So in Kondele, we always have mammoth what? And that is an intersection. So I don't see anything wrong with that. But let me allow you to understand what happened. You understand, immediately our election was stolen. When we started Maandamano in Nairobi a couple of years ago, when we said we were going to Jacaranda, what did Sonko do? Sonko went, akapeleka mavi, akamwaga wapi? Jacaranda, and we were never able to have a meeting. So by saying we are going to capital and keeping our people in capital was a strategy so that the stadium could be totally locked. By the time Matiang'i comes from Kichauri, he goes to Keroka, he goes to Virongo, he goes to Keumbu, he goes to Bobaracho, and coming to Kisii Town, hakuna mtu atachafua stadium because the word was that was to happen. And we made sure we had preserved the place of event to the point alipofika Kisii High School. That is when we decided the stadium should be opened. Now, if you saw the speech, if you heard the speech of Matiang'i, which I had a privilege for me to understand everything, he addressed 3 core issues. And he said, I'm here to address 3 issues, which actually Simba Arati preempted. But before I come to that, I want you to understand that it was not as rosy as you people think. For us to be united in that stadium, there's a lot of things that happened. And if you saw one thing, and I'm telling you, we passed a point to Simba Arati today that many people did not see it. And I want to reveal this to you. If you saw in that stadium, when Onyonka took the microphone, who did he give that microphone to? Kipagendi. Simba Arati wanted to become the MC. Who ended up becoming the MC in that meeting? Kipagendi. Simba Arati has been given an opportunity and moment to stay in ODM for a while and path his way to where he belongs. And we had already told him that we have an alternative, whether you be there or not. We have somebody that is going to welcome our president. And him seeing that, he agreed, which actually brought peace. He he agreed to the meeting, whereby if you saw that picture, what happened was in that office, whereby he went to visit the office of the governor of Kisii, which actually Simbarati doesn't go there a lot. Remember, Simbarati, his office is in the stadium, if you know that. He rarely goes to that office. You know, Simbarati operates from the stadium. Okay, so he went to that office, and who sat in the office in the seat of the governor? It was Matiang'i. And the two governors sat on the other side, and we were making a point. That is another issue that we'll discuss later on. After reconciling all the leaders, including Nyamoko, who you don't know his historicity, he was there. Oruoba was there. The culprits that you think they were not there, at heart they were there, including Osoro. At heart he was there. The only person that I know that was not there at heart is the MP for Nyaribari Chache, who is what? Jaher, Jadar, I don't even know his name. Now,
Jahel Zanda.
the one thing now we wanted to achieve in this day, in the homecoming, was the solidarity and the unity of our leaders. You have seen how Onyonka has been very, very critical to Simbarat. But today, he addressed him as His Excellency, our governor. 3 times. We achieved what we wanted. So, overall, we have made a point to Raila because he had poisoned the nation that Matiang'i has no backup. And that is why Simbarati had to say this in what? In a language that everybody could hear. Hakuna mtu amenunuliwa hapa, hakuna mtu amepewa pesa hapa, kila mtu amekuja hapa kwa upendo wake. That was a statement to Raila Amolo Odinga and his ODM brigades, who are propelling that small tribes cannot produce a president. Did we achieve that today? Absolutely. We made a point to Kenyans that any tribe can produce a president at all, if that is the criteria they are looking at. But I don't think that is the criteria. But the statement of Raila Amolo Odinga, honestly, to those people who are not politically sensitized, had poisoned Kenyans, thinking that Matiang'i has no backing at his home. Now, having achieved that, now when Matiang'i came in, Matiang'i asked us in Ekegusi, mwangancheire ntare nkende chinsemo chionsi nkwane n'abantu bande, which means, have you agreed that now from home, should I go to 47 counties so that this journey can begin? And we told him yes. So when he asks us that in our language, was that wrong, Njiru? Was that wrong? Because the way our politics, in as much as we want to advance ourselves and put some people in a certain bar and say, he should have done this. And you know what? If he had not done that, and the Ruto people came and started spin doctoring back here to propel that the guy has no base back at home, do you know the damage we could have done to that? Big damage. So for
Of
me,
course,
I
1
think
minute it's good. If kama leo the Kisii community couldn't have mobilized the way they could have mobilized, Matiang'i angeisha leo. So if he went there and he got a very meager population, story yake ingeisha leo. So amepata sasa boost. Sasa now he now got fuel to move.
Let me add from what my friend is saying there. The one thing I think we have sealed out. Remember, there was that vacuum where people were talking about Shimorara, that kid there, or talking about the former Chief Justice. Now, those guys, I don't think you ever hear them now. So that one's sealed out. Let's go back. Let's go back and just ask ourselves. What I mean, I keep on the one thing I want to ask. I keep on asking myself why people are saying that they want somebody from Kisi. I mean, we know what has been on the news. We know when what's his name, the Chief Justice, when he came on. We know some of these things. It's because there's this net of somebody to come like from the small community, and Kenya, we can show the world or our neighbors and everything. It's not like kwa sababu unatoka the big tribe. That's the only way you can make it to be presidency. And I think that time has come. And because Atiang maybe he has a backing of Uhuru and how things will go from here, let's see how far we go. But like Alex said, we have proved Raila was wrong on that. I know we are supported before. Raila is somebody we grew up just knowing. But the statement he made that day, a couple of months ago, was a wrong statement. And I think now we have achieved what we want. Now it's time for Matiang to go to the rest of the country. Yes.
Okay, wacha Alexa endelee.
Oh, yeah.
Alexa,
Now,
go ahead.
let me address a critical issue that you guys have not been knowing that has been going within our medias. One of the critical issues that has, and I'm glad that it has not been overemphasized by other medias because it was a home ground issue. Kibagendi went to our main media, like in Oro, and he addressed the issue of the two titans, which is Matiang'i and who? The Chief Justice. And he explained to his own understanding how, I don't know about it. And it makes me so sad that we can say it, but these are people, either politically they are instigated to say it, or it might be true. I'm not sure about it because it pains me that it could be almost true that Maraga is a state project. Now, I tensed at one particular time. The man Simbarati said, pause, everybody keep quiet. There was a pin drop silence in the stadium. And then he says, cheza hiyo wimbo kutoka hapo hapo mahali nataka. And that they were playing Wobokano. And that guy at that particular was saying, if you can remember, Roba, that song went this. And I don't know if he passed you. Saying, Justice Magara, net project state. Did you hear that?
No,
that song. Go back and listen to that song. Okay? And Kibagendia said that. Nadia said that. Who is that? The senator for Nyamira, Okongo Mogenia, said that. Onyonka said that openly, and other people have said it within the media of Kisii. Now, what I know, he was invited. Maraga was invited. He declined. He totally declined the invitation, and I can understand because it was not going to be a one-man, according to the planners, a one-man homecoming. If they were going to be fewered, they were going to be told, you are both loved. You are going to be competitors. We don't want you to throw jabs at each other. Agree on one. Because there's a historicity of Nyamwe and so on and so forth, Onyonka and Nyachae and so on and so forth. We have had that history for a very long time, including lastly, the bad fear that we had last time, and you remember Njiru very well, that we could not give Simbarati a certificate for ODM, and we had to go kwa kina Nani, kwa kina Roba. We still had not given Nani a certificate, Simbarati, and Simbarati had to come up and Musyoka had to say, amuoni huyu jamani anaenda kuchukua kura. And because of that embarrassment, we had to organize, sijui ni Bomas ama ilikuwa ni KICC, tukaenda kupea Simba Arati huko, because of the fear, because Simba Arati and who? And the former governor. We have always had a feud between two men in our community. To avoid that, we needed a homecoming so that we can sort that thing out. But let me ask you,
Alex, before you proceed, let me also add that. So whatever you saw in Kisii is not all the Kisii people. There's a lot of Kikuyus who live in Kisii. There's a lot of neighboring there. I know that for real. And some people from there, neighbors from Ruas. So that's not like that it was a Kisii event, kind of. There was also flavor. There's some people who come from the neighboring counties. So I just want to point that one out. And of course,
this was a homecoming. When I asked the organizers, it was a homecoming. Period. That's what they said. Homecoming.
Yeah. No, what I mean is, Alex, I'm saying that if you go to Kisii town, yeah.
Oh, okay. I get you. Now, if you look, and I want to ask you, Njiru, from your own perspective today, when you looked at that event, and we don't want to be biased. It's the ground between Maraga and Matiang'i. I don't want to be a judge here. Who do you think the ground has given an okay?
Okay, let me respond to that. You see, you have to take it in speed, and I think Matiang'i ashachukua. So I don't know now how the constituency which Maraga is going to use, if he is still going to be the president. I was seeing him with some few Gen Zs akiimbaimba akizungushwa pahali. So I think now the Kisii community, kura ya Kisii ni kama imeenda. So I don't know, and then now Maraga gets another constituency elsewhere. Maybe akuwe sasa ni kiongozi wa nje. And I don't know how it works now in that conundrum.
So I think that was what whatever, even if we say a campaign team for Matiang'i or inaitwanga aje, the pre-campaign committee that advises him wanted to achieve today is to see what the people want. And by conclusion, let me say, Njiru, I'm like you and many other people that I've heard today. We knew people are going to troop, but the magnanimity of it surprised everybody. And if you look, even in Kisii alone, it's like the Kisii did not want him to even go to Nyamira, because they said Kichauri is Nyamira. You can't come from Nyamira, you come to Kisii, then you go to where? Nyamira again. It like
I'm protesting. He never came my home count, man. It's just like he never. I hope
he can do this more than one day.
But you see the way he went to, when he announced it. I mean, maybe he never came because Osoro is a problem, but I just like people are from where I come from, just like, oh, now he's like discriminating or something. That's how people are like, they really want him. So, Alex, let me answer your question on this one here. You see, to be a national leader, you must have a base. Everybody must have a base. Right now, Matiang'i has a base.
And Ruto doesn't have a base. 1 minute, Robert, as you speak. Yes. And Ruto doesn't have a base. Are you aware of that?
At this point, I don't think Ruto should even...
Ruto does not have a base. So, Matiang'i is good.
Yes. Now, somebody was asking, will he sustain this one until the election? Remember, Ruto was campaigning for many years. So we cannot let that one go. It's time for him, the way he is right now, to continue. Now he has to spread out. He has to go, even if it means what, start from nowhere. Then from there, the coming days, it will tell us more about his candidacy. But if we see the same momentum to other places where he goes, then we know this one here is a national leader now. We can just say, let's prepare for...
Let me ask, it's good, swali ya mwisho. Kidogo, it's good. I want, as you do your conclusion, there is this company which Matiang'i contracted. I think it's a Canadian company. So, do you think, because you need a think tank? I believe that company is a think tank. Do you think that company is bringing that international experience, which like even the media was like saying like that company brought the Botswana win? Do you think that company has been able to package Matiang'i well?
Alex, let me answer. You can answer that one. You can rectify. Inchiro, let me tell you something. Whether Matiang was going to bring the company or whatever it is, the one thing I want also to go back and listen to Uhuru's speech when he came to open the central bank in Kisii. What did he say? The Kisii people are one of the peoples who have been making, just like sending money from the rest of, outside the country. So Matiang'i, he can be packaged. I'm telling you the one reason why maybe some of you don't know we have been given the education part of it, because we have a lot of Kisii people, overseas going all over the truth all over the world. So talk of a Canadian company. Maybe I don't know much about it. I heard the way you heard it, same thing. But Matiang has been a professor in New York University, if I'm not wrong. He has been just here. It's not far from Canada. New York's a neighbor with Canada. So Matiang has a support of international community, more especially both his own people, and a lot of them. And I want to be sincere, there are a lot of them who are just supporting in terms of his candidacy. So I'm not going to buy this idea of like you must have a company to market you or whatever it is. At the end of the day, Nchiro, at the end of the day, it's the people on the ground, the people in Mount Kenya, the people in Central and other parts of the country who are on the time direction. Not somebody in Canada, not somebody in the USA. And that one, that's the way I just feel. I don't buy on such a thing like international or whatever. At the end of the day, it's the people on the ground. That one matters, that one. Alex, right.
And I'm not going to comment that because I'm not privy of that. I read in the newspaper. I tried to follow about it. I don't know who the guy. I think it was in the Standard. I don't know where he got that from. So what I saw today was an effort of one man who was exonerated today for having gone to the media everywhere saying Matiang'i will come and Matiang'i will contest. And I think today Onyonka was exonerated. For a very long time, he was so redundant to a point people started questioning if he was actually even speaking for Matiang'i. We started questioning it. But I think to his glory today, so I think he also needs to tone down. I don't know what he smoked today. He was a little bit vulgar in one of his speech. Ime. Whoever that means what that means, you can even laugh. I'm like, where does he even get this from? So he also needs to tone down some of that. Yeah. But one thing I realized in conclusion, two things. One thing I realized is the respect Matiang'i has for one man, Kipagendi. You don't just become a master of ceremony of an homecoming like that. I'm asking a lot of questions about that. But now, when you come from a homecoming that basically ended up becoming a national sensation, okay? It was a homecoming that ended up becoming a national sensation. Now,
Alex,
that's where I wanted to conclude. Hold on.
Alex, no, let me ask you a question there, Angelo. Don't you think I could have seen people from all this Chubiri? I wish I could have seen some people from Chubiri just come there.
No, Kioni was told not to come. In fact, if you look, if you saw even Kioni, if you have watched the whole Kioni, Nini, was it 2 hours? I mean, it was long, and the man sustained a very good interview. I couldn't even believe I listened to Kioni for 2 hours. And you can understand there was a purpose on this. And if you saw, Simbarati addressed it in Kisii. He castigated us. He said, Kisii County, we have 700 to 800,000 people who have done what? Registered votes. But the people who vote are 400,000. Then he said, the people in Nyamira, you have these voters, but the people who vote are these voters. And he made a very tough statement that I don't know if it was good. I don't know if he was excited. He said, the only bullet we have, and we must use it, is your what? Your vote. But then he went further. He said, if you don't have a vote and you're not going to vote, move away from Kisii, which made people very happy. He said, if you are a Kisii and you don't have a vote, or you have a vote and you're not going to vote, you must move away from Kisii. But he made a good statement later on. He said, you can't expect money to come here to take care of you, and you are not participating in the politics. And when people started saying, Ruto must go, he said this, we have said that enough. We must show it on the day we must take our votes. If you take your votes to numbers, then Ruto must go is a reality. I think I liked that. On a national level, I think Matiang'i caused an appetite that there's a vacuum. You could understand there is a vacuum. There is a political vacuum in the nation. And there is an agreement that the current political players who wants to seek, whether it's, and somebody, Kevin, who is a very good analyst, said, you know, even this thing we are seeing of Martha Karua, this is a replica of Oka. You know, I'd even forgotten there was something called Oka. Say, these are we don't need those things anymore. We don't need to repeat such kind of things. But if there was something that we saw today, Kenyans are still having that euphoria that if they are given an opportunity and a leader, today marked a day you could see that Kenyans are ready to rally in a transformative leader and a leader who will get Ruto regime and the previous regime completely.
Let me wait to see Matiang'i in central Kenya, in western
let
Kenya.
me finish.
Then from there, I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Alex. It's just let's see what happens, because I'm seeing in central Kenya, I think there'll be breaking number. Just that's the way I feel. Then from there I can just say,
okay, sawa. Roba, wacha malizia ili tulete Jerumao. Okay, malizia. It's good, malizia ili tulete Jerumao. She has been here for some time.
It's not about Matiang'i. I'm saying today Kenyans showed they have an appetite and they are ready to unite if given an opportunity to get. And that is why I wanted to finish with my friend Mwamba. And before even he said this, I remembered his political prophecy on the progression of the leadership in Botswana vis-a-vis how he harnessed it with Kenya. And I asked, I think Mwamba was a political prophet at that particular time. And we are not saying per se that it is going to be Matiang'i, but the Kenyan showed that if given a leader, because a homecoming that became a national sensation from TikTok, YouTube, and everywhere,
yes,
every political player, including Amisi Amanani, this MP who was the MP for Saboti, also commented about it.
Amisi.
Yeah, you could see that even within the political class, there is an appetite for change. And if you saw Njiru, Kuria hit politicians vizuri sana leo. You know, hit and run. Alisema hivi, we need to acknowledge that the political thuggery and hooliganism that we use now has come to beat us. Did you hear his statement? Where he was, That was a good statement from, because he said he's not going to mourn a man. What he was telling us, he's not going to mourn Were, though they served in parliament. A man he knows very well is part and parcel of what he also Kuria does. He said, we politicians use thugs to propel our politics, but it has come back to hit us. Thank you.
One more thing, until before I turn. You guys, Alex is right, man. I saw there's some guests I heard from Central Kikuyu. You know how much material is covered in Kikuyu language? A lot of them, and you can just go there online and you see some of the guys, the main guys. They were just maybe because they want their ratings, but they covered that. That's what showed me that it was something like a national thing because of the coverage.
Of course, in the Mount Kenya region, he was extremely covered well because
Yes.
Mount Kenya region is ready for association. I can tell you. So I don't think somebody like Matiang'i could have a lot of problems to penetrate Mount Kenya region. I think the places where he will have to do more work will be like places like Luyaland and Luoland. Maybe those ones could be more tough, but he can make it with if they see hope, including Kalenjin. By the way, unajua, let me confide to you leo kuna mkari ameniongelesha, amenishtua sana. That's why nimeanzia kusema hapa Ruto does not have a constituency. There is a Kalenjin, mimi ameniambia hivi, hata nimeshtuka sana. He told me this. By the way, msifikiria ati, and maybe somebody could say that it is an hypocritical statement, but ni mtu aliniambia msifikiria hata sisi tuko na Ruto. Hata sisi ile pali tumefika, we are almost aliniambia we are almost giving up. And he was telling me this, if Kenya by the way can bring a serious guy, we are going to jump. Because wamesema, because you see for the Kalenjin zile kitu inawasumbua sana ni comparison. Hata wanasema hata Ruto hata hajafikisha even hata a tenth of what Moi did for them. So they are even asking, what are they defending? So what they are claiming, I'm telling you, this one is from the horse's mouth. Kalenjins wanasema the next election they could actually abstain because wamefika the same level. Wakikuyu ulikuwa unasikia Wakikuyu wengine walikuwa wanasema hata wataki Odhamaki. Sijui kama Robo ulikuwa umeanzia kusikia story ya Odhamaki working ni kinghood, whereby now like some people in Murimo walikuwa wanasema hata hiyo Odhamaki hatutaki. Now Kalenjins are at that point whereby they don't care, na ni kama wanaweza achilia hii kitu. Anyway, Jerome Waura, go ahead.
Yeah, habari zenu. Mimi nitaongea lugha ya taifa. Asante sana wa Kenya. First of all, ni congratulations Kisii. Sauli walisikia wa Munyoro vile alisema. Watu walikuwa na force wa Munyoro, sio mjinga. Alisema ni lazima tuungane. Kwanza Matiang'i, asante sana kuongea lugha ya mama kwenyu. Ndio mama wazee waache kupewa masuka na nini na tuunga wana 40 stupid. Alifanya vizuri sana na hiyo alikuwa anaonyesha Ruto shut up. Kuita wa Munyoro ati mkabila Sauli ya lugha ya mama. Hai. Kwani wa mama wetu wanasoma Kisungu, wanasikia Kisungu. Hata wengine wasikii Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo kwanza nikaweka Matiang'i tick. Behalf all Mount Kenya. Kuongea lugha ya mama huko kwao. Ndio watu wasikie vizuri vile anataka. Na vile wamepanga. Wakenya tuwache ukabila na tuna mtu kuongea lugha ya mama alizaliwa vile. Mungu alimuumba awaongee ile lugha. Wacha niwaambie Wakenya. Unaona pale niko. Ukipewa citizen ya hapa unaambiwa usitupe lugha ya mama. Na usitupe kocha yako. Tuna kocha hapa. Sasa sijui Wakenya wameleta aongee hivi, anaongea hivi nini? Kwanza asikize watu wao na amefanya vizuri sana Matiang'i. Thank you so much. Kuongea lugha ya mama yako ndio watu wako wakusikie vizuri. Wasikuje kudanganywe. Sasa hakuna mtu Kisii atasema Matiang'i hakusema. Ati hakusikia. Hivyo ndio tunataka. Alienda meeting ya wa Munyoro, akaambiwa vile iko. Akaenda sasa akatoa Ruto. I'm very happy about it. Na tuungane sasa, Mount Kenya, wana wivu, mkumbuke hivyo, wana wivu. Ni vile tu mtu aingie asaidie Mkenya, hivyo ndio tunaangalia. Na Matiang'i, Mungu akimjalia, ni Mungu tu anapeana hii kitu. Sisi wananchi tunamsukuma. Mungu akikubali aingie, tuna ubaya. Sasa watu vile wanasema hapa, ile generation kubwa, wale watu wakubwa wamekubali wadogo watawale. Nani alisimama akakatazwa? Hebu muniambie, nani ya saa miaka hiyo yote Kenyatta mzee akiwa pale, nani alikuwa anasimama anakatazwa? Hakuna. Lakini sasa wako na experience. Wakisimama, tukiona huyu mtu ni mzuri, Mount Kenya na msukuma. Bora huyu Kasongo aende. Huo ameua ya kutosa. Hata watu wao anaua. Sauli ya tamaa. Hebu imagine. Ajaongea habari ya watu juzi, watu 6 wameuawa. Sauli ya samba anataka kupeleka hii vitu yote ya wapi? Anajua DP whatever watu alitoa huko kwa masambao, hajawape pahali ya kukaa. Kwa hivyo Wakenya sasa tuache fitina mingi. Matiang'i ameongeleza watu wake. Sasa tuende kwa wale Mtembea anafanya kazi tu, na Ruto atakuwa ng'o. Haya, wacha Wakenya niwaulize kwanza. Ya Matiang'i imeingia sasa, tunajua hivyo. Amesikiza wazee na aliongea na wakina wa Munyoro pale, amefanya vile iko. Kwanza mumpigie makofi kuongea hiyo lugha yake wa kwao. Na mjue sio Kisii wako pale, wameoa Wakikuyu, wameoa nini, wameoa Wajaluo, wote wanasikizana language. Kwa hivyo tumefurahia hiyo, Mungu ambariki. Na hii Kamama mnajua Kamama ni nani? Ni deputy. Kakaenda huko Nyandarua. Ati anauliza Wakikuyu kama waende asalimie rais. Mnaona alifanywa madharau. Wanamusikiza tu. Kikuyu wana maneno, wanasikiza tu, ongea tu uongo yako na ujinga. Lakini wasaa made decision. Kwa hivyo msijali, hata mkiona Kamama na kina Kimani wakikibia huko Mount Kenya, msijali, Mount Kenya ilienda kitabu. Ruto alivyowafanya madharau kabisa. Kwanza kutoa Gachagua na ujinga, kupeana pesa na kudanganya Wakenya kama watoto. Ukweli itakuja. Ule wote anapiga Gachagua, Mungu ako tu anaona. Na sasa watu walikuwa wanasema, Gachagua anafanya nini? Haraka ina baraka, wanajua vile wanafanya. Ni wazee wamekaa chini, wasakuwa kwa serikali. Huyu mtu sio kidogo akupigwa kaka mjinga huyu Kasongo. Ni lazima ukae chini, upike. Ndio akuja anatolewa namna hii. Tuna na haraka. Na nimefurahia sana vile wametengeneza hii group. Sauli tunaona sasa ati Ruto anategemea Raila Odinga. Lili serious. Hiyo ndio nimecheka usiku mzima. Sasa ikiendelea vile nimeona jana na Matiang'i, Ruto ameenda kabisa. Na Wakenya mkae hivyo. Hata ukipewa hiyo pesa yeye uko na tabu. Usisahau huo ni Saitani. Anakunywa damu ya watoto wetu. Mutulie. Na hiyo pesa saa zingine wacha kuchukua. Wacha ukufe na tabu. Sauli anatumia pesa. Matiang'i ni pesa ngapi alitumia Kisii? Wa Munyoro ni pesa ngapi anatumia watu? Hakuna. Kalonzo ni pesa ngapi anapea watu? Hakuna. Hivyo ndivyo iko. Kudanganya jina ya Mungu, na Mungu anakuona roho yako, lakini Wakenya wakuoni wewe ni mafuta tu unaweka kwa mdomo. Mungu sio mjinga. Na sasa wacha sasa tuone vile itaenda, tuache kubishana sasa. Matiang'i tumuombe. Asukue hiyo nchi yote sasa. Raila hawezi kuingilia pahali. Afunge mlango kila kona, afunge. Kama vile Gachagua alikuwa anasema atafungia Raila kuingia State House. Afanye hivyo na to move on. Lakini ule mtu anasikilia Ruto ajue watoto wetu, ajatoa, aliua, na we will never forget this. Vile wanasema ati to move on, member wa parliament, kwanza msukume hao wote waende kabisa, wajinga wa watu. How could you move on? Ujui mtoto wako ako wapi? Wengine wameuawa bila nini? Si wako na nini na ile pitu ya kushika mtu anaanguka hivi kwa hiyo pisto? Kwa nini wanaua? Ha? Kwa hivyo watu wetu sasa Kenya, tusikane, tuache kuangalia ukabila, sijui ameongea nini, wacheni, wanafanya Ruto madharau tu. Sasa huyu Matiang'i Kenya mzima wanamjua. Asaonekana akifanya kazi na watu wale wanasema ati Liva Nyala, watu waliuawa. Nani aliona Matiang'i na Biduki akiua? Walikuwa watu wa CID kama vile Ruto amefanya sasa na JNC. Hadi wanafanya hiyo kazi. Saa zingine hata IG ajui. Hii grupu inatengenezwa na Ruto peke yake. Na Duale. Mnajua sasa JNC tumeonyeshwa vizuri sana. Ni Kenya waliua wale watu wa JNC. Na Duale ndio alifungulia wale watu. Alafu Ruto mjaja anahamisa Duale kwa misutu nini, sasa ati ni healthy ya nini? Ametoa wapi hiyo? Kumufisha hivi. Sauli anajua wewe umefanya baya, lakini wewe ni rafiki. Unaona? Kwa nini unafungulia wananchi jesi waue? Watoto wakuwa na nini na nini? Hiyo itaisha ever. I will never forget or forgive Ruto about this. Kwa hivyo tunajua tu Kasongo ameenda. Mukae hivi Kenya, musikane, muache kuangalia ati anaongea nini, yeye kabila nini. Musikane sasa na Matiang'i, ashukue hao watu wote, arudi kwa Munyoro, wakae chini tena, aseme ako na namba ngapi, twende kazi. Kwa hivyo kupigana hivi nini anaongea hivi, muache hiyo. Musisaganyikiwe. Huwezi kuenda, hata mimi wakati tulikuwa tunasoma, huwezi kuenda huko nyumbani unaongelea nyanya yako Kisungu ama Kiswahili, unaongea lugha ya mama. Sijui habari ya language imetoka wapi. Sisi old school, hata ukisoma wapi, hata ukiongea na mafua, ni lazima uongee lugha ya mama. Wakenya wote wengi wale walikuwa huko 90s, sisi tulikuwa tunaongea lugha 3. Kuko watu wengi namba mingi Kenya inakaa Nairobi wawezi kuongea lugha ya mama. Wamesahau. Sisi tujasahau, tunaongea tu Kiswahili hata ya maji na Kisungu hiyo, lakini lugha ya mama uweke. Na hiyo ni very very important. Hata Msungu anajua. Kwa nini Wakenya mnashindwa na Msungu kufikiria? Msungu anakuambia sijali, ongea lugha ya mama yako. Saizi amekaa hapa ananiuliza naongea lugha ya mama. Ananiuliza kwani ni yake. Hii ni lugha yangu. Na yeye aongea yake. Kwa nini mnaona kama ati ni lazima usikie mtu anasema nini? Have a feeling. This man going help. Not language going help. Huyu Matiang'i wacha asikirie, akiwa Malaga aigi ni sawa, ni kabila moja. Wacha tuone sasa Raila atakibiria wapi. Raila amesaganyikiwa sasa. Ajui atadanganya Ruto na nini. Kwa hivyo Kenya tuna move on na Mungu wako, na tukiitisha Mungu kitu, remember anasema oba, ukiniomba mimi uniamini mimi nitakupe. Kwa hivyo tuombe ule atakuwa king wetu mwingine, ule atasikiria, ule pua Mkenya ule analala nje, ana sakura, ana kazi. Tuombe tuitize Mungu na atatupe mtu ako na adabu na ako na utu, sio kama huyu mtu ajali ni uongo tu, akisimama tu ni uongo. Mimi naona kwa Ruto. Wakenya niwaambie, mimi ni mwaka tangu auwe JNC, mimi sijai kusikia, sitaki hata kusikia news ya Ruto. Nilikuwa nadhani hiyo nini Labor Day atasema kitu kidogo. Ona huyu mtu anadanganya watu na pesa zao ati kazi, na ni pesa wanadanganywa na agency. Kwa nini wao kuongea hii? Watu ngapi wanahamika pesa zao zimeenda maelfu na maelfu, hakuna kazi. Na hiyo akusema tena, angesimama pale Labor Day aongee habari ya hawa watu sita. Wacha yeye agency aliignore na akawaita waizi. Ala ni waizi. Haya, hawa watu tatu wa sita wameuawa. Kwa nini hakusema kitu? Huyu ni president gani huyu? Kwa hivyo Wakenya tusikane, usiangalie lugha ya mama ama nini. Kisii wameoa Kikuyu, Kisii wameoa Jaluo, wameoa nini. Bora Kenya iendelee vile ilikuwa. Kwanza na huu Matiang'i tuwaambie na Wamunyoro wakisikana vizuri tuseme education to be free. Vile Kibaki aliwacha hiyo nchi, irudizo vile vile. Na hiyo ujinga ya saa si so iondolewe kabisa. Waache kukula pesa, hiyo ni business wameweka kwa country. Hiyo ni kama company. They taken people ID, pengine wataibia miti pale. Watu waachane na hiyo ujinga hiyo. Kwa hivyo inaonekana iko sawa. Mimi sasa nimeanza kucheka. Bereni nilikuwa nalia nasema Mungu wangu nchi yetu. Sasa nimeona dalili.
Waje nikuulize swali ya?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the reason is why Kenyans want this is it's not like Ruto promised a lot of things and instead he did opposite of what we were supposed to do. And at the end of the day, tuseme ukweli, it's corruption is what's killing our country. So if Matiang'i comes in, if he wins, comes in and ends corruption, it will make another milestone in the country. We want someone to come and make change. The problem is, when all these times, since independence, we had the Kenyatta came in, we understood he was the first president. Moi came in all those years. Then we had Kibaki came in, he made some changes. Then Uhuru came in, at least he did something. Then now this fool, he comes in, he's just, even now, something in his head is telling him, oh, he has done a lot of things. Oh, my report card, what? He has done nothing. Somebody has to tell him he has done nothing. Instead, he has destroyed the country. What I was trying to say is, don't you think whoever comes in, he addresses anything to do with corruption? Because corruption is what's training our economy.
Haya, unaweza kuona hiyo itakuja Sauli. Ile group ako naye, tuone ako na Martha Karua, ataki hiyo corruption. Martha Karua msimuingize pale, atakangi ujinga. Hata huo wa Munyoro sasa amejua corruption, na mjue wa Kenya muache kudanganywa. Gachagua alikataa hii corruption. Lakini mnadanganywa na Ruto, mnasikia tu Ruto tu ukabila. Gachagua alikataa ile. Hiyo ni anajua ako na mali, anajua mali yake itapotea. Ukikula hiyo pesa ya corruption na ule pua Kenya analala, hiyo itamalizwa na Mungu. Gachagua sio mjinga. Lakini Sauli ukweli anawaambia watu wanamwangalia. Wakenya wanatakanga tu kusikia uongo. Ni lazima wafungue macho sasa na waombe Mungu wafungue macho waone. Tuko mbali sana na tunaona. Huyu Kasongo hakuna Mungu ako naye. Imagine wa senator wanakuja wanasema hao walikuwa wanapewa pesa 2000 milioni gapi. Watu wa Gachagua. Na watu wanaangalia tu hivi. Mnataka muambiwe na nani?
On top of that,
Ruto,
another thing is, so where I don't get, maybe someone will tell me I'm wrong here, because it keeps on bothering me. When we had the new constitution, Uhuru came in, we went that way. No more this idea of Moi, nimewapatia parapara, nimewapatia. That's when Ruto came back now. He has to turn us back at sasa kila mkitu itoke kwake. And you want development, you have to go and work with Ruto. You want development, then you have to go to Ruto. Where did we go wrong? When the constitution says parliament.
It's because niko naanza Ruto anatumia devil worship power. Amekunifisi hii kijana wote wako kwa parliament. Hao ni vijana. Ni Gen Z tu, ni mwaka mmoja wameachana na Gen Z. Hata Gen Z ni waelefu kuliko parliament tuko nao wajinga. Kumunezaji watu wasague mpiganie watu, mnaenda kusikia mtu mmoja kama Mungu. Hiyo inauma sana. Tunajua hiyo inauma sana. Na mjue, wacha niseme kitu. Hakuna kitu baya kama kudanganya watu. Kudanganya mtu kusema, na ndio unaona Gachagua alikuwa anapigania pale. Na tuko na witness. Gachagua alikuwa anapigana na huyu mtu peke yake. Tulisema hivi, anangeuka. Hiyo ilikuwa campaign. I believe it now. I believe it. Ilikuwa vile. Gachagua alikuwa anapigania huko ndani watu wa Kenya na watu waoni, wakakuja tu wanaambia huyu ni mkabila, wanakubali hivi. Gachagua alikuwa anapigania, ni watu wengi, hata CS wamesema huyu alikuwa anapiga, tunamtuma ambie Ruto hivi, sasa tunamuogopa atakufukuza kesho. Wacha niseme, unaona Jomo Kenyatta, tunaweza kusema alifanya kitu. Huyu mtu aliwekwa kwa jela, hata mko na picha, aliteseka ndio tutoe nchi yetu kwa msungu. Hiyo alifanya, tuweke tick. Na country ilikuwa free, alikuwa anasema wewe ufanye magendo zako unafanya, lakini ukishikwa shauri zako. Na Kenya ilikuwa poa, tulikuwa tunajua kabila ni nini, ilikuwa unajua Mjaluo ama Kikuyu. We didn't have this shit. Okay, huyo ni mzee. Haya, Ruto, Moi namwekea tiki, nilikunywa maziwa. Unaona, Moi akaongeza hii mashule yote, hata mkiona akiwa mjinga. Na tena wacha niseme kitu, naweka Moi tiki. Moi never change education system. Watu walikuwa wanasoma, hata wajinga kina Ruto wanalinga hapa, walisoma na hiyo system hiyo. Hata Moi akiwa mjinga tu anakaa pale anakula tu Kenya kuguza shule, alikuwa tu anaongeza masule. Unaona Moi girls kila pahali. Okay, alafu niseme kitu kingine. Nilikuwa nakaa huko Kawangware, mwanamke mmoja akauawa huko, ile kiwanja ilikuwa inaitwa BP, na hii is very serious. Nataka mtu wote asikie. Nimesema hivi sauli ya Gen Z. Haya, huyu mwanamke akauawa usiku, na kulikuwa Friday. Saturday na ni Moi alikuwa pale. Saturday tukakimbia pale, tukasikia mtu ameuawa. Unajua mapema mtu akiuawa kulikuwa unasikia uonga, unasikia what? Tukakimbia pale. Kukimbia pale kukakuja CID sijui wale top. Wakaweka kitu wakaanza kupiga picha na kuweka powder nyeupe pale. Wanapiga picha. Mmoja alituambia vile wanafanya. Sasa tulikuwa tumechoka. Huku ndio kihuman. Wakatuambia tunapiga picha kutoka juzi na leo. Tutawaambia ni nani ameua huyu mwanamke. Sasa huyu mwanamke alikuwa anajulikana, alikuwa anafanya kazi, alikuwa kila mtu anamjua. Na kuambia saa 10 tulijua walishikwa. Saa 10 hiyo siku hiyo wale vijana waliua mwanamke walishikwa namna hii. Na hivyo ndio imefanya mimi nikumbuke Moi, sauli ya hii Gen Z, watu wanauawa wanapata huko kwa barabara, ati tujui ni nani, tunatafuta, tunaangalia mwaka mzima imeisha, tujajua nani aliua vijana wanaonekana wameuawa. Hiyo dimeweka Moi tick. Niwaambie hata akiwa alikuwa mbaya, ungeuawa na wajui ni nani, watashika huo mtu. Na kwa hivyo Moi akafanya hiyo nampe tick. Huyu Kibaki akakuja akatengeneza nchi ikakuwa kama Amerika. Haya, huyu akona na kitu tutaona. Huyu Uhuru na huyu mkola wakashikana, si ndio nchi imeharibika? Yes, Uhuru hata yeye tutasema alimalizia kazi ya Kibaki. Unaona hiyo Thika highway nini na ile IG hii train station alifanya hiyo yote, na tunafurahia hii train inaenda Mombasa nini hiyo wako na legacy. Sasa huyu mtu miaka 2.5 inaenda 3 miezi 3, ako na miaka 3, amefanya nini wa Kenya? Ati na nyinyi tu mnasema Ruto tosa, miaka ingine 5 auwe ati ataua Kenya yote. Hii 5 tumempea Kibaraka, ameshindwa aende nyumbani Sigoi sasa. Ule anapoti Ruto ajue Mungu atamkujia. Mwachana naye ajue kazi na ajue vile anafanya. Yeye alienda pale sauli ya pesa. Na pesa amejaza kwake sasa, wacha akufe na hiyo pesa yake. Nimemaliza sasa. Yote Matiang'i tunampenda Mount Kenya. Matiang'i akuje. We are happy with Matiang'i.
Wacha kuja lakini atuambie vile is going to build the economy of the country. We want
but remember wacha nikurudishie.
We want atupatie sera yake. That's what we want.
Yeah. Remember, we are not going election next year. Wewe ukitoa siri yako, siri mtu atachukua hiyo siri. We are not going election next year.
He has to stand for something at least. He has to stand
Hawezi kusema yet mpaka ikuwe karibu. Wewe mwenyewe mjui election inaendagaji. Hawezi kusema siri yake. Wacha waorganize kwanza, wakuwe na namba. Wakiwa na namba waambie watu mnataka hii masomo irudi vile ilikuwa, mnataka health ikuwe vile ilikuwa, lakini kuanza kuongea saa hii Kasongo atachukua hiyo. Hapana,
hata akichukua huyu mtu ambaye anakuwa dictator, and we have to vote down, we have to kiss him at mpaka maendeleo.
Aya, wacha nikurudishie hii iko wazi wa Kenya. Tafadhali, unajua hii chama huyu Matiang'i na akina Wamunyoro wote watakuwa chama moja. Sasa hata chama ijatokea, mnaanza kusukuma haraka ni ya nini? Haraka ni ya nini? Wacha kwanza wajijenge nyumba, wajenge, waweke mabati, alafu waanze kununua vipi?
Kitu ataanza kusema kutoka nao. When time will come, among when this mambo ya tax ambayo iliwekwa, that one
yote wanajua jameni wa Kenya.
Time will come when nobody's going to go to his knees to beg that the president has to do. That one's not on our constitution. Yet the worst thing is when this conman came in, he went there at kila kitu inapitia kwake. At the end yako na pesa ya Kenya. At ukitaka yeye ndio yako. At lazima uende kwake. Yani from when? Yeah?
Hiyo inaniuma sana. Unaona hii mkutano wanaita MP parliament. Hebu niambie ni president gani alifanya hivi? Hebu uona kanisa yote akienda hata kwa Waislamu nini anafaa hizo manguo. Kwani yeye ako na kazi kanisa gani? Msaona president anafanya hivyo. Ati akienda hii kanisa anafaa ile nguo. Akienda hii anafaa hii nguo. Ni ya nini? Another sini moja anafanya hivi. Hata Kibaki ama Jomo Kenyatta. Sijai kuona hii ujinga. Muachana na yeye, ana hiyo ujinga kuna atapeleka Sigoi. Kuita watu parliament, unajua anasereheza kazi. Yeye sio minister, sio CS. Kazi yake ni kukaa chini.
Sasa yeye anaonekana watu wa OTM sasa ndio wanamuunga mkono wachinga hawa. Wengine tulikuwa hiyo OTM aende na hiyo OTM yao. Hii ni uchinga.
Sasa OTM, hebu niambie wa Kenya. Hebu nimalize hapa niseme. Unajua Kenya mzima watu wengi wanapiga Mount Kenya, lakini mjue tulifundishwa kitabu kupiga kura ni nini. Ndio mnaona wote Mount Kenya wanatokeanga. Watu hata wa ODM watokeanga. Wapiga kura. Sasa wasimame pale wasema wakati Mount Kenya inawapigania. Why sione Mount Kenya? Sauli tunatokea. If they do come out na vote, they will get to see. Miaka ngapi Laila amejaribu? Miaka ngapi? Sauli watu wake wamchagui kwanza. Mount Kenya inatokeanga kila uchaguzi wanatoka wote, kila mtoto, kila mtu ukiwa 18 years uko na nini? Na mtu unachagua mtu. Kwa hivyo tuna ubaya na Wakenya, sisi wote ni Wakenya, sisi tu kwa tunajua ukabila, lakini wacha sasa tu move on na muache kuuliza watafanyia nini. It's too early. Wanajenga nyumba sasa, wako karibu kuweka mabati, waanze kununua kitanda. Tuko na watoto ngapi? Hii nyumba sasa hata wajamaliza, wanataka kuona tuko na watoto ngapi ndio watosee hii nyumba. Sasa mnaanza kuambia tena mtafanyia nini? Wait, just wait. Thank you Kenya, just wait. All right, I'm loving Matiang'i, I love you. Thank you so much Kisii. Mmefanya kazi vizuri sana. Kwanza kuongea lugha ya mama imenisekeza sana. Asante sana Kenyan. Best. Niko hapa na wasikiza. Asante Jiro.
Thank you. Who's next? I think someone came in. Churi, Nyagaka, Ben Nyagaka. Can you tell us something, Ben Nyagaka? Mugako.
Kijana.
Tuko vizuri sasa, tuambie basi, ongea. Maybe this is a time, in a wrong time, we might be on the same page. I don't know who you stand for. I don't care. But at the same time, your candidate is giving me mental sick up this point. You have to go and beg for money. That's rude style. Everything comes from the president. That's dictatorship. Ambaiko Tanzania and some other African countries where the president is above everything. hiyo ndio Ruto ameturudisha huko. Does not I mean he was your
No,
candidate. I know that for in Nyagaka, but you defend yourself.
sasa
Defend yourself.
sasa wewe umepotea for long time, hujui nimeapologize mpaka nimechoka kuapologize.
Thank
Mimi
you.
wakati nilikutana mimi nilikuwa I'm the number one defender, lakini nilikuwa na vile Muturi anasema the guy has a split personality, yaani ni mtu ambayo
tunataka apology, utuite mimi na Roba na wengine, utunulie mbuzi pale Kisii ndio tukusamehe.
tunataka homecoming ya Penny Nyagaka.
Yes, na atupikie atuchinjie mbuzi tio tumsamehe, ama aje Alex?
Kama Bene ya chui tulinunua nguo celebration kila kitu, tukafikiri Raila anaenda kushinda bwana, mpaka hiyo nguo mpaka saa hii sawa kuifa iko huko na iangalia. I'm still waiting, lakini sasa it's too little too late.
Robo ulikuwa kwa hiyo nini hiyo, tulikuwa tunapenda pale Mtembei mpaka
I spent almost $100. Tukawambia na uniform
hiyo kama juzi hiyo kama juzi amesema itafanya hiyo, kama ni kitu mnataka kidogo alafu tusameane, hapo inakubali. Roba, mimi nilitoka hapo kitambo, vile mtu anasema we did a little psychology. Huyu ni mtu ambao iko sick, he hid one character and he shows another character, na now within the 2-3 years he showed both characters, na hiyo ndio imetusumbua. So I go on record kuagree na kila kitu Alex amesema. Kwa Kisii, before even wakati wa Mzee Kenyatta, we were very qualified to be president. Ilikuwa Lawrence George Sagini who was the cabinet, in the kitchen cabinet ya Kenyatta, alikataa Mzee Nyachai. I mean Nyamweya, I'm sorry. Na baadaye ikakuja nani ya Nyachai na Onyonka, Ongeri na Obure wakakataa kabisa. So even when they really rallied, I think it was 2000, I mean, no, 1990, 2002 or something like that, when all the kisses rallied in Nyachai, we knew we were going to lose and we accepted the loss, but we knew we were making a point that ours is qualified to be president. Yangu ni kusema ya kwamba where we are now, Roba, is a right spot. Na huyu nani mama huyu ametungumza kutoka Australia, amesema mzuri sana. Na huyu nani Matiang'i alizungumza mzuri sana. It was the point. Alizungumza Kisii that was very simple and very clear to the people to understand. Na ilikuwa mzuri. I mean, ilikuwa napiga makofi Alex when the guy was speaking in Kisii, and that was very, very, very good. And even if he has a Canadian company to package him or whatever it is, he did a very good, a very good packaging. He started from Macentro huko mpaka akapita between Nyaribari and Kitutu mpaka Kisii na akaenda Nyamira huko kwao. So the introduction of the gentleman was great. Na watu wa mountain wamemkubali, na everybody else in the country will accept him. So we now is the right time. Nani Maraga na huyu Murara wakija kumupiga, they will not get anywhere. Mizinjiru amesema, huyu Mwaura amesema ati sijui nani alisema hiyo, I think it was Alex alisema sangine sisi wa Kisii tunapigana peke yetu. It will not even work, because what he did today, especially in the Kisii Stadium, vile Alex amewambia, it was a very good point. It was very clear point ya kwamba everybody who deserved respect got respect, na ule mtu hakukuja hakukuja. So we know where we are and we know where we stand, and the guy is very positive in his life on where he's going. So Robert, I think we'll make it this time. Mkizia atakuwa president ya Kenya because of what he has done.
I
from
mean, for me,
ICT.
Pen is for me. I don't care somebody where he comes from. What I want is somebody who will come and make a change, and that's what I said. Our people this time, the one thing we should stick on. Let us hear more especially on the economy. We want our people to get jobs. It should be our first priority to people ambaye ataleta madawa and to end corruption. Corruption is killing our country. Ruto amekuja huko is grabbing na hakuna sasa kama ni bunge imekuwa bunge. So I'm sorry to cut you off, but if he comes in and he will end the corruption, then he make changes. He's a man who can make changes, by the way. He has done it. And that's why people want him to do that. He has done it, the few ministries he was given. If he comes in, he ends up hiyo mambo ya unajua hii mambo ya tax ambayo they are killing people without at mambo at building houses. That's the wrong economy, building houses for people. You don't build houses for people. Get jobs for
Robert,
people and they can build houses themselves. That's what I see it.
Robert,
Yes.
Robert. What I'm saying from him from Kisi, you have to have somewhere you come from. And Mimi from Kisi, and him from Kisi, I'm very proud of him. But to your point that you are making very clear, to think that only a Kisi person will make it, then that's very, very primitive. It is very clear that this guy has been accepted all over Kenya for what he has done. Ukizungumza na anybody from Kenya atakwambia this is the guy who did this is the guy who did this. And most of them are at the most positive impact that he has produced in Kenya. Yes, if we did away with the corruption in and of itself will develop Kenya in the Balisan. That one I agree with you.
Wacha
And we,
nikuulize. Remember when you remember that time when he predicted, he said, "E parliament inakuja because of some money. I don't know how you call it. Pesa ya some money. This parliament. He predicted this, and that one has imekuja to the same thing. He said there's some money which is out there. They are going to buy these people to come in parliament. Even some people have had bad people, and that's what we have seen. What happened to our country? Yeah.
Alisema
yeah.
Roba, alisema bunge ya wash.
A wash was, yes, wash was.
So what he has done, ukiona vile amefanya leo, the people came to visit, I mean, to listen to what he has to talk and how he talked. Nobody was paid. Huyu nani Ruto akienda kwa mountain, akienda popote in Kenya, he pays a lot of money to the people so that they can come and listen to him. And even people start fighting before he leaves for the money that he had promised them. Lakini leo, sijui ni Onyonga alisema, no, ni Harati alisema, this guy, you came here to listen to the next president of Kenya, but nobody paid anybody. And that's one of the wonderful ideas that we have had, that we should modernize our country to the future of it. Lakini kumuuliza any swali about how he has been, where he has been, there's nothing wrong. If we had asked the questions like that, or
I
believed
think
the story,
I think saying now he had the voice of the people, so he's going back where he has been working to design that these people needs him. That's what he said. He's going back to design. But the worst thing about it, what I see, and there's anybody can also come in, at Ruto now is coming the backyard of uko Mistria, uko karibu na Kisii. So he's starting a tour tomorrow to tour. I mean, like development. What the heck? What development are we talking about? And I mean, this is really ridiculous. The reason why, because he knew this one was coming. Na yeye hapo katikati ameweka hapo. Hiyo ni politics ile ya meseka ya kitambo.
no, Robert is going to Luo Nyansa. He was going to I think 2 counties or something in the Luo Nyansa.
Yeah,
To
paka
me,
paka Kuria.
we welcome him. That way you could see how the people will welcome him in the Luo Nyansa. He's not coming to Kisi at all. It will be in the Luo Nyansa. So we will see how the people will welcome him. I think it will he's going to get a very bad welcome,
I was
even in
saying
those
he
places.
did it by design because he knew Matiang'i
Exactly.
atakuwa na hii function,
No,
then
no, no.
he
I agree with
decided to
you.
do
I
that
agree
one
with
too.
you. I agree with you. He's trying to dampen the spirit that Matiang'i has brought around. is trying to dampen it. But we welcome to come so that we can see how he's going to be welcomed in those places that he has chosen, that he will be welcomed very well and he will speak. But the wonderful thing that huyu mama amesema, Matiang'i never addressed Ruto at all. That's very good.
And I
That's
think
even more
moving
painful
forward
than
also, I think
addressing him.
Matiang'i should get people who can advise him, West Kenyans, how he handles himself. You can't go then few weeks from now, few months from now, you fall down, and that one become a problem. He has to handle himself properly, and he has to raise down his agenda. The most important thing, the people who would advise him, it matters, and that makes a difference on a candidate.
You know,
Robert.
one thing that that comes out of there is, you know, and I said this before, in as much as Gachagua is tainted in one way or the other, we will need Gachagua whether we like it or not. There is only one person that is able to deal with Ruto perpendicularly in every matter. Now, and he has coalesced a very strong group of our people that have worked with him, and they are dealing with Ruto on every other issue. On executive issue, Gachagua is doing it. Economic issue, Nani ameanza to deal with him every day, Ndindi Nyoro. On the issue of judiciary and mismanagement, Justin Muturi is doing very, very well. On the issue, and you know, these people have a plethora of what? Evidences of what this man has done. So in the end, they are sending somebody petty like Oscar Sudi to defend the indefensible. So Matiang'i is in a very good position. He should not even pay attention to Ruto. And if
Can
he's
we have a
stuck,
go, please? Jamaa Kisii, today I know you guys are so excited, so that is why we are
see ati
so.
tukukuwa excited. I mean, there's no excitement there. I'm quoting people from the central who are dealing with Ruto very well. You know, I don't think it's all about the Kisii issue. So what I'm saying is, when you have attack dogs who are doing the job better than you, and the people that, and for instance, you are the person who just made a very good point here that you can trust Gachagua on this. So I think we should bring this narrative that we must trust Gachagua when he is criticizing Ruto, because they have worked very close together, he knows him in and out. Because he was told by Uhuru, he did not listen, but now he has his own evidences. So for Matiang'i on day one of Meet People Tour, on homecoming to attack Ruto, I think that would be nonsensical. But in the future, he must learn, as you said, to get his economic plan. But he did talk and said this country is in a very bad condition. And we should not give up on our country. And he said that in English, and everybody heard him. He said we should all have the resilience to work together to restore our country in a better way. Thank you.
May I go, Jiro?
Yes, go ahead, please. Mwamba, endelea.
Yeah, what I'm saying, I was not saying in a bad light to say that our Kisii brothers here really today, it's a good day for them. It is good to be excited about your brother doing well. There's nothing wrong in that. All things said and done, I think I said here earlier that my vote can go for Matiang'i anytime. There's one thing he should not do as a mistake. Today was a good thing that he went and got a very good homecoming.
Na Mwamba kidogo,
and
na
good
unajua
support.
pia Mwamba kidogo, unajua pia Mswahili alisema siku njema hujulikana asubuhi.
Hapo sikatai, nakubaliana na wewe kabisa kabisa. Makaribisho aliyopata nyumbani yalikuwa mazuri sana, especially when it comes from home. And as we say, ama Biblia pia ama kwa kimila yetu, na niseme na mimi pia, tunasemanga asiyetembea anafikirianga tu mama yake hupika vizuri. Kwa hiyo yeye lazima aanze mapishi yake nyumbani ndio akuje kwetu. What I would like to advise anybody or to give unsolicited advice to Mitiang'i is let him come as the nationalist that he is recognized by people. Let him not come and sell himself as a TC now. Going forward, of course, it was good going home and being welcomed by his kids, people. But when he comes out now, going to other regions, let him not come out as a minority. Don't sell yourself so cheap to say that I'm coming from a small tribe. It is our turn to eat, or it's our turn to. We have never had a. We are electing a sane president. That's all what we want. Tukipata mtu ako na akili njema ya kuongoza Kenya to get us out of this hole that we have been put by this stupid guy, that is all what Kenyans want. There is a good saying that says a good constitution comes when there is a revolution, and a revolution comes when things have gone all the way bad. This is the best time to get the best leader that we can give, because people of all walks of life are thinking about their country now. There is nobody in Kenya who is not affected by the actions of Mr. Ruto. So this is the time people can go down and get the best person. One, now we have Matiang'i, who is very sane. I had somebody say like they saw like there would be a little competition, or maybe there would be some resistance from the other guy, Maraga. Let me tell you, number one, and this is being now the tribal that we are. Maraga is not very popular in the mountain. He is not very popular. He was not liked for the nullification of the election of Uhuru. That one I can tell you. There are some people who have a grudge with him because of that. He is a good man. He can be a sane person, but he's not the angel we are looking for today. Today we are looking for, and let me say, somebody who is firm and strong, somebody who has energy, somebody who has a proven track record of doing things the way Kenyans would understand. Because don't think that ruling Kenya is so easy. Kenya needs a very firm and steady hand, one that can be able to dictate the right things. Because dictatorship comes in two forms. There could be dictation of bad things, and there could be dictation of good things. This is in line that you can even understand. Medicine is usually bitter. Na ukipatia mtoto dawa chungu analia, but you are doing the right thing to get that child back on their feet. That is how I want to look at Matiang'i today. He might come and things are so difficult in Kenya. And of course, if he comes with the forceful energy that is required, he will lose some popularity in the first place. But if he's doing the right thing, I think that is what we need for Kenya. We need somebody who will come and be able to guide that country in the right direction. Of course, he's going to meet resistance from the usual corrupt people of Kenya. It is not going to be so rosy for him, but we need somebody who is firm, somebody who is dedicated to bringing back our nation, because right now Kenya has gone to the dogs, and this is the right time to get somebody of Matiang'i's caliber. I wish and I hope and I pray that God will help us to get that man on that seat, because I don't see anybody else who has the character and the energy and the strategies that Matiang'i would be. Maybe would have to bring up this guy who was the Matatu guy. What would you call him? This guy who made the Matatu industry come from the devils.
But he passed
Alikuwa
away.
anaitwa nani?
You can't raise me. He's dead, man.
I wish that's the kind of a
Michuki.
person we need. We need
Michuki.
Mishuki. This is the
Yeah,
kind of
you
a
can
person who
forget
can bring.
Michuki and you are from the mountain.
I'm 65 years old. I'm allowed to be forgetting these small things. Anyway, we need somebody who can be firm as that, so long as he's a genuine person who has the will of the country at heart. Matiang'i has those qualities. He has those qualities. I am saying that in light of what I saw, what he did with the education ministry, when it had really also gone to the dogs, when actually exams were being bought or exams could be changed before they came out, and he came and streamlined that education sector. single-handedly, and he met a lot of opposition, but he never gave up. He put it right. That is the kind of a person we require. We also need people who can do good propaganda, just like the guy called Onyonka. Onyonka has really sold Matiang'i very well, very, very professionally. And I think he is one to take credit for the reception this guy has received today. Onyonka has done very well. He's very firm. He's very forthright. He talks well. He's eloquent, and he looks to be knowledgeable. I like Onyonka. I really do. I like Onyonka. I'm even surprised that he was not in the hula baloo of actually putting himself in the front line, because I think he's also somebody who is capable. Maybe he's not doesn't have the strength of Matiang'i, but it looks like Kisii has good boys around. Thank you.
Mwamba. And don't forget,
Yes.
Matiang is riding on. Matiang is not like a person we are trying to introduce to Kenya. Matiang
No,
is
no, no,
riding
no.
on what common Kenyan knows what he achieved. You don't have, it is not rocket science. Common Kenyan, umwambie Matiang alifanya. They felt him. They had him. Even there were days they refused to listen to him, and he made them listen. Kama siku zenye aliwaambia wa move from analog to digital. Matiang said he was going to shut the TVs. What happened? Kenyans woke up the next morning, all the TVs were shut, including
Good. Yeah.
ABC. So Matiang proved to Kenyans that what he needs to be done has to be done, even if it is not popular. And then the climax of it is when he ended the exam cheating. It was in 2015. 2015, Kakamega High School had over 200 plain A's. 2015. 2016, the A's in Kenya were less than 100 in the whole country. Okay, 2015, Kakamega High School had over 200 A's, plain A's. 2016, the whole country had over less than 100 A's. That was Matiang. Beginning of 2016, aliwaambia kwamba they will not steal exams. They thought he was joking. They thought he was playing around. He implemented that. He made good his threat. It was not a threat. He implemented that. So Matiang'i si mtu mwenye you have to convince Kenyans he can do this, or he may do this, or he may achieve this. Another thing that he has, he's not afraid. Unaona, he's not intimidated. When he worked under Uhuru, yes, he was appointed by Uhuru, but he didn't behave like somebody who Uhuru was telling to do this and do that. He behaved like somebody Uhuru could depend on. Unaona, he according, in fact, he to the Uhuru, those who have a soft heart for Uhuru, a soft form for Uhuru, believe that Matiang is one who held Uhuru's government. You know, because they believe that he was firm. He stood even against Ruto. Ruto was trying to ruin Uhuru's government. Matiang stood firm. Unaona. So Kenyans at this time are at a point where they need a rescuer. They need somebody who is not they do not just need a gentleman. They need somebody who is a daredevil, who is like, I go all the way mpaka mwisho tumalizane hii maneno. Na Matiang'i ameprove anaweza. Hata he was talking polite today and a gentleman, but his work is a gentleman, but he pushed to the end to achieve what he wants to achieve. So Kenyans have kind of, even the Gen Z, kind of feeling the person to rescue us is here. Si ati hata kama ni Mkisia ama ni nini, si cha Mkisia ama nini hapa, ni vile Wakenya wanajua Matiang'i. So I guess my take is Matiang'i is a man to beat. And earlier we analyzed that Anjiru asked a question. You should ask this. We are now many here. You can ask them this question again. Kalonzo Musyoka
Yeah, and
atakuwa wapi? Kalonzo Musyoka atakuwa wapi? Okay, me what I know, Gachagua will back Matiang'i. And what I know, Mother Karua will have no problem with working Matiang'i because they agree on principles. I also know somebody like Okiya Omtata will not have a problem working with Matiang'i because they will agree on principles. Gachagua will obviously back Matiang'i because Gachagua must achieve one agenda to punish Ruto. Okay? Through hook and crook, through thick and thin, through backing one person that will beat Ruto, Gachagua must achieve that agenda. And if Gachagua amegundua kama ni Matiang'i, Gachagua will go all the way to back Matiang'i. So the people are wondering here before you people came whether Kalonzo Musyoka atakuwa wapi. That was my input. Asante Mwamba, sijui kama nilikukata ama ulikuwa umemaliza.
And you know,
Wacha niongeze one more further to Matiangi's heart. Is one thing I like is about his maturity of character. The moment he was put like to replace Ruto, when he was made, I think, kind of a chief cabinet, when he took off the duties of Ruto, I did not see him ridicule Ruto. He worked quietly and he did what he was required to do. I think he was made the chief cabinet or whatever, something to do with cabinet affairs.
No,
He did not downplay.
That was a fake.
He did not
That
pray.
was fake. It's not
Mwamba,
on the
let me correct
constitution.
you. Mwamba, let me
Sorry?
correct you. He was not given
Mhm.
any appointment as a chief cabinet anything. That is Ruto's creation. Ruto alikataa kufanya kazi. Ruto alikuwa anatangatanga tu. Ruto deliberately decided to sabotage Kenyatta. And Matiang'i had to take over. Wewe nikuulize hivyo in Kenyatta's shoes, what would you have done? Mtu ameamua kukusabotage. Ruto deliberately decided to sabotage Uhuru. So,
Yeah,
Matiang'i
I get you. What I'm
yes.
saying is like, if you look at this guy we are calling Kamam today, he has already started ridiculing his predecessor in a very stupid way. But I never saw that with Matiang'i. So that's what I'm saying. He's a very mature person of character. His character
Yes,
is a very mature
he's
person.
very mature. And
And
all
that,
that was Ruto's creation. Ati Matiang'i amepata kazi yake. When did Matiang'i become deputy president anyway? What is the role of the deputy president? The deputy president is the principal assistant of the president. Was Ruto assisting the president or sabotaging him? He was sabotaging him all through. That is what he was doing. And you people, do you know why Uhuru brought in the army to run the KMC and to run the city? It is because Ruto was sabotaging him everywhere. So Matiang'i, whatever Matiang'i was doing is just trying to save Kenyatta's government. So it's here at he was appointed and made the chief cabinet secretary. He was this hand mtu wa mkono wa Uhuru kwamba huyu hafanyi kazi, tusaidie hapa. Me, that is how I used to see him, and yet it never got to his brain. I think that's what you are trying to say. It never got to his head.
No. I mean, power never got to his head, even though that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think
another
that
thing, these guys should know when we come to the mountain vote, one word is remaining. When Uhuru will open his mouth, and I'm sure and we know very well that he supports Matiang'i, the mountain will move. The moment Uhuru will open his mouth and say that I support this guy, you guys will never see craziness like what will happen. And that is why I'm so optimistic we have a president.
Okay, let me just say this way. At the end of the day, this, when we go 2027, the way I said, this is going to be a different direction. People are really suffering. Our people are suffering. There's poverty. There's poverty. No jobs. People are being promised, huyu jamaa anakuja anawaambia unafinya tu computer dollars inaingia, and it just lies to our population, and people bite him. But at this point, if I was Matiang'i and where we advises him, I would make corruption and the economy just the top of my what I want to campaign for. And those things, you have to study it now. Do you know why? Because Ruto cannot achieve those. It's too little, too late. Economy and corruption, they go together and together. Hammer hit from now until 2027, August, either wakati watu wanaenda kula, and you win the election. As simple as that.
You see, the only good thing that is coming out of Matiang'i is that he's not a corrupt person. And we only need we just need the chief executive of the country to be not a corrupt person. That's all what we need in Kenya to end corruption. It's as easy as that. Today, even if Ruto said he wants to stop corruption, it would never stop. Why? Because he's a corrupt person, and the corrupt others would actually blackmail him and continue being corrupt. Hata leo kama Ruto angeokoka na aseme amemaliza kuiba na hataki kitu ingine, there is no way Kenya is going to recover. But if we have a president at the top and says we have to stop this, I'm telling you, even the police on the roads will not be taking a coin. That will happen, and that is why we need Matiang'i.
And one thing beyond now the homecoming, I think a few presidents now we can see beyond now post his homecoming is there is a moderate, level-headed debate in regard that who should take over. I think jokers like Kalonzo have been minimized now, and you can see the country move forward now and look not in terms of the hotel meetings and so on and so forth. I think Kenyans are not going to be duped again into these things that we kept on seeing leaders coming and going to hotels and having meetings and meetings and meetings. I think now the ground is setting the narrative. I hope beyond Kisii, and I like the fact the grave mistake that happened in was it in Narok, whereby people were speaking. We saw this side speaking, we saw this side speaking, and it created some momentum within things that already we do not know how to handle or talk about. The issue of land and Ruto's appetite for land and the corruption within the Ministry of Land. So I hope now we are going to go past the tribe, as you have said, but now when we go past the tribe, what are we going to talk? It has to be in principle on issues that honestly are affecting us. Education, as you have said, when he was a minister for education, what happened? That's a big debate. I saw in TikTok today and I was laughing, young kids making memes and saying, even though you denied me an A in 2016, lakini kura yangu yote itakupea. Showing that even these young kids are waking up that look, it was for the posterity, it was good for us. We were sensitized. We are the people we are today because there were responsible people in the government. And the irresponsible people we are seeing in the government, we must kick them off. No, even within the GNC, they are now having, a debate that you can see that can unite them away from, you see, what we saw later on in the GNC leadership almost put them down. And the other thing is beyond there are people whose political future is going to collapse completely. And I think if that is the bar that has been set, I hope we keep on climbing higher. You saw the rhetorics za mtu kama Atwoli speaking, though he's not a politician, on the Labor Day.
Jesus
You sit
Christ,
down
that man
and
makes me feel like I wanna kick.
you sit down and like the issue of, and I'm sorry, Nani Mwamba, you have told us you are a senior citizen, and I know what it comes up with. It comes up with responsibility. So I think our youths are going to take up another step, not just only to criticize people like them, but to stop them. I think you're the one who said earlier that there are people who we need to put them in the graveyard of politics, to the nearest dustbin and bury them so that we will never be able to talk about those names in the future. I hope that is the movement that is going to come out of this. And the reason my hope is like that is what we created, and I think Matiangi prophesied about it, that we are going, this election that was in 2022, that we are going to get wash people and people who have nothing but looting of this country. Even after we condemned Murkomen the other day, you are seeing somebody like Sudi without shame and guilt again, going to the media and telling us kiatu yake ni 70,000. Imagine how bold these people are and stupid they are. So,
Yeah.
as you said, this bar, let it be set like that. Because if we keep on, looking at another bar kama ya mtu kama Kalonzo, it's not like I hate Kalonzo. But I think Kalonzo has had an opportunity more than any other person, especially after the broad-based, the bread-based government started. People were yearning for him to go to the country. different places so that we can completely show. But the other day, I don't even know if Morara is right or no. I had Morara some grave allegation. For instance, he was saying that somebody is sleeping in State House. I don't know how he knows that, and I think he's one of the people who sleeps there. But I think it's going to reveal. It's going to reveal a lot of what the politicians are doing behind the back, because they are going to be the enemies of their own, because they are now wanting to compete with Matiang'i, because what they saw today, they are not going to be comfortable. It's not about Ruto only. It's about all these leaders, including Wamunyoro, including Eugene Wamalwa, including Martha Karua, including Musyoka, including Natembea. All these leaders, where they are today, honestly, they are asking themselves good questions, that what's next for them. I think if that will be what they are thinking, some yes, some no. But those who will be able, now that is where now Nani Julia's point comes in. We are going to see political realignment. Nilisikia fununu hata Orengo almost said something towards that. I didn't pay attention to that, but we were so concentrated in one thing or the other. Apart from him,
let me just come in. Let me say one thing. The one thing about what's coming right now, the facts come out. You see, Ruto thinks that he can go the old ways of buying people and he will win re-election. That's what he thinks, and that's his reasoning. And if you see the way he's doing things, he thinks like, I can buy people. And that's why some of this money they are accumulating. Oh, he might buy a couple of people. But does that one mean that it will turn before? I don't think so. Our country has changed, more especially since what happened last year. For me, the way I feel the way would go forward if I was advising Matiang'i, the first thing I would just tell him is this: when you go there, just eat the points. Don't attack anybody for now. Just go straight. In 2 years, the economy of our country will put it back. In 2 years, all these things which have gone wrong, we will have another chance again to start afresh. People are yearning for change right now, regardless where you are. Everybody, and in fact, when this man came in, I thought maybe, when it was declared, I said, and if I remember from where we were that time, I said it very well. If Ruto goes in and he builds this economy, wonders economy and everything, then he has a chance to win the election. But to build an economy, it takes a lot of, when you start, you come in, the way you set up yourself. But instead, the guy, he started destroying himself. At this point, it's too little, too late. I'm telling you, if you go inside the Kenyan economy, it's hanging there, maybe because of some the Kenyan people who are outside the country, who are sending some money. Otherwise, this economy is going to collapse. Things are not going to change. Yeah, things are not going to change. And that's why I just said, if you go in, get the right people. If you are Matiang'i, don't just go there just like one-sided. Get the right people. Then lay the foundation. Start telling people what is wrong right now and how you want to do it, because already people have seen what you have done before. People are just, that's what Matiang'i brings on the table. As far as Kalonzo is concerned, I'm just saying this. At the end of the day, I think Kalonzo is going to be put. He's going to be put, maybe run by himself. By him running, he's going to take the common force. That's the way. I mean, that's the way we are set up. Then from there, maybe I don't know about Eugene Wamaru and other people. I don't know. But when the way I see now from what's been happening, I trust our people. I trust our Kenyan population. As far as Ruto is concerned, he should be a one-term president. Enough is enough. He promised the campaign, he delivered, or he has done something opposite. But he thinks he can play the game. And hii mtu ambaye atamwambia kama anafikiri he can steal election, this time somebody has to tell him, You make a mistake and you cause civil war in a country. We don't want to go that way. We want, if you win in a proper way. And this time, this is going to be like 2002 election. And by somebody's going to concede, even before even what went to pick a kura, like the way Uhuru Kenyatta did. And that one is coming, my friends.
Election this time round, I don't think it's gonna be stealable. Of course, they will try to rig the election, but I don't think it is stealable. The margin will not allow for rigging. It will be too big, because I don't think there is anything Ruto can do to change the mindset of Kenyans today. I don't know what he would do to change the people who actually want to vote him out, because that is what Kenyans are. They want to vote him out. What I imagine he will want to do is maybe sponsor spoilers. He might sponsor candidates to come and spoil the vote, but that still will make him actually go far down the line. He has no following today, and I don't know why he doesn't see that. He doesn't see that.
Kuna huyu
I don't think today
No,
Kenyans will not be bought by money this time round. Money will not help.
my friend, he cannot see that he has two split personalities.
Mwamba Mped, kuna Nyakairo hajaongea na Innocent, tunaweza patia nafasi tu Nyakairo, halafu Innocent.
Okay, I might be retiring now.
Nyakairo.
Asante sana ndugu zangu, nimewasikiza kwa muda. Sijakuwa kwa hali nzuri, nimekuwa mgonjwa for some time, but now I can raise my voice. Nimeona mengi ambayo yametendeka Kenya yetu. I joined PK for the mourning of his daughter. Pole sana. Hiyo ilikuwa pigo kubwa kwa mzazi. When you think that we are trying to build up a colony of which to overtake this radical government, narudi kusikia mambo ingine kando yako, ukiwa mzazi unasikia umedhoofika zaidi. Kwa hivyo natuma rambirambi zangu kwa PK, Mungu ampe nguvu, na hayo yote tumeyapitia, na tunaomba Mungu ampe nguvu ya kuweza kuendelea na maisha, sababu hiyo ndio njia ya kila mtu. Yeah, I just wanted to pass that word. The other thing I want to say, Wakenya wetu, tumeona mengi yakifanyika Kenya. Tumeona mauaji ambayo ni ya kiholela. Sasa nashtuka, nasikitika sana kuhusu vile sasa watu wanaweka hapo kwa mtandao ati watu they are celebrating kifo cha huyo Kasipio MP. I don't understand how you can celebrate somebody's death, hata kama alikuwa nani. We want people to live and see a country grow in a better shape, in a better way. Tumeona Matiang'i ameingia kwa uwanja, and I'm praying that when this name was mentioned, I think people woke up. They opened their eyes and they saw something better that they can follow. Matiang'i is a performer, I would say that, because I have witnessed mtu ambaye aliweza kabisa na akakomesha mambo ambayo ilikuwa inaendelea huko kwa elimu, and he succeeded, and the education continued in the right direction. So what I'm seeing is that tuache kuwa divided, tuache kufikiria ati huyu mtu alifanya. The time when they are alleging that Matiang'i alitupa watu Rivayala, huyu jambazi ambaye ameua watoto wetu, hatutasahau, alikuwa kwa hiyo serikali na alikuwa deputy president. Why didn't he say something? Ni nani aliua wale watu walikuwa witness wa kesi yake ICC?
Good question.
And remember, there was another thing. When these things were going on, kulikuwa na mambo ambayo ilikuwa inaendelea mbaya sana kwa Wasingishu. Watu walikuwa wanauawa, wanyama wao wanaenda. So who knows who was doing what? And when a country is in such a turmoil, we need somebody who stands up and say, no, this is enough. Somebody that we can trust. Ndio tuwe tunajishikilia pahali, lakini hatuwezi kuwa hatujajishikilia pahali na tuseme tukuna nchi. Right now we have a structure of a government, but we don't have a director. No director ambaye ataongoza watu. Structure iko hapo, that figure is there, but the person to stand with Kenyans, to have a governance that stand for Kenyans, it's not there. Huyu mtu amejifanya kuwa yeye amejizuia, amejiletea security yake ya kutosha, lakini wananchi hawana security. My problem is, how can we have security for one individual man who is finishing people, killing children, killing everybody, na awe secured, ati awe akona ni serikali gani hiyo ambayo ameshikilia? Ni serikali ya wapi hiyo ambayo anaongoza? You cannot lead people when you are killing them. You cannot lead people when you are oppressing them. So for us, we are looking for someone who will come and open the door and give us enough air that we can survive. This country of ours needs somebody who is ready to perform. Ndio pahali tumepoteza tuweze pata na tuweze kuendelea mbele. Jinsi unavyoona Kenya inavyoendelea ni mambo machafu, na huyo mtu kusema kweli hajali, he cares zero. Kwa sababu wakati huu si performing the work, he is performing grabbing every corner of the country. What kind of a leader who is grabbing land? People are homeless, and yet he wants to be called a president. And yet he wants to show us that he had godly heart. This guy is a pretender, a very high hypocrite man. Na hiyo Bible aiweke mbali sana na yeye, kwa sababu haitampenda na haijampenda kutoka mwanzo. That hypocrisy, and that's why I say it's so hard for us to read people's minds, but we can try. Ruto from the word go is a hypocrite. From the word when he was with Moi, Ruto had been a hypocrite. Kumbukeni hata tuliambiwa vile aliulisha watoto wengine vijana due for him to survive, to thrive. Look at him, what he is doing in our country. Huyu si mtu ambaye ni kiongozi, huyu ni jambazi kama vile tunamuitaga, is a jambazi, na hata change hata siku moja. Baada ya hao watu wameuawa, huwa yeye anajificha. And I have been saying here, you will never see his footprints, neither his fingerprints in any bad things happening in our country. Anajua vile anajificha. Na anajificha na Wakenya nao ambao ninaweza waita wajinga, because hata hawa mapolisi ambao wanashuti watu, I would ask them, how about if it's your brother or your sister or your mother who has been shot dead? Would you be celebrating? These policemen or this force should step back and ask themselves a question. How many hearts do I have? I have only one. Pahali ninaenda kuishi na binadamu. Wakinivamia watanifanyia nini? If these people reason like human beings, there will be peace in our country. Yani hii amri wakitolewa, wanaangalia hata wao wanaona hapa, I better resign. I better get out of this work because I'm being bulldozed to do bad things to our people, our neighbors, ambao baadaye watakuwa wanatuangalia na jicho mbaya, ambao watatupea laana. Because those police that are killing people, they have no good moral. Wao hata kama wameambiwa washoot. Ebu imagine mtu ambaye hana kitu kwa mkono, unampiga na risasi. What else do you expect from that person? bring the peace in our country. And to bring peace in our country is to have overhaul of the whole this fake government ambayo imekuwa kila mara kutoka mwanzo mpaka wakati huu hawajawahi kutenda kazi, ni maongo, na bado anataka kuendelea kutuambia tusikize. What are we listening from this guy? This guy is a horrible person, is a criminal, jambazi ambaye ametutesa sana maishani mwetu. In fact, my worry is, and I ask this question to you guys, watoto wale hawajawahi kuonekana walienda wapi? Where are they? Watoto ambao hawakuwa majambazi. Tulisikia kidogo watoto, kuna watu waliomwa kwa barracks za KDF. Would that be true? That is why we cannot see even the bodies of our children. These children deserved better life, and they were just questioning a man who they did not even hit with a stone, ama wakata wakamumwagia maji. Alikuwa mbali na wao, lakini akaona vizuri atumie risasi. Can you imagine, can you compare a human being na risasi, mtu ambaye anatembea mikono mitupu? There is nothing you can compare with that. So this guy needs to go. Let Matiang'i perform his work. We know he's a performer. And let us support him morally, spiritually, ndio tuweze kuelekea na njia inayofaa. Mimi ninafurahia sana nikimuona, because Matiang'i, anything that comes out of his mouth is not rubbished by anybody. Mwenye anaweza rubbish ni Ruto tu, sababu hataki kuona mtu ambaye anaongea mambo mazuri mbele ya wananchi. Wananchi wanataka peace in our country so that they can do their job. Mimi nitashukuru, nitasimama hapo. Jimudu tu kidogo, but I'm getting better. But I pray my country to get well. Wherever we are, we want to go home. We want to go to a better country where we belong. Asanteni sana, muwe na wakati mwema. Thank you.
Asante
Pole
Nyakairo.
Nyaigwe, pole.
Pole Nyakairo.
Asanteni.
Pia
Innocent,
nafuu
ulishinda kiti leo?
Nyakairo, pia nafuu na kuombea.
Thank you very much. Niko tu hapa.
Innocent, ulienda Kisii leo ama ulikuwa wapi?
Hi, how are you?
Innocent, we are asking you. Sisi tulikuwa Gusii Stadium, wewe ulikuwa wapi?
Mi sikukuwa Kisii Stadium, but nilikuwa somewhere just doing some bit of organizing things. Otherwise, I greet you all wenye wako kwa platform. I believe I can also join in Nyakairo by passing my condolences to PK, wherever he is. And we say sorry to the loss of the daughter. Well, nimeingia saizi, sijui how far you guys have gone. Jiru told me ati atafungua channel in 1 hour's time. I think I slept. In my WhatsApp ilikuwa nilimwambia nitumie ka message, my WhatsApp ika crash, so I believe I didn't get I sent a link and I could not get it. Julia, here we are now. Mlisema mnataka Matiang'i aongee, and tukasema ati the way he plays his politics is not just the normal way, ama the same way the other politicians are playing their politics, and that's why you've seen him doing things in a different way. even the I don't know, people have been calling it homecoming. It was done differently. There is no place he announced it. Hakuambia watu wote ati ataenda. Just the way the other politicians do advertise their meetings. Yeye tu aliambia some few individuals, especially the former MPs wa Kisii na present, and those are the guys who are able to go and pass the information to them. Otherwise it was not announced, ama barua imeandikwa ikitumwa kwa Nation ama kwa this mainstream media ndio ionekane the same way other politicians do. So number one, I don't know maybe how you rate him, but one thing alikuwa ameambiwa is not to attack any politician, asiongee maneno ya politics, akuje tu asalamie watu na aende. One of the task he was meant to do is just to show his face to Kenyans. And what you've been asking, and what you've been inquiring from many people is where is Matiang'i? Na ndio kwa sababu alikuja akajionyesha kwa watu, akaenda huko Kisii akasalamia watu, akaniambia you've been calling me, mlikuwa mnanitia nini? So niko hapa. Then vile alikuwa ameambiwa tulikuwa tunakuitia hii, so akasema okay, here I am, let me go back and nirudishe makaratasi za wenyewe and then I'll come back. So hakufanya any politics, hakuongea anything, hakutukana mtu, and that's the way we want him to do his politics. Because he's a professional, he's going to do things professionally. All the strategists wenye walikuwa na mguide in arranging and doing his thing, he did exactly what he was tasked to do, na amefanya exactly what he was meant to do. So going forward, I believe you are going to see a different type of politics in Kenya, because one thing ameambiwa asikae kama politician sana, wacha akae professional, alete another way of dealing with politics, and you are going to see some of the ways he's going to do it. Kama ni kuifanya kama Wamunyoro, he can do it, but ameambiwa since campaign ijaanza na vitu hazijaanza, azingojee kwanza aweke. And that's why you can see people are not especially the KK group of people wameshindwa ana attack Matiang'i nini, because hakuna kitu ameambia ama hakuna kitu amewatukana ama ameingilia government. So amekuja tu amesalamia watu na ameenda. That is what I can say. I don't know how far you had gone. Ni nini mlikuwa mmediscuss. That's what I can give as my introductory part, Julia. Thank you. Back to Julia.
So Innocent, I hope he doesn't back down. Ameona hiyo expectations ziko juu eh?
Yes, iko juu. Na aliambiwa akuje tu asalamie watu, and then because alikuwa amesema are you also guys serious about my presidency, tukamwambia kuja, and ndio nilisema akukuwa amekuja ile ya homecoming, ni kuonyesha tu the face the way tulikuwa tumesema, siajionyesha hata siku moja, hata kama ni Facebook kama nini, aongee ama afanye, and that's why he has never commented even in Twitter ama nini. It's a different way of doing things, na ndio umeona amekuja amejionyesha. He's not going to back down. He has been given a hand from Kisi, aende mbele, ajaribu kuongea na wengine, so he's going to do it, and I believe send shockwaves to both KK and also wakina Kalonzo ama nini, those ones who have been just having press conferences. It's high time people wajue what to do. If each and every individual can do that, wachukue their stronghold the way Wamunyoro is doing, I believe Kalonzo bado, I don't know how he does it, but nafikiri amenyamaza sana ma press conferences.
Ameshtuka, ameshtuka. Unaona kuna innocent. There are things you can't buy. There are things you can't just inherit if you don't have them. Things like character, strong character, hiyo personality Matiang'i ako nayo, na even this thing of charisma. You cannot buy charisma. Unaona? And you cannot buy. I mean, kuna all of us, like even me, there are things I can't do however much I want to do them. Hata mkinifanyia, hata mkinipeleka train gani, unaona, it will just be a waste of time for you to start training me to do those things, because sijazaliwa hivyo. So what I'm trying to say is that Kalonzo, that is his character. That is the best he can do. I mean, that is the best he can do. And Kalonzo, I want to appreciate one of the things that you have done. Njiru, I hope you know mwenye umeweka. Njiru, I hope mwenye umeweka unajua ni nani. Njiru, are you there? Njiru has added somebody. And I hope Njiru knows whom he has added. Or somebody say Brian somebody. Okay. Let's hope see wale wengine. Now, so let me say this. So Kalonzo Musyoka, that is his character. And there are good things Kalonzo Musyoka has done. For your information, Kalonzo can work in a good government. I think so. Kalonzo, I think, can work in a government yenye iko na structures na yenye iko na zero tolerance to corruption. But then he's not successful in mobilizing, and he's a Kamba kingpin. Hiyo amepata, anaweza pata kura za Wakamba. Okay, because after all, he's the most outstanding leader. I mean, he's the leader they know in Cumberland, so he can mtu azime somebody.
Julia usisahau Wakamba sasa ni sawa Mount Kenya. Wamejoin Mount Kenya
sasa. Kwanza Kalonzo, sitaki kusema ati Wakamba wamejoin Mount Kenya. Nataka kusema tukuongelea juu ya Kalonzo. Kalonzo Musyoka, naongelea juu ya Kalonzo Musyoka kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu Kalonzo Musyoka had dreams to become president. Even recently he was interviewed and he said there is no way he can back down. It is his right kuwa na hiyo dream ya kuwa president. Ni haki yake. But now I think, right now, I think the man to beat is Fred Matiang'i. And I think even Kalonzo Musyoka knows that. So Kalonzo Musyoka, I hope he will accept that and agree to work with the winning team. I hope that is my hope. Hiyo ndio nitasema innocent. That is my hope, because we have been here before negotiating things. Even, let me say this, even the days of Kibaki Tosha movement, Raila Odinga and team did not have a plan to have Kibaki as president. Ilikuwa ile shingo upande, wakajipata kwamba if they didn't say Kibaki Tosha, who would have won? So they chose Kibaki. So right now, everybody who has ambitions has decided, do they want Ruto to come back again, or do they want to save Kenya? That is the decision they have to make right now. Otherwise, mtu mwenye ataanza kutuambia ati ni wakati wangu, ati mimi amjai nipigia kura, I think we shall put them in the same dustbin as we shall put Ruto. So I hope Kalonzo Jeru, kitu iko na kelele, unaweza toa hiyo mic uongee bila mic. It is making a lot of noise. Then we bring the, I don't know who is that part. Jiro, I don't know nani umeleta anaitwa Brian, I don't know who that is. Kama atajisema ama
Okay. Yeah. As we wait for Brian to unmute himself, exactly what you've said is indeed right. If indeed they have been saying that they want to remove Kasongo out, their main aim is to make Kasongo one-term president, and wamesema ati anybody from their group mwenye watachagua ndiye atachukua, and as you said that exactly wajaribu kukua pamoja na wa choose one person to carry the mantle. If indeed wakina Kalonzo wanaweza tu kusema what we want is a good government, tunataka Kenya ikuwe Kenya they have been wanting. I believe it's high time that wakienda kwa table mtu asiende aseme it's my time. Let's say, let them say it's Kenyan's time. That is what Matiang'i is bringing. Matiang'i amekuja na amesema whatever mtamwambia afanye ndiye atafanya, so that you don't ask him why is this going this way ama that way. So exactly, Kalonzo, what you've said is right. Amefanya mambo mengi, yes, the same way Raila amefanya mengi, but if they continue doing the same thing the same way, inafika mahali watu wanachoka, and I believe Kenyans wamechoka, wamefika mahali wanasema can we do things differently, and that's why Matiang'i amekuja na different way of doing things. Number one, he is going to bring professionalism in Kenya. And if you heard him, the way he said exactly, that is how he is. Alisema akikuja mkimwambia atatoa shati na koti aweke chini na afanye kazi. Watu wengi wanasema he did this and this and this. Yeye kitu ameambiwa afanye atafanya. If you can see from his track record, indeed you can give him the 9 out of 10 marks for what he did in every ministry yenye alikuwa amesimamia, and akitoa shati akianza kazi, indeed he will do that. But how many people are going to join him? One thing, Julia, I don't know whether you saw, hakuna mtu alilipa watu waende kwa meeting. I'm telling you, people fuel their own vehicles, wakatoka Nairobi, wakatoka Mombasa, wakatoka Kisumu, wakatoka wapi, wakaenda just to attend that. And it was not even haiko advertisiwa sana, ni ile tu kidogo kidogo. Some of us wenye tulikuwa tumejua ndio tuliambia some of our few friends ndio waende, but the homecoming is coming, itakuja tu. Alikuwa ameenda tu akafungua the upper headquarters in Kisii na kwenda tu kuuliza watu kama indeed they want him, what they have been sending ni ukweli wanataka, na amesema yes, and that is what we are going to. Number two, Julia, there is this guy anaitwa Thuku. After Matiang'i's entourage to Kisii, he did a poll, and he was targeting the mostly the Luo people, and out of 100, him na Ruto na other candidates, Matiang'i scored 52%. Alibit Ruto, alibit wakina Wamalwa, wakina Natembea, wakina Kalonzo and Wamnyoro. Now this is just the Luos. the poll targeted the Luos, waone kama indeed Luos watatoka kwa Ruto, yani kwa Raila, wampigie kura. And I was surprised to see that many Luos, they have decided, especially the elites, the professionals, wamesema hatufuati mtu hivyo, we are ready to change our whoever they have been supporting, ama their kingpin, wamesema they are also ready to support another candidate, and it was 52% from that poll. So you can see it was just the first day amejionyesha tu, and that was done, na hajasema kitu yote sana, but I believe he's ready to do something for Kenya. Thank you.
Jero, you are saying something, Jero.
Vile naomba Wakenya wasiposikie sana maneno ya media. Unaona, unaona, watu kama vile tunasema hapo, hii ni kitu Kasebo alisema kitabu, tutakaa tuongee, kila mtu arudi kwao, aongee na watu, alafu alete kwa mimi. Hiyo alisema kitabu kabla ya Kenya hajatoka, na akasema tunangoja huo Mkenya ule tena anaenda hiyo mkutano anasimamia.
Julia, simusikii vizuri, sijui kama kutoka my side kuna makelele.
Haya, unanisikia sasa?
Kuna
Yeah,
kelele.
kuna kakitu kanapiga.
Ni maji.
Ni huyo bwana ako na ujinga anaweka TV. Wacha nitoke hapo. Julia.
Yeah, that is better.
Haya, ile nasema sasa tukue serious. Hatuache media confuse. Hatuache kuchukia. Unaona kama mimi niko na respect, hata Kalonzo, kila mtu ako na dhahabu yake. Unaona, kuko watu wa kuongea na watu sio wa kuongea sana, lakini ako na kibaraka yake. Kama huyu Kalonzo tunajua sio mpigani sana, lakini siku hizi tangu Wamnyoro watolewe, Kalonzo anaongea. Mlimuona Mombasa, kila mahali anaenda. Ameacha kuongea. Sio kama vile alikuwa na Raila. Unaona? Tumuheshimu tu vile yako. Anaweza hata kupewa cheo ingine kubwa. Kwanza tutoe huyu mtu. Unaona? Hao ni watu wazima na wanaelewana sasa. Saa hii hakuna kucheza ati ni mimi. Mimi nataka, hakuna. Na mimi vile nasikia roho yangu, hao ni watu wazima. Wameona vile Kenya imefanywa within tuseme 12 years and a half, Uhuru na Ruto. Wanachezea wa Kenya. Tuseme Uhuru alifanya maendeleo, lakini hakujali sana, watu wanakufa. Afuatilie, hiyo ndio inatuuma. Damu imemwagika sana nchi. Unaona? Mwingine pengine aniambie, lakini mimi vile naelewa makosa iko pale. Yes, Uhuru alifanya kazi, lakini unafanya kazi unafanyia nani wakati watu wanauawa kama wanyama? Unaona? Sasa Kalonzo tumpe heshima, alikuwa first president, tumpe heshima zake. Na ana damu kwa mkono Kalonzo hata kidogo. Hii maneno yote Raila anafanya ujinga alikuwa amemweka kwa miguu. Kalonzo ana kitu mtu kusema wewe uliua. Hii anaheshimu katiba yake, lakini amekuja akafungua macho. na akaona vile Raila alikuwa amembeba ujinga. Nimefurahia sana Wakamba wetu kurudi kwa Gema. Na hiyo I know history. And that's why I said thank you. Kalonzo, umeongeleza watu wako, warudi huko. Huko ndio mnatakana mkue. Nyinyi ni Wakikuyu, ni Mount Kenya. Sasa tumweke pale, tujui pengine hata yeye ataki. Hii nchi imeharibiwa sana, inataka mtu akuna kifua kabisa, akona upower. Hata mimi ingekuwa pale Kalonzo nasema sitaki kusimama, mimi nita support, lakini nipe cheo ingine. Sauli wa Kenya, niwaambie nchi imeharibiwa kabisa. It's 11 trillion over mulipe. Na watu uniambie ni jensi wangapi wana kazi. It's a big job. Hiyo country Ruto damage. Kwa hivyo saizi walituambia kitabu, mimi nimefuatilia wa Munyoro ile group wanaongea wakiwa na Wamalo na nani, na wafuatilia kabisa. Walisema kwanza kila mtu atarudi pale amesaliwa. Aongeleze watu wale waache kudanganywa na 200 500. Akishika wale watu turudi kwa mesa. Tuone ni nani tutasimamisha hivi. Hii nyota wa Kenya wataona ina shine. Tupige huyu mtu atoke. Na I agree with that. I've been patient because nilisikia vizuri vile walipanga. Na mimi sina haraka na hiyo. Sauli mkiona huyu kamutu ni kama kamutu ni kama jini huyu Ruto huyu. Huyu ni mtu anatumia, alinunua hata hiyo power kona, alinunua watu. Na saa hii tunaongea anachukua taksi ya watu, anakopa pesa, anatumia zile pesa kiholela. Hata hii pesa ameleta China itaenda tu kwa wabunge na kununua watu. Kamama kameanza huko Nyandarua kuambia watu wa bodaboda tutoape kitu kidogo. Where did you hold in the world president giving some little group money? Where this money coming from? Na wana na pesa ya nini ya madawa hospitali. Wana na pesa ya watoto wa shule. University wako tu wanarada huko. Wana na pesa ya kununua mashini watu wapate vitambulisho. Lakini kama kanakuja kanaambia watu wakipiki wa bodaboda hao tutawatengeneza, tutawaona. Sio ni bribery. Hiyo ni corruption. Na ni jana tu anasema hivi. Unaona sasa kameingizwa hii mtindo hiyo kama mama kupeanga watu pesa ya chini chini. Hiyo pesa ni ya nini? Do something. Fix economy. Don't give people money. I've never seen that. I'm in a country I never be given money to put anybody. Niko kwa nchi sijai kuona watu kwa ngali. Saa hii hata tuko na nini na election leo inaisha leo. Hakuna watu wanaluka hapa. Wameweka mapicha pale, wanaenda kwa internet wanasema chagua huyu. That's it. Na hakuna kusema tutafanya hivi. Barabara siko sawa sawa. Hii barabara watajenga miaka 9, miaka 10, miaka 8. Ni ya nini? Kwani sijai kumalizika? Kwa hivyo wa Kenya please. Hii grupu ya Munyoro imekuja. To stop push to wait. Mount Kenya, wacha niseme. Mnajua tu tunaambiwa na nitasema na Kikuyu. Weka mahetia, not gucokera, ndukana cokere. We will never go back there. We did mistake, we did reason Uhuru, lakini Uhuru hakuongea kama vile wa Munyoro wanaongea sasa. Angesema hivi tungeenda kwa hiyo njia. Lakini Uhuru ni kusema huyu ni mwizi, tusague huyu. Na huyu mwingine ndio mbaya kuliko hata ule hako. Raila ndio sumu kabisa. Tungesagua Raila. Raila ndio tunajua ni kisirani. Kila mtu anajua, na sasa Kenya yote imejua Raila ni kisirani. Akiwa saa hii anakula na Ruto wakati hao watoto wameuawa. Sasa watu wameniamini kwa nini nilikuwa na dharau Raila. How could you? Sauli watoto wako wako huko whatever. Ha? Sasa ajali na asemi kitu na anajua kulifanyika hivyo. Sasa wacha tuone. Nakumbuka Wamunyoro wakati alikuwa anafanya kampeni na Ruto. Sauli, wacha niseme kwangu, Sauli nilikuwa na wafuata 24/7. Alikuwa anafikiria huyu mtu tuko naye ni mtu wa kusema ukweli. Na hapo studio nimesikia Wamunyoro kweli anasema ukweli. Alisema na alikuwa uko Nyeri. Nyinyi polisi tukiongezea mshahara muache kusukua marupurupu. Huyu ni Wamunyoro wakati ya kampeni. Sali alikuwa amebeba ufala na huyu mjinga mwizi huyu. Akaambia polisi tutaongeza mshahara, uniform padisha na muache kusukua hii marupurupu. Ndio economy irudi na pesa irudi Kenya. Wapi? Hakuwa anajua. Hii ni uongo ya Ruto. Hebu muone nyumba zile wa polisi wanaua watu wanakaa. Ile tu nyumba ya mabati imejengwa wakati ya Kenyatta, Mzee Jomo. Wanakaa tu ile tu nyumba ile. Walai. Sasa tumeona na watu wale wakubali vile Wamunyoro anasema, mimi naamini Sauli ni watu gapi wametoka huko kwa hii serikali na wanasimama nje sasa. Nimetoka ama nimetolewa, wacha nitombee siri. Nimepigania, umenitoa. We have to believe. Watu wacha kusema, kwa nini wakuongea kwa pale? Walikuwa wanapigania pale. Lakini wangeonyesha nchi yote wako na kupigana na huyu mkubwa wao. Walikuwa wanafanya kwa heshima. We do the work. We promise what tuache hii corruption, tuache hii. Wakashindwa baka huyu kamuongo akasema tuwafukuse hawa. Wanisiki anataka kukalia kila mtu chini na control. Kwani Ruto wako na miaka ngapi? Kwani amekuwa kwa serikali miaka kwa opposition kwa hiyo nini mapigano ya election and politician miaka ngapi? Anafikiria atatawala kila mtu. Hata wale watu wengine walipigania Mau wazee wa kila tribe wako pale, na anafikiria atawakalia na wasimwambie kitu. Hiyo inauma sana. Muliona hii habari ya masoja alipeleka huko Kilifi, akaiginoa hata Kimathi jina. Hiyo ikaniuma kabisa. Ruto wako amesaliwa. Mjinga hata ajui history. Lakini hakutaja Mau people. Alienda tu kuongea Kisungu yake pale na Kiswahili. Kwanza ni Kisungu aliongea pale na akaenda. Sasa Wakenya tusipigane na hii group, to wait na be patient. Mimi niko na siri, siwezi kuambia huyu enemy yangu vile siri yangu nataka kutoa. Hapana, wacha wajijenge, na nimesema tena wajijenge. Matiang'i anajua corruption ni nini, Gachagua anajua, Karua anajua, Kalonzo anajua. Wamesunguka Kenya sasa, Kalonzo amezunguka Mount Kenya welcome himself na watu wao wagema. Tumeona ameenda na akakaribishwa, lakini kila mtu anajua watu wako na tabu. Wakenya wanakufa na tabu ile tujai kuona. Na ukiongea unauawa, ukiongea adapted tukuoni tena. Sasa huyu mtu ameuawa, huyu MP, na Wakenya muache kucheka mtu akiuawa. Hii ni kitu baya sana, inaweza kukurudia, hiyo damu inaweza kurudi kwa familia yako. Hata mtu akiwa mwizi, hata akiwa nini, don't celebrate. It's very bad, Gen Z. Don't do this. Kama huo mtu niliona akiita Ruto nyang'au. Tujui ni Ruto amempangia ama ni nani? Wiki 3. Sijui ni wiki 2 imeisha, alikuwa anaita Ruto nyang'au. Sasa na Ruto hataki kuona mtu anampingia ama anamwambia kitu. Unaenda 1 minute Sasa watu wameshikana hivi, mimi naona corruption Kenya itaisha. Sauli ndio inamaliza nchi yetu. Hata watu kuwekelea wameshindwa, hata hakuna mtu anataka kuja Kenya. Ikiwa kwa BBC Kenya inaenda kwa shimo. BBC inasema hivi ndio mlifanya. Akina MP wanaenda huko parliament kusema ati ni uongo. Ati hiyo picha, unajua watu wa parliament wabunge walikuwa wanasema ati hiyo picha sio ya Kenya. What? Walikuwa wanasema ati pengine hata hiyo BBC wanasema hiyo mapicha sio ya Kenya. Ni ya wapi? Wacha niwaambie wa Kenya, tafadhali tuheshimu kila linda wameungana sasa. Wachana nao wako na kaongo huyu. Wachana nao wanaenda nyumbani. Tuheshimu kila leader. Tusiongelee bambaya, tuwape spirit, tuwaobe. Hata wapungue macho, waone corruption ni baya. Waeke sheria. Hata polisi waache kuchukua pesa. Kila kitu iwekwe kwa kona na ikiwe imesimamiwa, hakuna kuibia pesa ya Wakenya na Kenya iendelee. Tuombe, tuache kusema huyu atakuwa hivi, huyu anafanya hivi. The past is past. We're talking about today, but Gen Z na Mau watu waliuao na wazungu, we will never forget. Sauli wako wamefanya baya, wako criminal. That we will never forget. Na ndio mnaona Mau wanakumbuka soja. Hata hii Gen Z itakuwa national, tunawakumbuka. Lakini watu waache kusema huyu ako hivi, huyu ako, tuwasukue vile wako. Wanajaribu kutusaidia nchi yetu. Wamejitolea kuanika huyu mtu na kutuambia. Sasa tunasema kwa nini wanasema wakati wametolewa? How we going to know? How? Hata mimi niko na mkubwa wangu hapa, bosi yangu, siwezi kusema kitu nikiwa kazini, najua atanipiga. Nikitoka anifute, nitasema ile siri nitamtoa. Na ndivyo iko, na sio uongo. Tuwasikize vizuri, tuwape heshima, tuwaobe na ndio tutoe huyu kamuzi. Sijui hiyo, kwanza tumpeleke jela. Huyu anatakana akitolewa asitakiwe. Nataka wakuje na Ruto asimamishwe kwa koti. Sauli tumeona, tuko na picha, tuko na evidence. Ruto anatakana apelekwe kwa justice. Sauli anachezea watu. Anafikiria yeye amenunua Kenya, ako na title deed ya Kenya. Nani alimpe? Hebu niambie nyinyi wa Kenya mko hapa. Mlipe Ruto title deed, amenunua Kenya. Ati anaenda huko anachukua takataka hidi ni waizi analeta Kenya wanunue ni airport. Anafanya hivi, amejaribu kila kitu. Sasa ameanza kuingilia Sudani nini? Aleta wakora Kenya. Tunaona watu wanapigwa, kila border is open. Sasa mumeona ati hiyo kwanza, hebu niwaambie wa Kenya kwanza msikie vizuri. Mnaona hii budget, hii financial bill, ati anasema atoe tax kwa ile vitu inatoka nje, mayai nini, mahindi, viazi, awatolee hiyo VAT nini tax. Lakini Wakenya wakienda kuuza pale, wawe kwa nchi hizo tax zao siko tu. Hiyo msikubali tena. Msikubali. Tukimaliza viazi yetu, mayai yetu, tukimaliza everything, ndio walete hiyo vitu kutoka nje. Lakini akiwa mlima wa Nyandarua na kila pahali wako na walu, msikubali viazi itoke huko nje inaletwa huko. Hiyo tena ni kuua mkulima. Anatakana ingilia mkulima, apunguze hiyo mafatarisi na nini na bego. Apunguze ndio watu wauzie watu rahisi. Awache hii ujinga. Sasa ni vitu mingi sana Ruto ajui vile anafanya. Ni kama mtu sijui ni akili zake ni gapi, sijui ni 4 ama 3. Sauli ile kitu yote anaambia Wakenya ni opposite, not positive, it's negative. Kwa hivyo tusipige sana, hii grupu imeungana na tuseme asanti. Kila kabila imekubali kufuata Wamnyoro huko, wanaenda wanaongea habari ya nchi yetu na watu wetu. Tuheshimu hiyo kwanza. Niongee ya mwisho, munaona huu mulala huyu Gen-Z, huu mulala amekomeshwa kabisa na Ruto, amepewa warning, ameanza kukuja kutuambia matohoho. Hao Kalonzo wako kwa TV every minute. Kalonzo sio mtu wa kwenda kufuata Ruto, hawezi. Kwa hivyo hiyo ujinga yake na uongo ametoa huko kwa Ruto, awache kudanganya watu. Sisi sio wajinga, na Kalonzo ako nothing to do with Ruto and Raila. It's over. Kwa hivyo asikuja confusing Kenya. Malala aende afuate kale kama mtu kengine kasuti, waende wakakule huko. Kwani tulimtuma aende asikize vile Wamunyoro anasema? Mlimtuma wa Kenya, mtu anirudishie saa hii hapa. Mlituma Malala aende asikize vile wazee wanasema, akuje kutuambia ujinga? Aende zake. Amepewa pesa, Sauli alikuwa ameambiwa atalipa taxi whatever. Ameanza ujinga. Kwani Malala anaweza kuwa president ya mtu? Bullshit. Ako na experience gani? Aende huko. Akiwa jiheshimu tutamheshimu. Alikuwa mtu mzuri, anatuambia vile Ruto anafanya uongo. Sasa ameingilia saitani zake, ameingia huko. Okay, msimuamini, anasema uongo. Wacha mimi niwachie hapo Sauli. Malala ameacha kunikula kichwa tena. Na mimi sitaki kusikia maneno ya Malala, ni waste time. We are not child. We see it. We see. We know. Awache ati yako na agency wanamfuata wagapi? Hello? Anajiona tu hapa kwa nozi yake. Ako na pesa yeye na apewi na mtu. Na wala watu wanalala nje. Kwa nini aendi pale hiyo pesa yake anawapea uga? Tuache sisi. Okay, kwa hili Julius pole. Nimekasirika na huyu Mulala. Mulala sijui nani Gen-Z. Okay, asante.
Sawa. Me, my take is I also want to go. I innocent now that you are here. I hope when Matiang'i comes back, atakumbuka sasa we expect him to be kiongozi wa nchi yote. We don't want him to continue being in his tribal cocoon. Akumbuke hivyo. Mnasikia Innocent?
Yeah, tunakuelewa.
Hatutaki ati kila saa kila saa akitoka ng'ambo ati sasa yeye ako ndio huyo Kisii. He needs to start seeing him. I think hii kitu imemsurprise hata yeye. So I think he should now see himself as a national leader, and he starts addressing national issues, and then he should also. I was pleased to see him with Akina Madhakarwa the other day. So that is what we want to see. We want to see him seeing himself as a national leader. You know, if he comes back and says again to go to Busi Stadium, now atapoteza momentum ya national leader.
Hata enda huko, unajua lazima angekuja na pati yake ilikuwa headquarter yake iko Kisii, hata sio Nyamira. Unajua is from Nyamira.
Okay.
But headquarter imewekwa Kisii County, so alikuwa amekuja at least na ifungue. Si unajua Wamunyora learned something that usipokuja na your own party kikiumano unapata uko vibaya, so you had to go, and that's why I spend more time in Kisii than Nyamira where he comes from. So Kisii hapo ndio headquarters imewekwa, but wameanza kufungua mabranches all over. Hata Nairobi upa iko na imeanza, and the way you've said he's going to join other Kenyans kwanza sasa kutembea. Ashapatiwa what we call the Kisii mantle. So Simba is no longer.
Yeah, wacha nikuulize, si alienda kuuliza watu wao kama asimame, si ndio? Unirudishie hiyo. Alienda kuuliza watu wa Kisii, it's okay me to be your leader, alafu niende kwa Kenya mzima. Hiyo tu ndio alifanya, ni sawa?
Yeah. So alikuwa, unajua, tulikuwa tunamhitaji, tulikuwa tunamtaka, and Simba Arati alikuwa amesema hana shida, na Maraga what he was doing alisema lazima mprovoke huyu Matiang'i ndio kama is serious, wacha akuje tuone. And alisema mi nitakuja tu time ikifika, na ndiye alikuja. But from now onwards hautaona Matiang'i akienda Kisii because ashamalizwa, and that's why I did not spend, or what I'm saying, did not spend his time in Nyamira County where he comes from. Alienda akafungua the party ndio party iendelee, na alisema akikuja akitoa shati na koti ndio vita zitaanza. So akina Yosef, msifikirie ati Matiang'i is a pushover. Yes, sio mtu ati ataenda kunyamaza ati nini, but he is not going to abuse people the way other. Unajua kuna the way Njeru umesema kila mtu ni Julie umesema kila mtu anakuwa na strength yake, and Matiang'i hata kutukana but atakwambia ukweli. Yeah, what he does, he tells you the right thing. Kama hii kitu iko hivi atakwambia hivyo. So that is what he's going to do. Wakina wa Munyoro, I like him wakikuwa kwa hiyo team pamoja, because yeye atagonga Kasongo vizuri, na wakina Matiang'i now being the professionals kwa politics, they will bring now that sanity in it. So it's a good combination.
Unajua Wamunyoro, wacha nikurudishie. Wamunyoro alienda akauliza wazee, wacha nikurudishie hapa. Ni kusema tu kidogo. Akauliza wale wazee wa Kikuyu kama aorganize Kikuyu waache kudanganywa. Na ndipo aliambia wote akina Matiang'i, muende muambie muongee na watu wenyu. Hiyo tu.
Okay. So I believe everybody has got his own strengths and weaknesses. So the people will use their strengths in a right way. Where there is a weakness, wacha mtu mwingine asaidie kulift, the way Moses alikuwa kwa desert na akainuliwa mikono. That is the only way we can use to bring Kasongo down. Number 2, Julia, I told you niko ODM, sijatoka mpaka saizi. Nilikuambia nataka kubeba milango na madirisha. So tuko huko na kina Arati, bado tunongojea tu tufanye. And one thing nimeanza kuona umeanza kuona the way Raila ameendelea kugonga Ruto akiwa ndani. Ameendelea kugonga wa MPs akiwaambia wanaanza kufuatilia hiyo CDF. Amewaambia wacheni na maneno ya CDF. So I like it, na ndio nasema wache iendelee kuboil, but tunataka kubeba madirisha na kila kitu, tutaacha nyumba hivyo ya ODM. So it's just in time that you will see what will happen to ODM. Thank you, Julia. Na naona kwa private chat naitwaje, Njiru anasema nataka kufunga. I don't know. But
tumalize, I will come back to you. Hiyo kitu ya kusema uko ODM, I see like you are double sided. Ujaamua kama Barati. Hata si Barati today I saw he was shocked and he was playing double. In fact at one point si Barati alianza kuongelea maneno ya Raila Odinga, si ndio? Na hiyo kitu ya kubamba watu. So you two you are behaving like Simbarati.
Nilikuambia there are things you want to do kwa ODM.
No. You are behaving like a Raila Odinga apologist.
No. Julia, I told you Matiang'i will come and do things differently. Ukakataa. Ukasema ati no, ati Na ndio
No,
nimekwambia you will
Matiang'i, I'm
see,
okay. But you saying you are in
you
ODM,
will see what we'll do to ODM in Kisii.
hapana.
Na itakuja tunataka kuifanya kwa kistyle, sio watu vile walitoka tu hivyo, hakuna impact. We want to show you the way we will do it in Kisii, and you wait and see. Ndio utakuja hiyo siku, utakuja kuniambia. Sitaki kuongea mengi saizi, so I'm not a double sided ama nini, but there are things we want to do from Kisii County. Kama ni kuchukua wajumbe, tunaenda na wajumbe wote. Anybody who will not support hiyo move ndio utajua, and that's why tunasema wacha tukae tu, lakini tukibeba, unajua it's sometimes good to do things in the right time. Wacha wengine walitoka mapema, there are things which imeplaniwa, so ikiplaniwa,
Hebu tuambie huyu gavana wa huko wa Kisii vile alikuwa anaanza kusema ati Matiang'i aheshimu leader zote wa Kisii, wote wakasema hapana, na akaambiwa aongee lugha. Hebu ni nini ilikuwa inaendelea huko?
Alikuwa, wacha nikwambie Njeru, he was starting to play safe, a good boy at juu ya Raila Odinga. Hiyo ndio sina nafanya hapa mimi, that thing I'm not buying. Anybody who's a Raila apologist tunamweka kwa box moja na Kasongo.
Can I explain?
Innocent as you got sleep, know that we are not buying anybody.
Can I explain?
Yes. Najiru wants to go and sleep.
Yeah, unajua tunataka kura za watu wote. Na ukitaka kura za watu wote, you don't just that unataka tu una ban the house like that. Hizi kura za kutoka Nyanza tunasitaka, especially za Wajaluo. We want them in a right way. Hatutaki kugonga watu and that's how we are playing it. Na ndio nimekuambia tukikuja kutoka, tunatoka na madirisha. Tutabeba watu vizuri na tuende nao bila vita. So ukituambia tuchome na base ya Matiang'i ni Nyanza, Wajaluo na Wakuria na nini huko, we have to play safe, Julia. So hapo huwezi nitoa. We know what we are doing from that.
Atuambi mchome. Unaona, you don't have to keep all the time being a Raila apologist. Just leave Raila Odinga alone to do what he wants. And
now sijasema Raila, nimesema Wajaluo. Sijasema Raila, nimesema Wajaluo. Raila tulimalizana na yeye. Ama hukusikia mimi nilikwambianga Raila nilimalizana na yeye. Nimebaki kwa ODM but not kwa Raila. That's what you need to know. What we want. What we want.
Are you doing in ODM? What are you doing in ODM?
And we have a new party. ODM iko Luya, ODM iko Nyanza, iko Coast. Na kuna watu tunataka kuchukua kutoka hapo. Na ndio wakue at least unajua Munyora ameshika the mountain. Na he has around 4 to 5 million. Matiang'i lazima na yeye akue na base not less than that 4 to 5 million. So there are things which Arati is doing, na ndio nasema sometimes it's not good to mention it when it's being done silently. So usinisukume sana, sisi tunajua what we are doing. So in due time utakuja tu, ikifika tu utakuja kuambia this is what we are doing. No. So that's why sometimes kwa platform we don't expose what people are doing. Thank you.
Listen, as we wind up Innocent, you are either hot or cold. Hakuna katikati. Mimi kwa Kasongo nilitoka, na mtu yoyote anashit na Kasongo sitaki kumsikia. Awe ako kwa ODM ama ako wapi. Wanipende, wanichukie. Period.
Hata mimi siko kwa Kasongo na siko kwa Raila. Niko kwa wale watu wenye wanataka kutoka kwa ODM tuende nao. Hao ndio tunataka.
Wacha niseme kitu.
Siko kwa Raila, that one I'm with you. But
wacha niseme kitu.
Tunataka kubeba kutoka kwa ODM, na ndio nimekuambia utakuja tu kuniambia okay, this is what you are planning.
No, that one I'm not buying. Ati nianze kushangilia juu na bebeleza watu wa ODM. Mimi nataka kutoka ODM atoke, kama hataki akae huko. We don't need them. Hakuna vile tunabembelezana hapa.
No. Julia, wacha nikuulize. Julia, wacha niulize nyinyi wawili. Bereni nilikuwa na doubt with the Babu Owino. Lakini after BBC imeleta hii nikaona akiongea pale, nimemuamini. Ati ako tu roho kidogo hivi kwa Raila. nilikuwa siamini Babu Owino, lakini after hii BBC vile witness ametoa, nimeamini Babu Owino. Na mjue Babu Owino Nairobi mzima anaweza kuwafagia yote na university. Ikuwe ni wewe unaongea hapa, ufuate vile Babu Owino anafanya. Ukiwa na babu ni sawa. Okay? Usitudanganye na uko na Laila. Laila ni sumu. Ule mbaya kuliko Kasongo. You know that.
Okay,
Utoke kwa hiyo ODM.
Sawa,
Sitatoka, hiyo sitatoka. We know what we are doing. Nimekuambia siko na baba na siko na Ruto. Sisi kuna watu tunataka kutoka nao kwa ODM. Please leave us mali tutu.
Innocent, you are stuck. I'm even more committed to Matiang'i than you. Period.
na ndio unaona Julia, ndio unaona Eli alikuwa ananienjoy jana, ananienjoy jana juu ya Matiang'i. Mimi bado kuna there are things we are playing. Can you leave us? We play our politics the way we want to do it. We will bring people to hii group ya Wamnyoro ama ya kina Kalonzo vizuri, na mtakuja ku appreciate. Sisi atufuati the way you are doing it. Thank you.
How many people? How many? I believe you. I'm waiting.
Mwenye nataka kuja akuje, na mwenye ataki akae. Tene ni tene ama aje Njeru.
Tene tudone mogiano.
Okay.
Mapema ni mapema. Si ati bado unafikiri, unaona
ni mapema.
Sika bado unafikiria sijui ni ODM, sijui nini, sijui niende UPA, sijui niende. What is this?
We have made our mind. We are coming with everything from that party. And can you leave us do it the way we will do it? We will, in due time, you will see it.
As long as you continue saying when you are ODM, nitakuwa nikiona wewe ni you are neither hot nor cold.
You know my stand? Stand yangu umejua kwa Ruto na baba. Baba nilikwambia nilitoka kitambo.
Baba ni ODM. ODM is baba. Baba is ODM. Okay? ODM equals Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga equals ODM. Sasa wewe unataka kuniambiaje ati hauko kwa Raila Odinga?
Utakuja kujua basi siku hiyo. Siku hiyo ndio utakuja kujua.
No way.
Utakuja kujua what we are playing.
I
will not mention it.
All those who are watching.
And I will not argue. I will not argue. I will not mention what we are doing. We will do it the way we want to do it. Ata it's I think I'm doing a mistake to tell you that niko ODM na nataka kutoka na viti. I should not say that, but you will see it. Thank you.
No. Wewe umetoka wapi? Umetoka Kisii ama umetoka huko kwa Jeru?
Mimi ni Mkenya.
Mkenya language gani unaongea? Language yako?
Kikuyu.
Anaongea
ongea saa hiyo aliatoa.
Anaongea Kikenya.
Ndeke mondo.
Ndeke mondo ni nini? Ndeke ureka na Raila. Kai mwarogirwo na Raila. Kai Raila murogire hakiri. Watu mumufuatete. Okay, rudisha hiyo.
Njero tuachie hapo. Hilo tutako sawa. Ako sawa, mimi tu namsukuma lakini ako sawa.
I know Julia is pulling my leg. But Julia knows me better. Thank you.
Okay, good night everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Bye.
Bye.